I'm Aiden Carney of Turtleboy Daily News. I've been investigating the death of John O'Keefe from Canton, Massachusetts. His girlfriend, Karen Reed, is charged with his murder.
Karen, just to be clear, you didn't do it.
That's the view it would have gotten.
But is there something more going on here? Is Karen Reed the victim of a massive cover-up? During my investigation, I have uncovered a town full of corruption. Here's what I believe happened and why I believe Karen Reed was framed.
Don't you want to ask some questions? I know you do.
I do. I have. I think that you could outsmart Karen Reed. Did you? How can you wear those buttons when you covered up his murder? Any comment on that? Why you Googled that 227? On the morning of January 29, 2022, Boston police officer John O'Keefe was found dead outside of the Canton home of Boston Police Sergeant Brian Albert on 34 Fairview Road. O'Keefe's girlfriend, Karen Reed, was charged with manslaughter after reportedly backing over O'Keefe with her car after she got into a fight with him and dropped him off at Albert's house after a night of drinking. She was castigated widely as a cop-killing villain, set to face decades in prison. But as it would turn out, at least a dozen people were in the house when John O'Keefe was being violently beaten to death before hatching an elaborate plot to frame Karen Reed for killing him. The cover-up was aided and abetted by members of the state police, the Canton Police Department, and the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. This is the story of one woman alone, facing down some of the most powerful, well-protected people in the state who sought to destroy her life and exonerate herself. This is Karen Reed and John O'Keefe. Karen is an intelligent, successful accountant and college professor with not even a hint of a criminal record. She'd been dating John O'Keefe for several years and loved his niece and nephew, who he adopted after both of their parents, including his sister, passed away. She owned a house in Mansfield that was rented out, but lived with O'Keefe and his niece and nephew at his home on One Meadows Ave in Canton. O'Keefe was a well-liked veteran, 16 years on the force of the Boston Police Department. On February 2nd, Reed was charged with killing John O'Keefe, only with manslaughter though, and she may have actually believed she was responsible. 4 months later, in June, the charges were upgraded to murder, despite no real evidence coming out that added to the story. State Trooper Michael Proctor wrote the criminal complaint for her arrest, noting his 10 years of experience on the State Police Detective Unit at the Norfolk County DA's office. The charging documents state that Canton officers Seraph and Mulaney were dispatched at 6:04 a.m. on January 29th to 34 Fairview Road, where they found three females, Karen Reed, Jennifer McCabe, and Kerry Roberts, next to the body of John O'Keefe. Karen Reed was performing CPR. Jennifer McCabe is pictured in this photo on the right next to her sister Nicole Albert, who is the wife of well-connected Boston Police Sergeant Brian Albert. Brian is on the fugitive apprehension team. He is a trained MMA fighter, and he was featured on the cop show Boston's Finest. At 11:30 a.m. on January 29th, Trooper Proctor interviewed Jennifer McCabe and her husband Matthew McCabe, along with Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, comfortably at the home of Jennifer McCabe. They told him that they were out at the Waterfall Bar in Canton, where Jennifer McCabe met up with her friend John O'Keefe and his girlfriend Karen Reed, who she did not know very well. The connection between them was that John O'Keefe's niece was good friends with Jennifer McCabe's daughter. Trooper Proctor was allegedly told by Jennifer that she saw Reed enter the bar carrying a vodka soda drink in a glass, which most bars would not allow, and indicated that perhaps she was drunk. The three grown adults in their 40s left shortly after midnight to go to an after party at Brian Albert's house. According to Jennifer, she got there first. At 12:30, she says that she witnessed Karen Reed drive up on her black Lexus SUV. Since O'Keefe only knew McCabe at this house, he texted her to make sure that she was there. Jennifer claimed that John O'Keefe never entered the house, so she texted him, "Hello?" at 12:45, before witnessing Karen drive away in her black SUV. We would later find out that most of that was a lie. She told Proctor that she assumed that he and Reed decided to go home. Jennifer received a phone call from a distraught Karen at 4:53 a.m. looking for O'Keefe. Jennifer, who for some reason was still up at 4:53 a.m. after a night of drinking, told Trooper Proctor that she offered to help Karen look for John O'Keefe along with O'Keefe's friend Kerry Roberts, who was not at the house that night. Karen was hysterical and could not drive in her condition, so Carrie drove both of them. Jennifer claims that during the ride, Karen said, quote, "Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?" She also told the state police that Karen's SUV had a cracked taillight. The two of them then jumped in Carrie Roberts' car and they drove back to 34 Fairview Road. When they got there, Karen immediately noticed O'Keefe's body outside, but the other two did not. This was part of the reason that Karen was charged. Trooper Proctor believed that Karen knew exactly where the body would be because she knew that she ran him over and left him to die during the middle of the snowstorm. We later recreated this scene at 34 Fairview Road. John O'Keefe was 6'2", 217 pounds. His body was found exactly 12 feet from the curb. There are no obstructions blocking anyone from seeing him. It would have been physically impossible for Carrie Roberts and Jennifer McCabe not to have seen his body because they were sitting in the front. They were also specifically looking for a body at that time. And somehow they claim that they did not see him, but Karen Reed did, and this ended up implicating her. O'Keefe's arm had 6 bloodied lacerations and his eyes were swollen shut in black and blue. His eyelid had a cut on it and his clothes were covered in blood and vomit. A medical examiner said that he had 2 swollen black eyes, a cut on the left side of his nose, a 2-inch laceration in the back of his head, and multiple skull fractures. There is no possible way that he could have these kinds of injuries from being backed into by his girlfriend's car, especially since the snow and grass would have comforted his fall. Carrie Roberts told Trooper Proctor that Karen Reed was drunk and hysterical when she saw her at 5 a.m. and stated that she was so drunk she didn't even remember going there. Carrie repeated the same story as Jennifer, that Karen made statements suggesting that she may have accidentally hit him or that he had gotten hit by a plow. At 4:30 p.m., Trooper Proctor claimed that he went to the home of Karen Reed's parents in Dighton and claimed to have observed her SUV parked in the driveway with a shattered taillight. We would later find out that this was untrue. Call logs from the Dighton Police Department show that Trooper Proctor actually called for a tow truck at 3:02 p.m. before he had ever allegedly even seen the broken taillight and thus would have no reason to tow the car. We also have footage from Karen Reed's parents' house showing the car being towed at 4:12 p.m. ADA Adam Lally would later blame that on daylight savings, even though Alarm.com automatically resets for daylight savings. This proves that Trooper Proctor was lying about what time he took the car, leaving him alone with the vehicle unaccounted for at least 1 hour and 18 minutes. Proctor interviewed her and Karen denied bringing a drink into the Waterfall bar. She said that she dropped O'Keefe off at the party at 12:15, but since she didn't know anyone there very well, she was feeling sick and she was a grown-ass woman in her 40s who doesn't go to after parties and play beer pong, so she elected not to stay. She lived with O'Keefe less than 3 miles away, so getting home wouldn't be a problem for him. Proctor claimed that Karen told him that she never saw O'Keefe go inside the house and had no idea how she had a broken taillight. Both of these statements made her look guilty. When she found O'Keefe's body later, his eyes were swollen and he was still bleeding from the nose and mouth. Karen attempted to call and text John O'Keefe multiple times after dropping him off. He would never not come home, knowing his niece and nephew needed him in the morning. Trooper Proctor asked her leading questions designed to incriminate her about whether or not she had ever been in an argument with O'Keefe, and there isn't a couple on earth that hasn't been in a fight before. So Karen felt it was normal to tell Proctor that they had an argument over breakfast. This is why you should never talk to police without a lawyer if you're a suspect in a crime. They are not there to be your friend. They are there to get you to say something that will lead you to being charged criminally. A Canton firefighter, who we later found out was good friends with Caitlin Albert, the grown daughter of Brian Albert, who was inside 34 Fairview Road the night that John O'Keefe was killed, was one of the first responders to the scene. She told Trooper Proctor that Karen said to her friend, "I hit him," quote unquote, several times, further incriminating herself. Proctor's report also states that 2 red pieces of taillight were next to O'Keefe's body, which was the final piece of evidence needed to charge her with manslaughter. Except in the original report from the Canton Police Department, it never mentions anything about any taillight, and only 2 inches of snow had fallen at that time. As a matter of fact, the only thing that they found were droplets of blood, which they kept in red Solo cups, and some shattered cocktail glass, which apparently Karen Reed hit him with before backing into him with her car and killing him. Sure. But Trooper Proctor never once mentioned that he was a close personal friend with the McCabe and Albert families, which were prominent names in Canton. Here's a picture from Proctor's sister's Facebook page showing Trooper Proctor with Jennifer McCabe's children. ADA Adam Lally would later contend
the children, the child that's depicted depicted in that particular photograph is not one of the McCabe's children.
Oh, really?
McCabe's have 4 daughters. That's not one of them. It's a relative.
Indeed, he does have his arm around his niece. However, there are 2 girls in towels and bathing suits directly behind him who are, in fact, Jennifer McCabe's children. Here's another picture from Proctor's sister's Facebook page showing her at a family party with Chris Albert, the brother of Brian Albert, directly behind her. Chris Albert was at the bar with O'Keefe the night he was killed, and he owns a local pizza shop in town called D&E Pizza. It's unknown if he was inside his brother's house that night because Trooper Proctor has deliberately prevented Google from sharing geofence data that could provide that information. Chris Albert lived at 7 Meadows Ave in Canton, 3 doors away from John O'Keefe, who lived at 1 Meadows Ave. Chris's son, Colin Albert, was an 18-year-old senior at Canton High School at the time of the incident and is confirmed to have been inside the house at 34 Fairview Road that night. Colin was a star football player at Canton High School and a notorious hothead. There are multiple videos that we have posted of Colin in which he's threatening rivals in town and even ends it with bang, bang. Apparently is supposed to scare you into believing that this man will kill you. 2 days after John O'Keefe died, the Canton High School Twitter account announced that Colin would be playing football at Bridgewater State next year. Colin is an out-of-control meathead who frequently was confrontational towards his much older adult neighbor, John O'Keefe. He constantly trespassed on his property, threw beer cans on his lawn. He is the prototypical jock who thinks that Shakespeare was a huge loser and infamously poses for pictures sticking either his middle finger up or his fist in the air while pounding down Dylan Mulvaney lights. Colin has anger issues and gets off on knowing that he comes from a well-connected family in town. His uncle Brian, of course, is a Boston police sergeant. His uncle Kevin is a Canton police officer. His father, Chris, was recently elected to the Board of Selectmen. Here he is on the left, pictured with his father and his uncle Brian on the far right. The man in the middle is his other uncle, Tim Albert, the family moron who takes pride in being from a well-connected family despite providing nothing of value to contribute to the family's brand name. Trooper Proctor's family knew Colin since he was a little boy. Here he is pictured with his Michael Proctor's sister once again. Here's another picture of Proctor's sister she posted on Facebook from her 2012 wedding, showing Trooper Proctor on the far left and Colin on the right as a 7-year-old boy. They were both in the wedding party together. Not once did it ever occur to Proctor to mention that he was a close friend to a well-connected Canton family of cops and politicians and was investigating the death of a Boston police officer at one of their homes. He was in possession of all evidence to this crime and decided who would, and more importantly, who would not be investigated.
There is no conflict. Proctor is not conflicted in this case. I indicated that.
Colin Albert likes to get in fights and boast about it. A picture he posted on Visco shortly after the death of John O'Keefe shows his right knuckles covered in abrasions, indicating that he had punched someone or something recently. None of this has been made public, and the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office hasn't sent a mountain of exculpatory evidence to Karen Reed's defense attorneys until recently. This evidence that they've withheld includes DNA evidence from John's body that could prove whether or not a dog had bitten him, for instance, as well as a 2-minute video clip from the Canton Library, which would have shown whether or not Karen Reed's taillight was broken after dropping John O'Keefe off at 34 Fairview Road, because if it wasn't broken, that means that she didn't hit him with her car. This evidence proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that she had nothing to do with John O'Keefe's death, but suggests that Colin Albert, Brian Albert's German Shepherd Chloe, Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, and every other person in that house either witnessed or knew about the murder of John O'Keefe and conspired to frame Karen Reed after the fact. Unfortunately for them, Karen Reed is an extremely intelligent and well-resourced woman who can afford world-class representations. She initially had an attorney by the name of David Yannetti, a well-respected Boston lawyer with more than 30 years of experience, who used to be a prosecutor. However, Yannetti can only do so much, and Karen Reed quickly realized after time that she was up against some powerful forces and she would need more representation, particularly when it came to cell phone expertise, which a lot of this case hinges on. So she did some searching and she found a guy by the name of Alan Jackson from Los Angeles who had previously represented a man by the name of Kevin Spacey in Nantucket. Kevin Spacey was accused of sexually assaulting an 18-year-old bartender But later we found out through the use of forensic technology that the quote unquote victim and his mother had deleted a number of incriminating messages that showed that the boy was not actually a victim at all. Her attorneys filed a motion demanding a forensic audit of Jennifer McCabe and Brian Albert's cell phones and for all communications before and after O'Keefe's death. However, to this day, they have not gotten Albert's cell phone. Jennifer McCabe, on the other hand, voluntarily handed over her phone, thinking that if she deleted enough information, no one would find it. And indeed, that initially worked. State Police Detective Nicholas Guarino claimed to do a full extraction of her phone, and nothing really incriminating came back. But it didn't smell right to Alan Jackson. So they did another search of her phone, and they hired a man by the name of Richard Green, an expert in his field. And Richard Green did a much more thorough and expensive search into Jennifer McCabe's phone. What they discovered in April was shocking. They found that the Norfolk County DA's office intentionally hid evidence showing that Jennifer McCabe had searched, quote, how long to die in cold, except she spelled it H-O-S, Hoss long to die in cold, at 2:27 a.m. on the night that John O'Keefe died. Well, how could she do that if she thought, why would she do that? More importantly, if she believed, as she told Trooper Proctor, that John O'Keefe had gone home and gone to bed, why would he possibly be dying in the cold? Unless, of course, the plan was to put his body in the cold so that he died from hypothermia. How can you wear those buttons when you covered up his murder? Any comment on that? Why you Googled that at 2:27? Any comment, Mr. McCabe? Brian Albert was never questioned at his house, only at the McCabe's house, which was interesting because a dead body was found in his yard. Canton Deputy Police Chief Tom Keller happens to live across the street from Brian Albert on Fairview Road. He has a Ring camera that would have picked up video of O'Keefe's body being hit that night.
That's the view it would have gotten.
That's the exact view. Wow. However, he told police that conveniently he did not capture anything of value on his Ring camera. It was never subpoenaed. Jennifer McCabe not only searched for how long to die in cold, she also deleted all communications on her phone between herself, Brian Albert, and her sister, Nicole Albert. If Jennifer McCabe didn't think it was unusual for John O'Keefe to leave, then why did she stay up until 5 a.m. awaiting Karen Reed's phone call about John O'Keefe being missing? If Jennifer McCabe had nothing to hide, then why was she destroying critical evidence around the time that John O'Keefe's body was discovered? Why was Jennifer McCabe more committed to protecting Brian Albert than her sister Nicole, who was married to Brian? After O'Keefe got to Albert's home, he began texting McCabe to make sure she was there, since she was the only person he knew well, or at all. When he entered, he was surprised to see 18-year-old Colin Albert was there, who likely confronted him at some point and hit him, according to the theory proposed by Alan Jackson and David Yannetti in their court filings. Our sources believe that Brian Albert joined in on the beating, alarming his loyal German Shepherd, which immediately began to tear into John O'Keefe's arm. Despite being their family dog, Brian Albert got rid of Chloe and never explained where the dog went. The defense team has since filed motions to try to get animal control records about the dog, which for some reason the ADA's office objected to. Unfortunately for him, the defense won their motion and the records were impounded. And as I speak right now, they are still trying to get those unimpounded. A motion has been filed on June 7th for that. Definitely in that house that night were Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert Jr., Colin Albert, Caitlin Albert, Jennifer and Matthew McCabe, friends of Albert Jr. named Julie Nagel, Emily Fabiano, and Sarah Levinson, and an ATF agent named Brian Higgins, who has an office inside the Canton Police Department. O'Keefe would make 12 at a minimum. We have one picture of Higgins with O'Keefe, who was with Brian Albert earlier in the day in New York, and they had driven back after a police officer's funeral there, and they've been very chummy since then. This means that all of these people either witnessed the murder or somehow had no idea that a murder took place in a house they were in, and they've said nothing. Not one of them claims to have seen a 6'2", 217-pound body lying on the front lawn after leaving. One witness named Ryan Nagel went to the home to pick up a sister Julie, who ended up staying there. He was the only witness who had no familial ties to the Albert, and thus no reason to frame Karen Reed. He said that he witnessed Reed outside of the house. They arrived on Fairview Road at basically the same time, coming from different directions. He yielded to her. He allowed her to turn right onto the street. Now, keep in mind, it was snowing and visibility was difficult. So Karen Reed pulled up in front of the driveway, and she claims that John O'Keefe got out and ran into the house. She then pulled up a little further along the left-hand side of the property and said that she was beginning to text him because he was supposed to text her back to let her know everything's all set. You can go home now. Ryan Nagel has all but confirmed that this is exactly what happened because according to his own testimony, he said that he didn't see any damage to her vehicle, never heard any screams, never witnessed her operating the vehicle erratically, and when he drove by her, most importantly, she was alone in the vehicle and her interior lights were on. Her hands were at 10 and 2, yet John O'Keefe's body was not on the ground, so where could he be if not inside the house? Additionally, O'Keefe's phone tracked him walking up and down the stairs, ascending and descending inside the Albert home from 12:21 to 12:24. Obviously, it would not show this sort of up and down motion if he was inside Karen Reed's car or lying on the ground outside the home. And remember, the cell phone says he's in there between 12:21 and 12:24. Jennifer McCabe said he did not arrive there until 12:30. State police and the DA's office deliberately kept all of this information from the defense, including Jennifer McCabe's incriminating Google search. Jennifer McCabe's cell phone analysis shows that she left the Albert house at 1:47 a.m. with Matthew McCabe, Julie Nagel, and Sarah Levinson. Alan Jackson asserted in his filings that she gave the other two a ride home because they lived near Meadows Ave and she wanted to drive by John O'Keefe's house to see if Karen Reed was up to understand whether or not they had time to get rid of his body or whether or not she was up wondering where he was. So she dropped them both off at 2:27. Her Apple Watch recorded her going to her bedroom and Googling how long to die in cold, despite previously telling police that she assumed that John O'Keefe had gone home with Karen Reed. Why would she Google that if she thought he was home sleeping? A normal person after a night of drinking would be sleeping at 2:30 a.m. McCabe, instead of going to bed, elected to pace around her house nervously. That's what the Apple Health data shows, waiting for Karen Reed to contact her and ask where O'Keefe was. Somehow she anticipated this happening despite allegedly having no idea that John O'Keefe was missing. McCabe waited up for Reed because, number one, she needed to be with her when Reed discovered the body so that she could control the narrative with the police. And number two, she needed to put the idea in Reed's head that she might have accidentally hit and killed John O'Keefe while driving drunk and had no recollection of it. Reed truly believed that she might have done this and was distraught. His body was staged at the exact place where she was seen dropping him off before leaving. Although it is interesting that they claim that she did a 3-point turn, but only Michael Proctor claims that. He claims that Reed told him that she did a 3-point turn, except that makes no sense. That, of course, would be the only way that she could have backed into John O'Keefe is if she did a 3-point turn. If she just kept going straight south on Fairview Road, then she couldn't have backed into him. Both Jennifer and Matt McCabe claim that that is the exact direction that she went in, was south, that there was no 3-point turn. Despite barely knowing Karen Reed, Jennifer McCabe gleefully jumped in the car with her and Kerry Roberts. It is believed or asserted by the defense that this intentional delay guaranteed that O'Keefe would be dead by the time anyone found him. Remember, how long to die in cold, and that he would be unable to tell the real story about what happened. It is important to point out that when John O'Keefe was put outside to die, he was still alive. They did this so that the medical examiner could say that one of the causes of his death was hypothermia. Remember also that Jennifer McCabe initially told investigators that Karen Reed brought in a drink from another bar to the Waterfall Bar, which only a drunken, low-class individual would do. But Karen Reed had a good job and made good money. Why would she do such a thing? Nevertheless, McCabe successfully planted the seed in Reed's brain that she may have accidentally killed O'Keefe. Jennifer McCabe also deleted phone calls to her sister Nicole Albert at 6:07 and 6:08. Those are now gone. They were 7 and 9 seconds long, and someone answered that phone. Now, ADA Lally has since claimed that that's evidence that the calls went to voicemail, except only unanswered calls go to voicemail, and that makes no sense. This proved that McCabe had made them aware that there was a dead body outside of their house. There was not enough time for her to explain, oh my God, there's a dead body out here. I don't know what's going on, but there was plenty of time in 7 to 9 seconds to say, Karen Reed is here. Don't come outside. This proved that McCabe made them aware that there was a dead body outside the house. Yet Brian Albert, a veteran Boston police officer and trained first responder, did not even come outside, despite the fact that there were a plethora of emergency vehicles, a lot of people making noises, blue and red lights flashing everywhere, and radios going off. And oh yeah, a screaming, hysterical woman on his front lawn named Karen Reed. A broken cocktail glass was found next to O'Keefe's body, which Canton police initially said was the murder weapon. O'Keefe's body was clearly visible as not much snow had accumulated. Yet McCabe and Roberts didn't see it. Only Karen Reed did. After notifying the Alberts about the dead cop on their property, Jennifer McCabe Googled, quote, how long does it take to digest food? 10 minutes after finding a body. The presence of food particles in a dead person's stomach helped pathologists determine time of death. At this point, Jen McCabe was panicking because she knew how suspicious the how long to die in cold Google search was at 2:27 a.m. She decided to search for that same thing again after discovering O'Keefe's body, hoping that it would make it look less suspicious. And as this might be something a person might Google after finding a body outside. In doing so, she hoped that it would make the first search disappear. Unfortunately, she spelled the words wrong the first time she searched it, not even close to the original Haas long to die in cold. The second time, she spelt it the exact same way. Haas long to die in cold. Not how. This was intentional. She later told law enforcement that it was Karen Reed who told her to Google that. Luckily for McCabe, Brian Albert's brother is a Canton cop. His other brother is a selectman. His neighbor is the deputy chief, and the trooper in charge of the investigation was a close family friend who helped cover up the murder. It was going to be covered up regardless. When you thought that Jennifer McCabe couldn't get any lower, she also has been sharing fundraisers for John O'Keefe despite helping to cover up for his murder. Jennifer McCabe goes to every single court date. She comforts the family of John O'Keefe. She has John O'Keefe's badge number decaled on the back of her car. She has blue lights in front of her house and constantly wears thin blue line stuff everywhere. She is utterly shameless. Obviously, Jennifer McCabe did not kill John O'Keefe since she's not physically capable of that, but Brian Albert, Colin Albert, and the dog were more than capable of that, and Colin Albert had the motive. McCabe was just the quarterback of the cover-up and seemed to want to protect Brian Albert more than even his own wife did. Take from that what you will. Jennifer McCabe would never have been able to cover up this murder without the assistance of law enforcement, despite the fact that it was one of their own, who was killed. According to Reed's defense attorneys, the original Canton Police Department report had been altered. In the altered report, it never stated the CERT team found the taillight at 6 p.m. after Trooper Proctor had taken possession of Reed's vehicle. The altered report also had a different cell phone number that McCabe called after finding the body, indicating that police were taking steps to make sure that Brian Albert was not in any way a suspect. New evidence has also shown that Albert rehomed the dog that attacked O'Keefe. He claims to know where that dog is, yet they won't tell the court where it is. In September of 2022, Reed's lawyers publicly accused the Albert family in open court of being implicated in John O'Keefe's murder, and they ordered them, through the judge, not to delete anything from their phones. 2 weeks later, Tim Albert, the Fredo of the family, posted a meme on Facebook stating, quote, "You don't fuck with my family," and that he won't hesitate to make you miserable if you do. Just a couple days after these filings were made in court, Tim Albert decided that it would be a good time in October to fill in his pool. Nothing shady about that. Tim is the loser of the family who seeks approval by virtue signaling about how loyal he is so that he can enjoy the fruits of the success while contributing nothing himself. This post was clearly a direct attempt to intimidate Karen Reed, her attorneys, and reporters like me who expose people like him for being dirtbags. After being accused in September by Reed's attorneys, Brian Albert immediately decided that it would be a good time to sell his childhood home, which had been in the family for almost 50 years. It sold rather quickly for $50,000 less than they were asking for it, and as a result was never searched by police, despite the fact that a Boston cop was probably murdered inside of it and was found dead on that property. The person most responsible for the cover-up is certainly Trooper Proctor, who failed to speak to key witnesses, protected his close friends, and never applied for geofence data that would show the identities of every person in that house that night. We later found out that he lied about what time that he arrived at Karen Reed's parents' house in order to have the car by himself for 1 hour and 18 minutes. We also found out that in his reports, he intentionally misspelled the names of at least 4 witnesses, including Sarah Levinson, Caitlin Albert, a woman by the name of Emily Fabiano, and Catherine Duty, whose father, Charles Duty, happens to be the town moderator and was the chief of the Canton Police Department at the time that John O'Keefe died. However, Brian Albert didn't mention until April of 2022 in front of a grand jury that his dog was aggressive and not great with strangers. Despite being at an after party, everyone at 34 Fairview Road fled the home within an hour after O'Keefe had arrived. Cool party. Remember, they allegedly had no idea he was dead, so why would they all leave the scene of the crime? If they're there to party. Canton police used red Solo cups to store blood evidence at the scene of the crime, but did not discover any pieces of a broken taillight in there for a search. Remember, only 2 inches of snow had fallen by 6 a.m. when the Canton Police Department arrived. 2 hours later, the state police took over the investigation, and 12 hours later is when over a foot of snow had fallen, and boom, Trooper Proctor magically found not only pieces of taillight fragment everywhere, but John's other missing shoe, which was not there at the time of the first search by the Canton Police Department. So then, how did Karen Reed break her taillight? Well, Ring surveillance video from Reed's home shows her backing into O'Keefe's car and slightly hitting it on the way to search for him. On the way out, you can see that the taillight is slightly cracked, although certainly not shattered. It is believed that during that hour and 18 minutes, Trooper Proctor had the car unaccounted for. He may have smashed it up a little bit more. So how did they find all these pieces of taillight after the Canton police did not find any? Well, that would be Trooper Proctor, who, as I stated, was able to have the car unaccounted for 1 hour and 18 minutes. Luckily, they found it the second time. They just decided to search the scene of the crime on a hunch. And even more remarkably, Canton Police Chief Ken Berkowitz also decided to go to the scene of the crime on a hunch on February 4th and noticed more pieces of the taillight from his moving vehicle. Berkowitz had been called by ATF agent Brian Higgins, who was in the house when O'Keefe was murdered immediately after the killing. Brian Higgins turned out to be a good friend of Ken Berkowitz and helped organize his retirement party several months later, which Brian Albert also attended along with District Attorney Michael Morrissey. Trooper Proctor also went out of his way to make sure that Google didn't send him all the geofence data that the defense had requested. Karen Reed appears to be a completely innocent woman.
Tried to save his life. I tried to save his life at 6 in the morning. I was covered in his blood. I was the only one trying to save his life.
Wrongly charged by corrupt cops who would see her rot in prison in order to cover up a murder of a fellow police officer. If she didn't have the resources, then none of this would have come out. Trooper Proctor and the district attorney's office went out of their way to make sure that evidence that they knew would exonerate her would never be given to the defense team. As a result of O'Keefe's niece and nephew, whom she loved as her own, now believe that she killed their adopted father. Trooper Proctor, Brian Albert, Colin Albert, Jennifer McCabe, and Brian Higgins all deserve to spend time in jail, and 2 of them at least should be charged with murder. The Canton police chief and deputy chief should both be fired, but as I said, Ken Berkowitz decided it would be a good time to resign after this. We hope that Karen Reed sues all of these people after she's exonerated and that the bad guys go to jail. Every single person in that house should be charged with obstruction of justice as they witnessed a crime and never reported it. They all lied. There is no possible way that they could not have seen a body on the way out. There's no possible way. So either the body was not there, in which case Karen Reed did not strike him, or they are all lying to the police. You pick which one they're doing. Haven't even begun to see the really crazy shit.
yes. Oh, what you missed this? You got the bad wetness. Catch a hoe and another hoe. Merry Christmas. Yes, I smoke shit straight off the roach clip. I wrote shit. Roll the blunt at once to approach it. Forward motion, make you sway like the ocean. The herb is more than just a powerful potion. What's the commotion, yo? I'm not joking around. People learning about what they smoking. My oven's on high when I roast the quail. Tell Bill Clinton to go and inhale. Exhale, now you feel the funk of the time. When I feel the effects, I want to get high. So high. I want to get high. So high. I want to get high. So high. I want to get high. So
Hey everybody, I'm TC. I'm the host and founder of the Minnesota Black Robe Regiment podcast. I started this show back in 2020 in March when, well, you know, that particular virus was shutting everything down. And I'd like to tell you, thanks for stopping by We the People. If you're interested in content that talks about government malfeasance, government authoritarianism, and, well, honestly, just how the state screws everything up, I'm the guy to come and listen to. You're going to be able to find my content on my own channel over on YouTube, Minnesota Black Robe Regiment, and on Rumble. But you're also going to be able to watch me here on We the People. So no matter where you're finding me, head on over to my channel, give me a like, give me a subscribe, find my membership options, but more importantly, share the We the People content out and let your friends, neighbors, and everyone else know there are reasonable voices on this channel. And more importantly, we're a diverse group of people. Not everyone thinks exactly the same on this show or on this channel. So until next time, fight for your liberty, it is yours. Fight for your freedom, it belongs to you. And Sic Semper Tyrannis.
All right, what's up, peeps? How's everyone doing out there? Good morning. Good morning. We live? I think we're live. Oh, we're live. All right, cool. Cool, we're live here. There's the media line. I am second in line. As you can see, Jessica Machado's holding it down there, number 3. Getting TV's number 1. We'll be going through those doors in not too long. But anyway, just doing our morning check-in. Bus stop live. Excuse me. Oh, let me cross here. Oh. We're gonna walk over to the protesters. Hello, everyone. Happy Jen McCabe Day Part 2. Happy Jen McCabe Day Part 2. It's gonna be interesting. No, Part 3. This is Part 3. This is the third day of Jen McCabe. It's gonna be interesting today. Going to be interesting today. That's for goddamn sure. Hi, Kelly. How are you? Good, thank you. All right, guys. We're gonna go over to the protesters now. Thank you for bringing truth. Good morning, people. Good morning. Think Alan goes 4 more hours with her? I think he's got at least 3 left in the tank. We haven't even gotten to the good stuff yet. But anyway, we're going to head over here. We got protesters over here. Every day, these fine folks are here. Every single day, holding signs for John O'Keefe, justice for John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, you name it, over here. Good morning, everyone. How's everybody doing today? Good morning. How are you? Nice to see you. I'm good. How are you doing? Thank you guys for coming. We appreciate it. Yes. Hi. Hi. Nice to meet you. Aiden. Nice. Mary Ellen. Nice to meet you, Mary Ellen. How are you? Jack? Yeah. Nice to meet you, Jack. How are you? So, good morning. How's everybody doing over here? Yes. It's yeah, day 2. Day 3 of Jen McCabe. Day 3 of Jen McCabe. So, today's the good day. Today's how long to die in cold? 7. Yeah, I mean, hopefully he doesn't catch a witness intimidation charge asking her too many questions. She doesn't like when you ask her questions. She doesn't like it. So, how's everybody doing over here? Good. Excellent. Excellent. More justice, less gravy. Love it. Excellent. So, anyway, guys, yeah, today's a big day. Jen McCabe's going to go. So, I'm going to go in there today. I will be there. I'm second in line. Now that Grande's banned, he can't. It's like a different place in the media line. There's like order, civility. Yeah, it's different now.
It's a whole different vibe.
It is.
It's air, the energy.
It's so much more laid back. You don't get. I don't have to have people sit in my seat all night. It's like I put my seat up the night before, and you know.
I put Jess's seat up last night right next to yours, and it was not the daytime lady came and got the shit, and we could leave the chairs.
Yep,
and go.
it's great. Nobody cares.
They said Grant was the
Yeah,
problem.
Grant is entirely the problem.
People leaving their purses here all by themselves. No, just walking away from their purse because they trust everybody
Yep.
here. Because everybody here is awesome.
It is. That's very true. That is true. So yeah, guys. So yeah, it's just a different vibe in the line. I'm happy to be there. You know, I'm going to be getting in today. I'm going to set up shop. Then they're going to kick me out because I can't be in the same room as Jen McCabe because she's really fearing. She's really scared. So I don't want to intimidate her. She might tell the truth when I'm there, so they can't have that. So I got to get out of there. But I will be coming in afterwards. Kerry Roberts goes today. She goes after Jen. And then there's Laura and Marietta Sullivan. You've probably never heard of them before, unless you're like one of the diehards. But Laura Sullivan and her sister Marietta were at in Aruba on New Year's. And they are going to testify that like, oh, Karen Reed's such a cunt. She's so rude. She's so jealous of my sister, Marietta, because she thinks John wants to smooch her, and it's going to be stupid. It's going to accomplish absolutely nothing. I'm still waiting for them to talk about anything that explains how John O'Keefe died. Like, that would be helpful. Any witnesses who saw or heard something, but there doesn't appear to be anything, like literally nothing. And all we have is this woman up here who's going to have to explain why she's deleting everything and blah, 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 blah. So it's going to be great. It's going to be great.
I got a question.
Shoot.
We're 3 weeks into this trial. What have you heard for evidence so far that has anything to do with Karen Reed in what she's accused of? What evidence?
I mean, just like the firefighters that lied and said that she said I hit him. That's the closest thing we have to evidence, but that's like not even evidence because it didn't happen. I mean, the police who were there when she supposedly said it, you know, they claim it didn't happen. So how can, you know, 4 weeks in.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the
Good
Commonwealth.
morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson from the street.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on Hopkins Street.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Yannetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Giannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So I have to ask you those same three questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Wednesday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here Wednesday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. May we approach just briefly? My
Okay.
apologies.
Please, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Mr. Brian Higgins to the stand.
You saw this with the evidence of the court and jury in the case down here, and should be true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
Good morning.
Anytime you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Brian Higgins, Higgins.
And where do you live, sir?
Barnstable County, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived there?
I've owned that property since approximately 2018.
And do you work, sir?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm a special agent with the United States Department of Justice, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
And how long have you been doing that?
Just over 15 years.
Now, sir, prior to that, prior to your employment with the ATF, what, if any, other positions, what did you do for work before that?
I was a lieutenant with Cambridge Fire Department.
And how long were you a lieutenant with the Cambridge Fire Department?
I was a lieutenant probably for about 8 years. Total, I was with Cambridge approximately 15 years.
Now, at some point, did you reside in the town of Canton?
I did.
And when was that, sort of what year to what year?
I think that it was shortly after my sister passed away. So it was probably 2017 I purchased that house, and I sold it in January of 2022.
And you recall, was that early January, late January?
On or about January 5th.
And when you sold that property, did you move down to Barnstable County, or did you live somewhere else as well?
For a period of time, I rented an in-law apartment in West Roxbury, and I had my property on Cape Cod as well.
And that in-law property in West Roxbury, that was in 2022 as well?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022 into January 29th of 2022. Do you recall those dates?
Yes.
Do you recall what days of the week those were?
I believe the 28th was Friday and the 29th was Saturday.
If I could take you back just to at least a day or so before that, but specifically the 28th. On the 28th, where were you on that date initially?
New York City.
And why were you in New York City, sir?
I was in New York City for the funeral services of Officer Mora and Rivera, who killed in the line of duty.
And fair to say there was a large contingent of law enforcement there?
Yes.
Including several people from Massachusetts?
Yes.
And when did you go down to New York City?
I believe it was the 27th of February. Might have been Thursday.
So was there a wake and a funeral?
There was a wake and the funeral. Some people went to the wake, some people went to the funeral. There was services in over those couple of days.
And you went to the funeral on the 28th, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point, do you make your way from New York City back towards Massachusetts on the 28th?
Yes.
And do you recall about what time of day that was?
Late morning, possibly.
And why is it that you were coming back on the 28th specifically?
The anticipation of a blizzard.
And how did you drove, is that correct?
I drove my government vehicle down to New York for the services.
And what kind of government vehicle was it that you drove down and back?
That was a Dodge Ram pickup.
Now, on the way back, who, if anyone, came with you for the ride back from New York City to Massachusetts?
Brian Albert, Kevin Albert, and Eddie Hernandez.
And who are they to you, and what, if any, relationship do they have to your work in law enforcement?
Well, first and foremost, they're all friends. Kevin Albert is a detective with the Canton Police Department. Brian Albert was a sergeant detective with the Boston Police Department. Eddie Hernandez, also a detective with the Boston Police Department.
And how long had you known each of these individuals?
So out of the group, Eddie Hernandez would be the person that I knew the longest. I had worked with him back in the early 90s at the Mass General. Then it would probably be Brian Albert. I may have had some contact with him when I was on the Cambridge Fire Department, assigned to the Fire Investigation Unit. And then Kevin Albert would be probably the last in the three that I knew.
Now, speaking to the Canton Police Department at that time, as far as your assignment went with work, where was it that you worked out of, or where was sort of your base of operations? So to say?
Canton PD, I had an office there.
And how was it that you came to have an office at Canton PD?
That relationship was through Chief Berkowitz, born through a tragedy. When my sister passed away, we became friends, and he offered up the space because I had also moved there, so it was close. It was a jumping off point.
And were you the only federal agent that had space within the Canton Police Department?
I was the only one that had an office. I believe there was an HSI agent that might have had some access there to come in, hook up his computer and stuff. And there was also an MBTA police detective, transit police detective, who also had access there. But I was really the only one that maintained a desk, so to speak.
And as far as your work or familiarity with work as far as federal law enforcement officers, is that abnormal to have access to a local PD or have an office or a desk there?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, it's not abnormal to have space within a department that you work closely with.
Now, as far as the ride back is concerned, when you drive from New York City back to Massachusetts, about how long a drive was that?
So typically it'd be I'd say like a 4-hour ride, depending on traffic. This was longer, and I would also factor in the fact that we stopped and ate on the way back.
And when you arrive back to Massachusetts, where specifically in Massachusetts is it that you first go?
So the first place that we went was a Boston Police Department district in Charlestown, where Brian Albert and Eddie Hernandez had parked their vehicles.
Now, as far as you know, had they driven down to New York City, or how would they come to be in New York City, if you know?
I believe that Brian Albert, Eddie Hernandez, and Kevin Albert all flew down to New York.
And they drove back with you because of the storm, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, after dropping them off there, where did you go from there?
I went back to the Canton Police Department where I dropped off Kevin Albert, and then switched vehicles, got into my Jeep Wrangler, and I traveled up to the hillside in Canton.
Now, as far as traveling up to the hillside in Canton, who, if anyone, did you have plans with, or who, if anyone, did you coordinate with as far as going to the hillside?
Brian Albert agreed to meet me there.
And as far as switching from your government vehicle to a personal vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
And why did you do that before going to the hillside?
Because I was technically no longer on duty, so to speak, even though I had been at a funeral. But, I knew I would be consuming alcohol, and we have a policy against that.
Now, as far as vehicles related to you, whether they be personal or work in the Canton PD, how many vehicles did you have at that location?
So I would have had my government truck that I parked there. I would have had a surveillance vehicle that I parked there. And at times, it would sometimes flip in and out between a pickup truck that I had and the Jeep itself.
And the Jeep that you were driving that night, can you describe the Jeep, sort of what it looked like, what kind of Jeep it was?
So it's a 2011 Jeep Wrangler, gray in color. And at the time that I was driving it on the 28th and the 29th the next day, it had a plow on it.
And the plow that you had affixed to the Jeep Wrangler, is that, how big a plow are we talking about?
If I was to guess, it was probably 6 feet 8 inches. I believe they make them in two formats, 6'8" and I think 7'2". But I believe I have the smaller blade on that Jeep.
And how often would you have? Was that like a year-round thing, or how often? When about would you have that plow affixed to the Jeep?
Inclement weather, or impending into inclement weather.
And is that something that you used, as far as what if any use did you put the plow on the front of the Jeep to?
To help family and friends clear the property at the Cape. I had used it when I had the house in Canton.
And so you go to the hillside. Do you know about what time it was that you got there?
No, again, it would have been after I dropped off Kevin Albert. Definitely would have been dark at that time.
And the Hillside, is that an establishment that you're familiar with? You had been there before?
Yes.
And about how long was it after you arrived that Brian Albert arrived?
Shortly thereafter, probably, because I had traveled back, dropped the vehicle off. He may have even beat me there because I went to the station and dropped Kevin off, but I don't think it was contemporaneous, but it was in close proximity.
And once you got to the Hillside, how long were you there, and how long was Mr. Albert there?
So I had something to eat. I had something to drink. The approximate time, maybe an hour or so, and then Brian had left before me. I remained, he left.
And if you know, about how long before you left was it that Brian Albert left?
Can you repeat that again?
Brian Albert left before you, correct?
Yes.
About how long before you left was it that Brian Albert left?
Maybe 15 minutes.
And you had some drinks at the Hillside, is that correct?
I did.
And do you recall what you drank that night?
Usually what I drink all the time, Jameson and ginger.
And as far as where Mr. Albert was going, what, if any, conversation did you have about that?
He had told me that he was going down to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, which is in Canton Center, and that he'd be meeting his wife and some family and maybe some other people.
And were you invited to come along?
Yes.
Now, the Waterfall, that's an establishment you're familiar with. You've been there previous times as well.
Yes.
And with respect to this evening, so you leave from the Hillside and you go directly to the Waterfall?
Yes.
And if you know, about what time was it that you got to the Waterfall?
Again, it was dark. It could have been around 9 in the area, 9 o'clock.
And when you get to the Waterfall, do you recall where in relation to the Waterfall you parked the Jeep at that time?
No.
So you come in to the Waterfall, and where do you go?
I went to a series. I saw Brian and his family, and there was a series of high tops, and I proceeded to the high tops where they were.
Now, with respect to Brian Albert, how would you describe sort of your relationship around this time of January 2022?
He's a good friend. He's a co-worker. I had been working closely with his unit. I'd say he was a good friend.
And through that sort of work and your friendship, were you familiar with his family as well?
Yes.
And so when you came over to the area where Brian Albert was, his wife was there, correct?
Yes.
And who, if anyone else, was there that you were familiar with or that you knew when you came?
So it would have been Brian Albert. It would have been Nicole. I believe Caitlin was there. Caitlin Albert, Brian's daughter. Chris Albert, his wife, Julie. There might have been another couple, Matt McCabe and Jim McCabe.
And as far as the McCabe's were concerned, how familiar were you with that?
Casually.
Now, at some point you come in, you join the group, is that correct?
Yes.
And how would you describe sort of throughout the entirety of the evening or your time at the Waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor of the group within the bar?
It was a good time.
No arguments or anything like that that you observed from anybody that was present over the course of?
No, it was a good time, and there was a band.
And if you recall, about what time was it that you left?
I would say right around when the band was wrapping up. So it was probably closer to midnight.
Now, prior to that, at some point between the time that you arrived and the time that the band's wrapping up and you're preparing to leave, who, if anyone else that you were familiar with, came into the Waterfall?
John O'Keefe and the defendant.
And just to be clear, when you're referencing the defendant, what is her name?
Karen Reed.
And just to be clear for the record, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
I do.
Did you identify this as where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's seated between attorneys Jackson and Yannetti.
Just ask the record to reflect the identification of the defendant by the witness.
Yes.
Now,
With regard to Mr. O'Keefe, starting there, as far as how long had you known Mr. O'Keefe?
Maybe a year, a little over a year.
And do you recall how it was or where it was that you first met Mr. O'Keefe?
I believe it was actually the hillside.
And how often would it be that you saw Mr. O'Keefe or socialized with Mr. O'Keefe?
I would see him at the hillside.
And as far as we're familiar with what Mr. O'Keefe.
My name is Alfonso, and I got Botox Cosmetic for the first time. The lines that I was concerned the most about.
It would be about the same time,
And,
or as long as.
And so roughly, what was your understanding as far as the relationship between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
They were dating.
Now, with reference to occasions, as far as would there be occasions typically where you would see Mr. O'Keefe without Ms. Reed, or you would see Ms. Reed without Mr. O'Keefe, or were they essentially together when you saw them?
I would say more often than not, they'd be together.
And did you have occasion to see them at other sort of social settings outside of the hillside?
I went over the house one time for the end of Patriots game.
So if I could take you back, let me ask you this. As far as how would you describe your relationship with John O'Keefe?
I considered him a friend.
And how would you describe your relationship with Ms. Reed?
I considered her a friend as well.
Now, through the course of time that you knew them, did you have occasion to get their contact information and have communication with each of them through their phones?
I had John's telephone. John and I had exchanged telephone numbers.
And with reference to those communications, were they texts, were they phone calls, or varied?
Oh, they would be text.
And as far as the text communications that you had, you received this contact information, you texted, someone replied. How did you know that that was John O'Keefe that was replying to you?
Well, I had him saved in my phone. John O'Keefe. I don't know exactly where he gave me his phone number, but I knew it was him.
Now, on that evening, taking you back to the waterfall, January 28th into January 29th, do you know about what time it was that Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant came into the waterfall?
It would have been, I think, between like 11 and closing.
And do you recall sort of where you were situated in reference to the table when they came in?
So I think I was at the high top bar area, the high top in the bar area closest to the bar.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came into the waterfall, what, if anything, did you observe? Where did they go when they first came in?
So when they first came in, I believe they may have initially went in, like, veered off in different directions. I recall that she opened her coat and took a drink out of it. I should say a glass.
And what, if any, observations did you make of the glass that Ms. Reed took out of her coat?
It was a tall glass. It looked like a clear liquid in there.
And at some point, did you come to find out where Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed had been prior to coming to the waterfall?
Sustained.
Are you familiar with another establishment in Canton called C.F. McCarthy's?
Yes.
Is that a place that you've been to before?
Yes.
Now, as far as the glass that you saw with reference to the waterfall and or C.F. McCarthy's, what, if any, observations did you make of it?
Well, that it wasn't from the waterfall.
And what makes you say that?
Well, she walked in with it and took it out of her coat, but it wasn't consistent with the type of glasses that the waterfall had.
And so let me just ask one further question in regard to that. So when you say it wasn't consistent, what was it about it that made it inconsistent with glasses from the waterfall?
I believe it was a tall glass and kind of like bubbles on the side of it, so to speak, like the design.
Now, after you make those observations, at some point over the course of the time that you were at the waterfall and they were there as well, did you have occasion to have a conversation with Mr. O'Keefe?
I did. I don't know that if it was initially when he first came in, But I did have a brief conversation with him as to the content. I don't recall what that was.
Just small talk, fair to say?
Greetings.
And with regard to Ms. Reed, during your time at the waterfall, what, if any, conversations did you have with her?
I did not have any.
Now, at this point in time on this date, did you have Ms. Reed's cell phone information
I did not.
at the time that you were at the waterfall?
No.
Do you recall sending a text or?
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that question again?
At this time, I know we've jumped around a couple of days, but at this time that you were at the waterfall on the 28th or the 29th, did you have Ms. Reed's contact?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And at some point over the course of the evening while you were at the waterfall, did you send a text to Ms. Reed?
I did.
And do you recall what the substance of that text was?
I think it was something like, well.
And do you recall what it meant as far as that text message or why you had sent that to her?
To be honest with you, it was, I guess you could view it as a flirty text.
Now, around midnight or so, when you leave the waterfall, well, I'm sorry, let me take it back just one step. At some point over the course of the evening while you're at the waterfall, what, if any, discussion is there around the table as far as next steps or where to go from there?
Well, there was talk at the table, I think initially about going back to Chris Albert's Pizza Shop to have some food and drink. And at some point that transitioned into going back to Brian Albert's house.
And as far as the invitation to go back to Brian Albert's house, was that something that was extended to the entirety of the table?
I took it as an open invitation to the people that were together at the table, yes.
And Mr. Albert's house, is that somewhere that you had been to before?
I had been there, the twins' graduation party, which was outside in the backyard. And I think I may have dropped him off on one occasion. I may have dropped something in his mailbox, but those would be the only other times.
And are you familiar, at least now, with the address and sort of where you were going? Did you know where you were going that night?
I knew where I was going, yes.
And the address was 34 Fairview Road.
That is correct, yes.
And about what time? About midnight or so, when you're leaving, who, if anyone, was leaving the bar around the same time?
I mean, I think pretty much everybody was wrapping up and leaving. I know that I beat Brian and Nicole back to the house.
Now, as far as the time at the waterfall, with reference to either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed, what, if any, observations did you make in regard to what they were drinking that night?
I think John was having beers, is his typical, what I would see him with. And the defendant had, glasses.
And do you recall her ever, at any point that you were there, if you recall, drinking out of a glass different than the one she took out of her coat when she first arrived?
I don't recall.
Now, you drove from the waterfall to Fairview Road. About how long a drive was that?
Probably a few minutes. But the weather was, I remember when I came out, I put the wipers on. There was some snow on the ground, but it was the type of snow where the roadway was still black at the time, but because it was being driven on, but the sidewalk had a light coating.
And you drive over to the home, and you mentioned that you beat Mr. Albert there. Is that correct?
I did.
And so, with regard to the home, when you get there, what did you do when you got there?
Well, I was kind of being a smart ass, and I dropped the plow and I did a little sweep of the driveway, and then I got out of the driveway because I didn't want to get blocked in, and I parked.
And do you recall where you parked in relation to the house?
I do, by the mailbox.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish what's been marked as Exhibit 72.
Okay.
And Mr. Higgins, do you recognize what's printed up on the screen there?
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
34 Fairview.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So Higgins, I'm going to give you a laser pointer and just press that button there. So, Mr. Higgins, with that laser pointer now in your hand, if you could direct the jury's attention to, if you see it in this photograph, where you parked your Jeep at.
So the back end of the Jeep would have been right around the mailbox itself. And the edge of the driveway is right there. I wanted to make sure that I was not blocking the driveway or blocked in.
And so the front of your vehicle would have been pointed in which direction?
I believe that'd be going towards Chapman Street.
And so which part of your vehicle was closest to the house? So the driver's side or the passenger side?
So the passenger side would be closest to the house.
So you parked along the front of the house sort of with traffic, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, and you can take that down. Thank you. So you arrive at the house, you do, as far as the maneuver with the plow in the driveway, and then you park the vehicle, and where is it that you go from there?
Into the house.
And when you get into the house, who, if anyone, is there, or who, if anyone, is coming in with you?
So I might have been there. Well, it was about the same time that Brian and Nicole showed up. I don't know if they entered before me or I entered after them. I entered the house. What I recollect is that Brian Albert Jr. is sitting kind of at the island or in the island area. And I believe he was flanked by at least one female, possibly two, one on each side.
And either of those females, did you know them? Did you recognize them? Did you know who they were?
I may have recognized one I've seen before, but I didn't know them.
And just lastly, before we go back into the house, when you park, when you do the sort of plowing in the driveway and then parking, did you see Mr. Albert arrive at the house around that time?
When I parked the Jeep?
Yes.
Well, yes. So I made the sweep, and as I could see the vehicle coming up, I made the sweep, got out of the way so he could park.
So we had parked in the driveway around the time that you're parking on the street.
Yes.
And so when you come into the house and you see the people that you've described, where were they situated within the house?
So I came through what I would call like a breezeway door. So there's a front door to the residence. There's the garages, and in between there is a like a breezeway door. I came in through there, and it's kind of like you're in the kitchen. And I think there's like an island, so to speak. You may be able to sit at it, and Brian Albert Jr. was right there, and again flanked by one, if not two, females.
Now, at some point after your arrival, who, if anyone else that you were familiar with, came by the house?
I believe it was Jen and Matt McCabe.
You know about how long it was after you arrived that they arrived?
No, I don't know. I mean, I don't think it was much longer. People started, flowed in at that point.
And beyond sort of the kitchen area that you were describing before, where else did you go within the house that night?
At one point, briefly, Brian Albert showed me some photographs, family. I believe primarily it might have been of his son who had recently been in the Marine Corps. Gone into, I should say.
And do you recall, or why was he showing you specifically like those photographs of his son in the Marine Corps?
Because he's proud.
Now, let me ask you this. As far as yourself and or Mr. Albert, what, if any, familiarity or what, if any, background do you or Mr. Albert have with regard to the military?
Brian was in the Marine Corps. I was in the Army.
Now, this period that you're talking about in the other room, about how long a period was that?
It was brief.
And beyond yourself and Mr. Albert, was there anyone else from the group that you described that was in the room at the same time as you and Mr. Albert?
I don't think so. I think Nicole may have popped in for a second, but I'm not 100% positive on that.
And as far as, do you know approximately what time you left the house on Fairview that evening?
I'd guesstimate it was anywhere between 12:30 and 1 o'clock, but I'm not 100% positive.
So relatively short period of time, is that correct?
It was a short period of time. I knew kind of from the onset when I got in there, it probably wasn't going to be a long time because, I'm not a beer drinker, and that's what they had. So I was probably one of the first people to leave.
Now, for that entirety of the time that you were there, did you go anywhere else within the home beyond what you've described as far as the kitchen and the living room?
No,
Did you go upstairs at any time?
no,
Did you go downstairs in any sort of basement area at any time?
no.
And when you exited the home, do you recall which of the two doors that you described that you would have exited from?
The same door I came in, the breezeway.
Now, during the time that you were there, similar to what I asked about the waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or demeanor within the home?
It was fine. I mean, everybody was happy.
And at any point in time while you were at 34 Fairview, do you, any of the people that were in that house, do you recall seeing them go outside of the house and come back or anything like that?
I can't say definitively I saw anybody come in or out of the house, but I think somebody might have been in the process of maybe being picked up.
And not anybody that you were super familiar with, is that fair to say?
I think it was one of the females.
Now, with respect to the front of the house, at any point in time that you were inside of the house, was your attention drawn or did you look out the windows or the door or anything like that?
No.
And when you were in the kitchen area, do you recall sort of how you were positioned in relation to the windows facing the front of the house?
So I would have had my back to that area, my back to the door that I came in.
And specifically with reference to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, at any point in time, did you see either of them inside the house or outside of the house or around the house or anywhere around 34 Fairview Road?
Absolutely not, no.
And at any point in time over the course of the evening, what, if any, communication or text or anything did you send to either of those two people while you were at the house on Fairview?
While I was at the house, I think I shot a text just to John. Where are you? I think that's what it was.
And if you recall, did you ever get a response to that text?
No, there was no response.
So after you left the waterfall, when you left the waterfall, was Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, the defendant, still there?
I can't say 100% no.
But after you left the waterfall, at any point in time, did you speak to, text with, or communicate in any way, shape, or form, or see in any way, shape, or form either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
Well, again, the only person I shot the text to while I was at the house was John, but after I left the waterfall, I never saw John O'Keefe or the defendant again.
Now, when you left from the residence, and again, you're not sure what time that was?
Between 12:30 and 1 o'clock.
And do you recall who amongst the group was still at the house at the time you left?
I think I was probably the first person to leave.
So all of the other people that you've described would have still been in the house when you exited from the house?
Yes.
Now, you indicated earlier that you're familiar with Mr. Albert and his family to some extent, correct?
Yes.
You've been to his house for a graduation party for his twins, correct?
Yes.
Through that, at any point in time prior to this date, did you become aware or familiar with Brian Albert's nephew, Colin Albert?
I know the name, and I know that he is one of the sons of Chris Albert.
You familiar with what he looks like?
If he walked in here right now, I wouldn't know.
You would not know?
No.
And beyond the people that you've described as far as seeing at 34 Fairview Road, fair to say you don't recall anybody being introduced or identified as Colin Albert?
No.
Now, you exit from the home through the breezeway door and go over to your vehicle, is that right?
Yes.
And from the time that you would enter the home to the time now that you're exiting from the home, what, if any, change did you note as far as the weather intermittently?
Just that the weather was getting worse. The snow was picking up.
And as far as the accumulation that you had described before, as far as you could still see the blacktop and all that when you left the waterfall, what was it like when you came out of the house?
Again, I think that the streets that weren't being traveled, there was snow on them. There was coverage.
And as far as the front lawn area of the house at 34 Fairview Road, what, if any, observations did you make of that?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. As far as the snow was concerned, was the
Yes.
snow sticking to, or was it accumulating on the lawn as well?
I believe so. I mean, when I walked from the breezeway to the Jeep, there was snow on the ground.
Now, the front yard area of the house, is that something that you were looking at with any particularity or taking note of as you were walking your Jeep down the driveway?
No, it was a long day. We had been on the road. I just was looking to get home.
And so when you get to your Jeep, can you describe to the jury sort of how it was that you pulled away, or what, if anything, you recall about that process?
So I got in the Jeep, started it up, may have looked at my phone, put it in drive and started to pull away. And then I'm like, put the plow up. So I reached, I moved a couple of feet. I heard it grinding on the ground, reached for the device called a fish stick, picked it up, lifted the plow, and then drove away.
And the plow that you had affixed to the front of the Jeep, how is, I think you've talked a little bit about it, but how is that sort of controlled, and who controls that?
So the operator controls it. The mechanism to control it, again, is called a fish stick. It's on a cord, and it plugs in under the dashboard. I reached down to find out, I don't know if it was on the floor or between the seats, but it's not like a joystick that's attached actually to the dashboard.
So some sort of hydraulic system, is that correct?
Yes, it's a hydraulic based.
Now, in addition to moving it sort of up and down, is there any other way that you can manipulate the blade as far as that switch is concerned?
Yeah, so if I would generally, if I'm driving around town and I'm not worried about the vehicle heating up, I just lift the plow off a couple feet off the ground. If I was on the highway, I would tilt it to get airflow.
And as far as height is concerned for that plow, if you were to lift it all the way to the top, what, if any, impact would that have with reference to your line of sight or visibility through the windshield?
0.
So even if it's raised all the way as far as it can go, you can still see over the top of the blade?
Yeah, if it comes even with the hood of the Jeep, I'd be surprised.
So you pull forward a couple of feet, and then you lift it. About how high did you lift it when you're pulling, when you stop and then lift up?
Probably like a foot or two.
And as far as following that, you pull away from the house, is that right?
Correct.
And as you're pulling away from the house, where is your attention drawn, or what, if anything, did you see as far as when you're pulling away from the house?
Wasn't drawn to anything. I just drove away.
And when you drove away, again, during that process, did you see anything outside of the house that drew concern or your attention or anything like that?
No.
Now, as far as when you get out to your vehicle and you're driving away, were there any other vehicles on the street that you saw in the area of the residence at 34 Fairview?
I didn't see any.
And do you recall whether or not there were any tire tracks in the snow or anything that you saw when you came out to the vehicle, if you recall?
I do not recall.
Now, you leave the residence at 34 Fairview, and where did you go from there?
I went back to the Canton Police.
And why was it that you went back to the Canton Police Station?
Well, we had traveled down for the services for those police officers, and we anticipated staying the following day. I think I had said that we left a day earlier. So I had left a key to the surveillance vehicle on top of my desk so that somebody could move the vehicle, because a lot of times Chief Berkowitz would get after me. As a courtesy, I was parking vehicles there, sometimes my personal, but primarily my work vehicles. And one thing he asked me, just leave the vehicles in the middle of the parking lot so that snow could be cleared. So the reason for heading back there was to move those vehicles, because if I didn't do it then, I would have had to get up early and do it. And I also know they plow through the night. So that would be the reason for heading back.
Before we get a little more into that.
They said wizardry only appears in fairy tales. But when you arrange...
So you get back to the police station, and with regard to the Canton Police Station, what, if any, access did you have to the Canton PD, and sort of how did you facilitate that?
So I would describe it as a proxy card. The doors have card readers. generally in the parking lot. When you come into the police station, you drive in. Sally ports are off to your right-hand side. There's two bay doors there. There's a pass-through door. And then over in the corner would typically where I would bury both vehicles. So if I was, typically it would be my take-home pickup truck that I described earlier, and it would be the surveillance vehicle. But if I had, that could be swapped out with one of my personal vehicles. I would leave a personal vehicle there if I took one of those two vehicles. And then for me to access into the building, the most direct door would be that pass-through door by the Sally port.
And sort of that back area, is that typically where you would park?
Yes.
And just in reference to you talk about a surveillance vehicle, that's something that you use as far as conducting surveillance and performance of your duties as a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
And so fair to say that would not be something you would want to park, like say, in front of the police station?
No.
Now, that path that you took, is that the typical path that you would take, sort of park to the back and then cut through the Sally port into the station?
Yes, that would be the route that I would go.
And if you recall, is that the route that you went on that particular early morning when you came back to the station?
I believe it is.
And when you come back to the station and you go in, where are you going within the police station when you went?
So I'm going up to I was going up to my office to grab the key for that surveillance vehicle. So when you come through that pass-through door at the Sally port, the first door would be through the booking and the holding area that directly goes into the dispatch area. But if you walk to the extreme other end, there's another door on the other end, common hallway. I'd walk down that hallway, hit a set of stairs, and I would go up that way.
Now, if I could take you back just for a second, as far as when you initially walk into the Sally port area, that's a garage, basically, correct?
Yes.
And when you come into the garage, the door that you would then enter to come into the station, where is that in relation to the door that you come from the exterior? How far away are the two?
So if you come into, I guess what you're asking, so if I come into the Sally port, immediately to the right, there's the door that goes into the holding area, booking area, and then probably it's probably 12 feet long to get to the other door.
So from where you're parking and where you come into the Sally port, it's not like you then have to walk across the garage or anything like that to get to the door into the station. Is that correct?
Well, you do walk across the garage, but it's small.
And when you say small, about how far?
About 12 feet, maybe.
And so you come into the station, you go by the dispatch, is that correct?
So as I'm walking down the hallway, dispatch would be off to the right. It's a wooden door with two glass panes.
And as far as the Canton Police Station is concerned, are you familiar with, or were you aware at the time that there is sort of security and cameras and such around the station?
Yes.
You're aware that those cameras record, is that correct?
Yes.
And are you aware of any records that are generated as far as your key card access when you go through a certain door at a certain time?
Well, I've never seen those records, but it's my understanding it tracks access control.
And did you happen to go by the dispatch area specifically? And if so, do you know who was working there that night?
Newly promoted Sergeant Good, I believe. Probably he was on midnights.
Do you have any specific recollection of seeing him there that evening or that early morning when you came by?
I believe I waved to him.
And as far as when you get to the police station, do you have how far drive is it from Fairview to the police station, if you know?
Well, I mean, the weather was picking up, so it probably took me a little bit longer to get back, but it's probably 5-10 minutes maybe.
Now, the key that you went to your office to get a key, correct?
Yes.
And why had you left the key to one of the vehicles in the office?
So as I stated earlier, I anticipated not even being back in Massachusetts, knew the storm was coming, didn't know how bad it was, but I left the key on the desk to facilitate somebody being able to move that.
And so you go to your office, you get the key, and then where did you go from there?
I go back downstairs and I move the vehicles to the center of the parking lot.
And then at some point you leave, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know about how long it was after you moved the vehicles around that you left Canton PD?
Not long, but I'd be guessing if I gave you a time.
And so where did you go from there?
I went back to West Roxbury.
And which vehicle that you've described, which of those vehicles did you use to get from Canton PD to West Roxbury?
The Jeep Cherokee, Jeep Wrangler, sorry.
And if you know about what time was it that you got home to West Roxbury?
Could have been somewhere around 20 to 2. I'm not 100% positive.
So sometime between 1:30 and 2 a.m., is that roughly around?
Yes.
And when you get home, do you recall like what it was that you did when you got home?
Well, it was a long day. We had traveled, the traffic, it just seemed like it dragged on forever. But I think I did what I typically do after being out, having a couple of drinks. I had something else to eat, and I believe I might have had another couple of drinks and either laid on the couch or laid on my bed. And typically I would fall asleep if I was on the couch and wake up and go into the bedroom. I don't know what location I was in at that point.
Now, after you fall asleep at some point later on that morning or something, you wake up obviously at some period, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall what it was that awoke you on that morning?
I mean, for lack of better words, my phone, both my work and my personal phones were blowing up. They were going off.
And if you know about what time in the morning was that
Probably around 6:30-ish.
And who, if anyone, as far as you looked at your phones, and who, if anyone, was blowing up your phone, or who was calling you at that?
Well, I think first it was Chief Berkowitz, and then Brian Albert.
And you mentioned first it was Chief Berkowitz. Did you answer the chief's call at that time?
No.
And was that abnormal for the chief to be calling you at that time of day?
No, he's an early riser, and typically when he was working, again, we also had a friendship. He would call in the morning, kind of like checking in with each other. So I just kind of blew, like, why are you calling me this early? Kind of just blew it off. But then when I saw Brian Albert calling me, like, that kind of caused me some concern, because I'm like, why is he calling me? He was out with me all day yesterday. We both had the same long day, and I was concerned at that point.
And so you answer the phone from Mr. Albert, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you learn from him, or what, if anything, did he tell you?
Objection. I'm going to sustain the objection at this point.
So you receive a call from him and you have some sort of conversation, correct?
Yes.
Now, prior to that, from the time that you got home to the time that you answered this call from Brian Albert, do you recall having any phone calls or conversations with anybody during that time period?
No.
And specifically, did you talk to Brian Albert on the phone at any point between the time you left his home and the time that you woke up the next morning to his phone call?
No, I did not.
Now, the previous day, over the course of it, we're all waking up in New York and then driving home and going to the hillside and going to the waterfall and going to Mr. Albert's house. Had you and Mr. Albert communicated via cell phone, whether it be text or phone call at any point in time during the course of that day?
You mean the day before?
Yes.
Yes.
So he was fairly recent in your contacts, is that correct?
Yes.
And so as far as that phone call that you received from Mr. Albert, based on whatever information that you learned from that, what did you do then?
I got dressed and went right over to the house at 34 Fairview.
And when you left your house in West Roxbury and went back to 34 Fairview, what were you driving at that point?
I was still in the Jeep Wrangler.
And if you know about what time or so was it that you arrived back at 34 Fairview late that morning?
Maybe a little after 7.
And when you arrived there, what, if anything, did you see?
I mean, I just went into the house.
As far as outside of the house, when you arrived there, what, if anything, did you see outside of the house?
I don't recall. Maybe a police car. I don't remember.
Now, with regard to starting with the weather, when you woke up and you were driving back to 34 Fairview, what was the weather like at that point in reference to when you had gotten home to West Roxbury the night before?
It was real bad.
And as far as when you get to the house at 34 Fairview, sometime around 7 a.m. or so, where is it that you parked in relation to the home at that point?
I might have went in the driveway. I don't remember specifically where I parked.
And as far as other vehicles there, how many other vehicles, were there more or less vehicles there that morning than there were when you were there the night before?
I couldn't say definitively.
And when you come into the house, who, if anyone, is it that you see inside the house when you get there?
So I saw Brian, I saw Nicole. Brian Jr. may have popped in and out of the same kitchen area that I was in before. Jen and Matt McCabe. And then a short time later, Julie Albert showed up.
And Julie Albert, when she showed up, what, if anything, did you observe her to have with her when she showed up?
Like box of donuts or muffins or something like that.
And as far as the house when you come in, sort of the evening before, but how would you describe sort of the mood and demeanor of the people in the house when you arrived there later on that morning, sometime around 7 or so?
People were pretty distraught.
And did you know why they were distraught?
Because John had been found on the lawn.
And is that why you had gone to the house?
Yes.
And when you received that information or were informed of that, how did you receive that information, or what, if any, impact did that have on you?
Well,
Objection, Your Honor. If sustained, you can ask it differently.
When did you first learn of Mr. O'Keefe being found on the lawn at 34 Fairview?
during the phone call at about 6:30-ish when Brian Albert, when I spoke with him.
And what was your reaction when you received that information?
It didn't make sense to me. I couldn't do the math in my head because I know John O'Keefe and the defendant never showed up. It didn't make sense.
And so from this time that you're in the house, do you recall any sort of conversation about within the group as far as what was going on?
Objection. Do you recall that there was a conversation?
Yes, I recall that there was conversation and it's
Just that.
okay.
Next question, Mr. Lally.
Now, from the time that you arrived there later on that morning, about how long a period of time were you there for?
Less than an hour.
And from there, where did you go from there?
I don't know if I went back to the police station or I went to West Roxbury. Might have been the police station.
And if you went to the police station, why would you have gone to the police station at that point?
Because I was still trying to put things together in my head. I was upset. Those would be the reasons.
Do you recall whether or not, bless you, do you recall whether or not you were at the police station that day?
Yes,
No, I'll allow it.
yes, I'm pretty sure I was there.
And do you know about how long you were there or about what time it was that you were there?
No, I couldn't say specifically.
And after you left the police station that day, where did you go from there?
At some point, I probably went back to West Roxbury. I don't specifically remember.
Now, again, from when you went, maybe a fairly simple question, but as far as you drove the Jeep Wrangler from West Roxbury back to Fairview Road that morning, correct?
Yes.
And then you drove that Jeep Wrangler from Fairview Road to the Canton Police Station at some point during the day?
I believe I was in that vehicle all day.
Now, at some point, a few days following this, did you have occasion to meet with some troopers from the state police?
I did.
And do you recall who those troopers were?
Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan.
And were you familiar with those troopers prior to that date that you met with them?
So I was familiar with Trooper Buchanan. Evidently, I was reminded by Trooper Proctor that I had met him before. I think I helped him on a gun recovery that he made, but I didn't remember him.
And as far as you mentioned, sort of socializing with other officers from law enforcement, had you ever socialized with either Sergeant Buchanan or Trooper Proctor before?
So Trooper Proctor, no. I had seen Trooper Buchanan on a number of occasions at a local gym. I had seen him one time at the hillside. I think he might have been with his child after a sporting event. I think I said hello. I bought him a drink, but I wouldn't classify that as socializing, more being friendly. But I also that area of responsibility, the South Shore, south of Boston, Cape and Islands, I was assigned to a group where I would interface with people in that area, and that Norfolk CPAC office would be people that over the years I've probably dealt with.
Now, when you met with him on this day, do you recall specifically what day it was?
No.
If I said February 3rd, would that sound about right, or if you know?
I would say in that area.
And when you met with them, you had a conversation with them or an interview in regard to what had transpired on the 28th and 29th, correct?
Yes.
And following sort of the substance of that interview, what, if anything, did you provide the troopers with?
I provided them with text messages that I had exchanged and had on my phone with John O'Keefe, and text messages that I had exchanged with the defendant.
And how did you, in what sort of format did you provide those text messages to the troopers?
Well, they were copies, and I believe that the format would be, the way to categorize it, screenshots.
And how is it that you sort of generated these from your phone?
I consulted a coworker, who's also a friend, and he has the training with the cell phones. I told him I wanted to provide these to the state police. What is the best way that I can get them off my phone and provide them to law enforcement?
And why was it that you felt it was important, or why is it that you wanted to share those with the troopers?
Well, I thought it was important because I've had communication with the both of them, and I wanted to be fully transparent.
Now, with reference to either or both of those communications with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, the material that you provided to the troopers, what, if anything, did you do to that material before giving it to them?
Nothing.
So as far as the material or the text that you provided to the troopers, that was what was on your phone?
Yes.
So there was no deletions, no excising any material, nothing like that before you gave it to the troopers?
No. Exactly what was on my phone, I provided to them.
And specifically, as you were providing it to them or shortly thereafter, did you have a conversation with Sergeant Buchanan in reference to that very topic? If you recall.
No, I don't recall.
Do you recall him asking you anything about, as far as if this was the entirety of what you had provided?
So I think during the actual interview, he specifically asked me, are these, I would say in sum and substance, he said, is this an accurate representation? Has anything been deleted? And I said, no. I mean, as with respects to the text with the defendant from the first time that she reached out to me and texted me, nothing had been deleted. As far as John's text string, we might have had older text strings that were deleted, but that was what I gave him. What I gave the troopers was exactly when I captured everything is exactly it is what it is. Everything that was on those phones was provided. Nothing was deleted.
And as far as when you provided these text communications to the troopers, was that something that they had asked for, or was that something that you volunteered?
I volunteered that to them.
And upon them sort of receiving them from you, did they have further questions beyond what they had already asked you based on what you provided?
I believe they got into other specific questions, specifically in relation to John O'Keefe and the defendant, as far as intimacy and things like that. There was more detailed questions that followed.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
These, thank you. Sure, I'm going to show you two documents. One. One is 12 pages long, one is 56 pages long. If you can just look at those briefly and familiarize yourself with them, look up when you can. Do you recognize what those are, sir?
I'm sorry, could you say that?
Sure. My apologies. Do you recognize what those are, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those?
So those are the two documents that I provided to the troopers during the interview.
And the shorter one, who, if any, one is those communications with?
John O'Keefe,
And the longer one, about 56 pages long or so, who, if any, one of those communications with?
the defendant.
Can I approach them?
Yes.
Almost introduce in a minute.
Okay. So we'll do them separately, please, so that the first 12-page one. Okay.
May I return both of those to the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention first to what's marked as Exhibit 103.
Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
And sir, if I could turn your attention to the first sort of content within that, just in reference to what is the date of the first sort of exchange in these text communications between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe?
Wednesday, November 24th.
And in general, can you describe to the jury what that conversation was about on Wednesday, November 24th?
He basically, it's kind of hard to read, I apologize, but it looks like he's just reached out to me. He said, "What's up, Pell? Where are we going to hang local? We are going to hang local. Are you drinking?"
So he's out, he's trying to see where you are and if you want to meet up.
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to the last page within those documents you have before you. So with reference to, there's some conversation on the bottom of that last page from Sunday, January 16th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you had mentioned that with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, you had been over his house on a prior occasion to watch the Patriots game, correct?
Yes.
And when was that in relation to this date that we've been talking about as far as the 28th into the 29th? How long before?
So it was the 16th.
So
Might have
that-
been the 15th into the 16th, I believe.
So that text on the 16th was either same day or the day following when you had gone over there to watch the Patriots game?
Well, we're the text where I asked if I broke his nephew's toy video game would have been the next day.
Now, in reference to Mr. O'Keefe, you described that he was a friend of yours. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, where you used to live in Canton, where was that, or how close was that in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe lived on Meadows Ave?
Not far at all. Several blocks.
Now, prior to you going over there for the Patriots game, at some point, or had you been over to his home at any previous time?
So I reached out. We had inclement weather. It might have been around the beginning of January, maybe 6th to 7th. And I shot him a text and said, do you want me to clear the driveway for you?
So using the same plow that you were talking about before, you had offered to clear out his driveway.
Yes.
Now, on this occasion that you go over there for the Patriots game, prior to that, had the two of you had any conversation, or had you been invited to go over there with reference to football games before?
Yes, a number of times at the hillside, I was asked, hey, we're going to watch the last half at the house. Do you want to come by? Things like that. Yes.
And had you ever taken Mr. O'Keefe up on any of those prior invitations to come by the house and watch it?
No.
And so on this particular game, do you recall why it was that you took him up on it this time and went over?
Well, I felt bad. I had never been over there. I've been asked repeatedly. I knew it was probably going to be the last game for the season. And I had also independently got a text of an invite from John himself, and then also from the defendant independently.
Now, in reference to you thinking it was going to be the last game of the season, do you recall, was it a regular season game, playoff game? Who were they playing? Do you recall any of that?
I think it might have been the Bills. I don't know if it was the playoffs or it was just another game to me, but I knew it was probably going to be the last game.
And so if you recall that evening, about what time was it that you stopped by Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Oh, it was like just before the game ended, not long after.
So pretty far into the second half of the game by the time you arrived.
Oh, yeah.
And in addition to Mr. O'Keefe, who, if anyone else, was at the house when he left?
I believe Chris Curran and his wife might have been there at one point. I think maybe the wife left, but he stayed. I believe maybe Mr. Curran, never met him before. I think they introduced him as Mr. Curran's brother. And then John's nephew. And I don't know if his niece was there. She might have been in the other room.
And the defendant, Ms. Reed, was she there as well?
Yes.
And as far as the Currans are concerned, are those people you're familiar with, and how do you know them?
Again, the hillside. I met them there, and I believe through John O'Keefe.
How well did you know them at that point?
Not very well.
Now, you mentioned that John's nephew was there. Had you ever met him before?
No.
And what, if any, interaction did you have with his nephew while you were there?
I'll allow it.
We were playing video games together.
And so the text, if I could direct your attention back to the text communications before you with Mr. O'Keefe on that last page. Specifically, there's text that exchanged between the two of you on Sunday, January 16th, correct?
I see the text.
That's about 9:30 in the morning, is that correct?
Mr. Lally, on this last page, which one is it? 1, 2, or 3?
About the middle of the page.
Thank you.
Can you repeat that again?
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just, it's a little difficult to read. I apologize.
So I would direct your attention to right about there where it says Sunday, January 16th. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
And that indicates about 9:33 in the morning.
Yes, I see it.
And if you could read from that text exchange, and if you know, if you could indicate sort of who's talking or who's saying.
It says TF, hurting like this in 10 years. Haha. I'm not sure. I'm not sure who's saying that.
Not sure who's hurting and who's saying haha.
Well, I know I was definitely hurting that morning, but I'm not sure who was saying that.
And what, if any, other communication is there later on in the same chain?
All right, I see John. Was it necessary to introduce Hennessy XO? Was I really playing video games? That would have been me. And then it says, I blame Karen. Yup. And then I said, please tell me I didn't break your nephew's video game. If I did, I'll replace it. Did I throw a controller or some shit? And then it says, I don't think so. WTF, I'm hurting. How can you guys not be still in bed?
Is that the end of that
And then
the conversation?
it appears to be, yeah. Yes.
Then the next conversation begins on what's indicated as Saturday, 12:20 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is it your recollection that that was January 29th?
Yes.
And is that the message that you sent to Mr. O'Keefe while you were in the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
Yes. I said, are you coming here with followed by 3 question marks?
And again, Mr. O'Keefe, based on your recollection and based on the records you have before, you never responded to that text. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you never saw him after that, correct?
Never again, no.
May I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I read?
Yes. Jurors, feel free to stand up and speak. right, so we'll be a nuisance.
Found dead on Fairview Road yesterday morning in front of a friend's house. At this point, it's not clear how he died. O'Keefe was a 16-year veteran of the Boston Police Department. His girlfriend is now charged.
Karen Reed led into court in handcuffs. She pleaded not guilty to second-degree murder.
Reed was in a 2-year relationship with the officer. Last Friday night, say prosecutors, the couple went to 2 bars in Canton before being invited to an after-party at this Canton home.
Prosecutors believe Reed hit him with her SUV outside the home of a Canton police officer after a night of drinking.
Reed has spent much of the past 18 months in and out of court awaiting a trial date.
I am disappointed in the rush to judgment against my client.
I have an innocent client. Period.
The defense has an alternative story about what happened here.
The defense seems to be indicating that this was a police cover-up.
I believe the evidence shows that she didn't hit him. Somebody being hit by a car does not look like they had been punched out by Mike Tyson.
One of the relatives who was inside the party Googled how long to die in cold, hours before O'Keefe's body was allegedly discovered.
We know he went in that house.
This crazy story out of Canton, Massachusetts. They immediately just went with the narrative that she did it, and they worked from there.
I've never seen that many people at a pretrial motion hearing. It was standing room only. Her defense team displayed this photo to the judge. They say the wounds seen on John O'Keefe's arm are not from Reed hitting him with her car. They say they are dog bites.
Every single minute wasted going after Karen Reed is time that could be spent going after the actual people who killed.
Massachusetts State Police is involved. There are people that were in that house that are involved.
I tried to save his life at 6 in the morning. I was covered in his blood. I was the only one trying to save his life. Family and my attorneys and my team have marshaled every resource to get to the truth. It just feels like no one else wants it.
An outpouring of support for someone accused of murdering a Boston police officer. There's now a movement that's been started by someone up in Massachusetts, goes by the name Turtleboy. Protesters screaming to free Karen Reed from these charges. Unbelievable situation. Never seen anything like it.
I did not kill John O'Keefe.
Karen, just to be clear, you didn't do it.
I do admit it. She didn't admit to it. Karen Reed and her family will never, ever quit. Not until John O'Keefe's killers are brought to justice.
People stood out here in front of the courthouse for hours to make their point that they support her.
Not be silenced, and we will continue on our journey for justice for John O'Keefe and for Karen Reed.
The reason you're seeing all those people outside, those are well-educated people. Those are smart people. They have jobs. They are just outraged that the institutions that they have put faith in, these are people who have supported the institution of the police and the district attorney's office who feel lied to and betrayed.
I've never written a story like this that has gotten so much interest and outrage from people. Like, if I died tomorrow, this movement would go on. People would keep protesting. I'm kind of like the leader of the movement, but it's taken on a life of its own.
Something very important has come to light just
yesterday that directly bears on this issue.
What?
The U.S. Attorney confirmed that not only has there been a federal investigation of this case, but it is ongoing because in good conscience, they can't allow this case to go to trial. How do you feel today?
Today went great.
Karen, how are you holding up?
Awesome.
Karen, what do you think about the supporters out here for you?
I'm very grateful, Matt.
Any comments for the supporters?
Thank you.
The genie cannot be put back in the bottle.
I will not be silenced, and we will continue on our journey for justice for John O'Keefe and for Karen Reed.
Tick, tick, boom. Noise. Go, baby, we bringing our toys. Boys, chop up the thing, it should be on the boards. Bang, bang, we gon' ride out. Gang, gang, we don't die out. Want it like this, ain't no timeouts. Tell me who really gon' find out.
We be disturbing the peace, working, we serving the streets.
Karen Reed has supporters who've shown up in large numbers.
Tick, tick, boom.
Hard body, and not scaring nobody. You make me resort to wild, and you must be blind by the diamonds. I don't want it to be this way, but y'all won't need to try this, so it's no way around it. You the loudest one, it's good quiet. We be disturbing the peace, working, we serving the streets. About to go going beast. Bang, bang, leave you sleep.
This is the first time I think I've ever seen this. An outpouring of support for someone accused of murdering a Boston police officer. Unbelievable situation. Never seen anything like it.
Tick, tick, boom.
You can't stop me, so who gon' stop me? You can't stop me, so who gon' stop me? You can't stop me, so who gon' stop me? You can't stop me, so who gon' stop me?
We be disturbing the peace, working, we serving the streets. About to go going beast. Bang, bang, leave you sleep. Woo! It's go time.
Tick, tick, boom.
Boom. What's up, Turtle Riders? How's everyone doing out there tonight? Good, good, excellent. Welcome to the live show, ladies and gentlemen. Normally we do this on Tuesdays, but Celtics this week, so we had to do it on Wednesday this week, but that's okay. Great game last night, by the way. Great game last night. A little too close for comfort, but Jaylen Brown hit that three with 5 seconds left. Brought it to overtime. You knew we got it there. Time to sweep this team. Go right to the finals. We'll be good. But anyway, welcome to the show, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Aiden Carney. My Facebook name, better known as Clarence Woods Emerson. You can follow me on there. Old school Turtle Riders call me Uncle Turtleboy. I prefer Dr. Turtleboy. It's got a cool ring to it. And if Jill Biden gets to call herself a doctor, then so do I. Some people call me daddy. I get that could be a little weird. You don't have to call me that, but I'm also not going to yell at you if you do. You can call me daddy if you want. I don't care what you call me. Just be here every Tuesday and Saturday night at 9 p.m. and make sure you smash that subscribe button. Give us a thumbs up. Leave a comment afterwards. It all helps the algorithm. So hook it up that way. We're back on YouTube today, as you guys can see. In case you didn't know, we got a 1-week suspension because I think I made a poll and I asked who is a bigger piece of shit, Julie Nagel or Katie McLaughlin, and Julie Nagel won, you know, both in mass and in general piece of shitness. So she won that. But I guess you can't do that on YouTube. So we got suspended for a week. We got a strike, as they call it. But that's okay, because we're going to behave now. Now that we know the rules, you can't call anyone a piece of shit. We're not going to call her that anymore. We'll just come up with something else to call her that's degrading, but not piece of shit. That's on the no list. Okay. I mean, she's kind of sucks though. I mean, Julie Nagel sucks. I thought Julie Nagel was going to be a lot cooler, to be honest with you, because she's Ryan Nagel's sister and Ryan Nagel's a cool guy. Straight shooter, helped out Karen Reed a lot, tell the truth. And I just figured she would be cool too. Like maybe nope. Hung out with the McAlberts too much. You hang out with the McAlberts too much, you turn into a piece of, you know, that thing. So, yeah. So we've been gone, but we streamed on Facebook and on Rumble. The good part about the suspension is our Rumble channel, which you guys should all give a follow. Almost is up to 10,000 followers, and I see there's 380 of you Rumble rats over there right now. So that's good to see. How many YouTube we got? We got 3,600 people on YouTube. That's going to go up. And then on Twitter, probably got like close to 2,000 by now, getting up there. So it's going to be dope, man. It's going to be dope. All right, cool. So that's that. If you guys like the program, by the way, and you want to have your message read out loud to the class, you cannot do the normal way that you're used to. And that is, hold on one sec. Pull this up. You can't do super chat because we had the wrong opinion about the vaccine mandate a couple years ago. So I can't take your money on here anymore, but that's okay because we built our own platform. It's called Turtle Chat. If you click at the link at the top, that brings you to something called Turtle Chat. You can donate whatever amount of money you want. And when you do that, you get to write a message. I will get that email, get that message in my email. I'll read it out loud to the class and you do it that way. Or you can cash at me at $ Uncle Turtleboy. I'll get the notification on my phone and read it out loud to the class. Got a couple Turtle Chats ready to rock here right now. Let me read a couple of them that I haven't. There was some earlier today I didn't get the chance to read. Let's see. We had Roseanne sent $20 and said, I am new to all of this on social media, so please excuse. I am not following the correct instructions or the lack of better word. Thank you. You may know this, but people with MS have outbursts. I have MS and outbursts. Also, Karen is already stressed and sees their boyfriend lying there beaten up. Yeah, I've heard that many times, Roseanne. I've heard that from a lot of people. You know, Karen Reed's outbursts are insignificant, quite frankly, in this whole thing. Stacy sends $5 and says, so proud of you for the exposure of the Free Karen Reed movement. Well, thank you very much, Stacy. Derek sent $25 and says, getting warm in the courtroom, 77% humidity. Turtleboy for president 2024. Well, thank you. Yeah, it was a little sweaty in there. I felt bad for the jurors today. I was in the first day, you know, when I was in that courtroom for many hours. And I really felt bad for the jurors because they sit there and it's just, I get tired. It's tiring, man. And it's boring. I yawned so much during the Sullivan sisters. I'm like, oh, and Kerry Roberts. It's just boring. And Adam Lally's boring. And oh, but it's not always Alan Jackson against Jen McCabe. It's not always, you're not always going to get that. And like, you know, I got to be honest. So let me talk the jury. You're allowed to talk about the jury. I'm not doxing anyone, nothing like that. I won't do that. We don't need to do that. People are like, you're intimidating jurors. The fuck are we going to intimidate jurors for? We know they're going to acquit her. Like there's no, trust me, they see what I'm not worried about the jury. And I would never do that anyway. Like I believe in our justice system. I believe in the jury system. And I know that this jury is going to acquit Karen Reed because I've seen them. This is an educated jury. Okay. It's 10 white women, right? And like they all, like there's 5 of them look older, like not older. I don't want to say older. That's a bad word, but like they look dignified, you know, women of a certain age. You know, a lot of like, you know, a lot of them to look like Rita Lombardi's and Kathleen Hawley's. They look educated. I counted today. 10 of the women wear glasses. So, I mean, of the 10 women, 7 wear glasses. So that's a good number. Like if you wear glasses, you're more likely to be smart. That's just a fact. So they seem like a really smart group. And then the younger women in the 20s and 30s, they look clean and just, they don't let themselves go. They just seem like interested. I don't know. They just seem smart. They just look like a smart bunch. They're all taking notes the whole time. Like all of them were taking notes the whole time, man. It was really interesting to see the jury. I didn't get to see how they reacted to Jen McCabe. Jess Machado was filling us in on Twitter. They weren't buying it. It didn't seem like they were buying it. But, man, I felt bad for them when they got to listen to freaking Adam Lally ask Laura Sullivan. Oh, like those questions that they asked them today. I couldn't, like some of them, like, oh, my God, Karen Reed is such a bitch. Like, she told me, like, what the fuck? Like, she told me, who the fuck is that bitch? And what did you say? I told that bitch to go fuck herself. Okay. Well, this has been a productive use of time. Tell us more about your vacation to Aruba. Where'd you stay? What was the cabana like? Right? Tell us about. I mean, it was so stupid. It was just so. And David Yannetti got up there. All we need to say about the Sullivan sisters is David Yannetti got up there and asked them one simple question. So you were interviewed on February 8th, a week after, by Trooper Proctor. And did you know that none of the people inside Fairview Road, Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert Jr., Colin Albert, Sarah Levinson, and Julie Nagel, not one of them was interviewed within a year. Or maybe Julie Nagel was like 10 months later. Within a year of them died. But, firsthand witnesses who could have possibly seen or heard something, just not interviewed. No, Proctor has no interest in them. They're only interested in the people that briefly met Karen in Aruba and thought she was a cunt. Like that. That's it. That's what they're interested in. That's what the state police are interested in. I mean, does that not say anything? And yeah, I mean, the Marietta Sullivan one, first of all, I thought she'd be hotter. Like no offense. The older sister looked better than the younger one, which is rare. And I thought, because Karen thought John hooked up with her. So I thought she'd be hotter than the older sister. No. What Karen? What are you thinking? No, he didn't hook up with her. Are you crazy? Anyway, and she was just like still salty about it. Like she's still salty about the insult from like 3 years ago. It's like, girl, get over it. Get over it. And then we had to hear the whole story. And I knew this story too. Laura Sullivan's baby daddy was John's partner or whatever. What do they call him in the police? Partner? Whatever. Right-hand man. The guy that drives around with you. That guy. And he knocked her up, right? And John was the godfather. But he also knocked up at least one, maybe 2 other women around the same time. Like, it's a crazy story. When you hear the story, he ended up killing himself. And it's a sad story, and she was telling it. And then I'm like thinking, like, that's really awful and all, but the hell does any of this have to do with Karen Reed? The hell, what are we doing here? Anyway, so that's, Tristan Morris, too, not even interviewed until like a month later. But then he wasn't interviewed until like a week ago. But Tristan struggles with time, so you got to give him a little bit of, little leeway on that. So anyway, yeah, so that's one. I was just reading the turtle chat. Let me read a second one here. We also have from Deanne, sends $10 and says, Jen told the jury everything they need to know. Karen is innocent. Yeah, she did a great job today. She was excellent. Canton, Massachusetts sends $25 and says, Meg Kennedy was in court yesterday. And she was at Jen's testimony party. I recognized her gold SUV in the street. Meg Kennedy is a guidance counselor at Stoughton High School who did nothing when Sandra Birchmore was a student there and reported that she was being groomed by a bunch of police who were trying to fuck her. And then one of them got her pregnant and probably murdered her. So that's Meg Kennedy in a nutshell. She messaged me like the day I wrote this. I guess she was a fan of Turtleboy before. She's like, please don't believe them. Please don't believe them. I believe them. And you're a liar and you're a piece of shit, Meg Kennedy. Just want to put that out there. So thank you very much. And again, all those people at Jen's house yesterday, there was like 12 cars there. They're obviously having some sort of party. She really is like, talk about a cult leader. I mean, it's a very small cult. But the fact that anybody would want to be associated with that woman that you saw on the stand today, besides just a complete degenerate like Crusty Panties or the fake victim, somebody like that, like I could understand them not minding being associated with Jen because they have no friends and they're kind of white trash. And like, oh, this woman in the suburbs has a house and a fucking, you know, she doesn't have to work and her husband owns a company. And like, it's a step up to the world to be able to associate with people like that. But others, like if you're already up middle class or upper middle class and you live in Canton, why the fuck do you want to be friends with Jen McCabe for? Everybody knows she done killed someone. What do you think? I don't get it. I don't get it. Like she's going to jail. Like I hope they know that. Like of all the McAlberts, she's the most likely to go to jail of all of them. They might not ever know who killed John O'Keefe. They might not ever know that because it's going to require someone in the house going to have to talk. And because we know we went inside and he was dead when he came out. So somebody inside the house killed him. But like, was it Colin? I don't know after that fight video came out today. Was it Brian? It seems like Brian could fuck a dude up. Like Brian, I wouldn't want to fight Brian Albert. That dude will fuck you up. You know, most likely. And then the dog obviously helped, but we don't know. But what we do know is Jen McCabe Googled how long to die in cold at 2:27 a.m. That means she's participating in a murder. She's the only one that they can 100% get on something with John O'Keefe. So she's going to jail. So I hope they know that. And rightfully so. I hope I've been to jail before. It sucks, especially the first couple nights. It sucks. And the whole time in jail, I'm just thinking, I can't fucking wait for Jen McCabe to go to jail. Like this temporary thing that I'm experiencing right now is going to be over on February 23rd. And Jen McCabe is going to have like 10 years of this shit. And it's going to be fucking awesome. I can't wait. Every day she's in jail, I'm going to be so happy. I'm going to be like, yes, she's away from her kids. She's probably so sad and miserable. And no one's around to tell her how great she is. And Matt's going to go broke. And what the fuck is the family going to do? And that makes me so happy. It does. Because she can't have enough horrible, horrible things happen to her. Jen McCabe, just absolutely horrible. She deserves nothing but pain and misery for the rest of her miserable existence because she is a worthless, evil, soulless pile of hot, steaming garbage. That's what she is. I hope the trolls clip this. I hope they put it out there. I fucking meant every single word I said about that low-life, degenerate, sociopath piece of trash, Jennifer McCabe. I hope she rots in eternal hell where she belongs, and she will. So there's that. Okay. Chris donates $50 and says, please, we need jurors' reactions to these BS witnesses. We'll get to that. Is the McCabe placement in C? We'll get to that too. And please explain Higgins. If he's on the mass witness list, he hasn't flipped. Please make us feel better about this idiot. I wish I had some better news about Higgins for you people. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with Higgins. I don't know if he's flipped. I assume he's done something, but I don't know what he's going to testify to. Because think about it. If he gets up there and he's like, yeah, they killed him. They killed him inside the house. That makes him an accessory, no? But it is interesting. He's going to go Friday. Of course, it's the day I can't be there. Going to New Jersey for a wedding. Higgins is, going to be there. And he's like the only witness that we don't know what the hell he's going to say. We don't know what he's going to say. So there's that. Okay. Got a couple cash apps to bang out here. Let's see. Let me read a few of these, and then we'll get started with some of the shit. All right, we got Ryan sends $5 and says, loved Meredith's Twitter beatdown of Grant. Yeah, that was great. That was great. Enough of the bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, enough for the rape shit. Like, that's uncalled for. Say whatever you want about me. Don't make shit up like that. That's not cool. That's not cool at all. But she smacked him down pretty good. It was a proud moment. Thank you. Jane Scales sends $20 and says, thank you for all that you're doing. Well, thank you, Jane. That's very kind of you. C. Nesbitt sends $5 and says, Horseface is by far the worst in this tragedy. 100%. 100%. Sean, it's great to see Sean Colburn today. Sends $25 and says, everything you have done and continue to do. Well, thank you very much, Sean. I appreciate that very much. Fat McAlbert sends $10 and says 8 years for Officer Ron Tarantino today. He died 8 years ago today. That's so sad. Ron Tarantino was a great cop out of Auburn, Massachusetts, that was killed by some complete degenerate scumbag piece of trash who, just got out of jail after assaulting a state trooper and, was in jail for like 30 days, got released early. Just everything that's wrong with our justice system. I think the scumbag's name is Jorge Zambrano. And the fact that people like him are just released by judges all the time, and fucking McCollum throws the book at me. It's like, this guy's Turtleboy's bad. I got to put him in jail, is everything that's wrong with our system. So thank you very much for that one. Tammy sends $10. She has no comment, but thank you very much, Tammy. Okay, cool. If anybody else wants to donate and have their message read out loud to the class, you can click at the link at the top for Turtle Chat. And you can just do it that way. Oh, we got a couple more here. Let me bang through some of these so I don't miss them. And then I promise we'll get started. First, we got Frank sends $50 and says, Uncle Frank is proud of you guys. Well, thank you very much, Uncle Frank. We're proud of you too. Marianne sends $25 and says, you go, Turtle Boy. Thank you for saving Karen's life. These people are monsters. I can't take credit for saving Karen's life. Her lawyers had a lot to do with that, and her, quite frankly, and the FBI. And, but I think I helped her morale wise. I think bringing crowds there and, and honestly finding out evidence. Like I found a shitload of evidence that they're going to use in court, including the Colin Albert stuff. I think that we're going to talk about momentarily. Luca from Malden sends $5 and says, no amount of Banana Bev sidebars, loser Lally filibusters, or Allie McCabe alligator tears is going to win this case for the prosecution at this point. Lally needs to get a gig as a weatherman. Bang, bang. Yeah, I mean, do they really think they're going to win this? Like, are they that delusional? I don't think they really think that. I mean, this is over. It's over. Carmen sends $5 and says, the Sullivan sisters was pointless. Carrie is a pawn and needs to think about her children and be honest. And there's a special place in hell for Jen. Yes, there is. Thank you very much. Jen is the new Karen. Right? And Frank sends another $50 and says, Uncle Frank is proud of the work you do. Well, thank you, Uncle Frank. And Jen sends $5 and says, do we know if Higgins is the one that accepted the proffer? That's what David Yannetti says. He did. So we will see. Okay, cool. Let's get started, folks. Let's do this. All right. So first thing I want to, and if anyone else wants to donate, link is at the top of the chat, or you can cash out $sign Uncle Turtleboy. Before we get started on the Jen testimony, I want to talk about Colin Albert real quick, because I found this out. All right. So we all know that Colin Albert told at the he said this under cross-examination. And I'm sorry that the video is so small, but
You ever been in a fight, sir?
Other than with my brothers, no.
You've never been in a fight?
Nope.
Your entire life?
Other than with my brothers, no.
Never hurt your knuckles before?
Not sure what you mean.
Never hurt your knuckles in a fight?
No.
So we knew that was a lie because, he makes videos where he's like, I'm going to fuck you dogs up, bang, bang, KO, bang, bang. I'm toughest guy in Canton, that kind of shit. So we knew he was bullshit, but we couldn't prove it. Like, because that video, all he does is threaten. And we get idiots like his lawyer, Joe Krowski. I mean, we've seen videos like this. A person like this fights a lot.
You're a bitch, bro. Fuck you.
Yeah, fuck you.
Oh, pussy.
Yeah.
You'll be knocked out.
Boy,
You be knocked out. You'll bang, bang. Yeah. So we know that. Like, people who make videos like that get in fights, period. Unless they're complete posers. People who post pictures like this, they get in fights. People who have bloody knuckles, right? They get in fights. But this is his idiot lawyer who's on TV a lot, Joe Krowski, who represented him at the grand jury. And I don't know, he's on Court TV a lot. I don't really watch Court TV because they have Plevin on and it's kind of a fucking joke. So, I mean, this is like a joke. It's like moron happy hour they have up there every night now. They can't even get like actual people that know what the fuck they're talking about on there. So they bring this idiot up and he says this about Colin's antics, about those videos.
Fight before, and he said no. So as impeachment evidence that they were allowed in, I believe over objection, to show that statement was demonstrably false, which it was not. He's never been in a fight. Turtleboy's offering $100 for anyone that can produce a video. So far, 160 people have commented with not a single person able to show that he's been in a fight. Those were sophomoric, literally, his sophomore year in high school, sophomoric videos, pretend videos. They were almost spoofs. No fight resulted from those videos. I mean, it's absolutely silly. Bang, bang, as if he's gangster and has a gun. And somehow Alan Jackson argued that shows a propensity for violence.
Yeah, so that's what he says. But he didn't think Turtleboy couldn't get a video because it's not in the replies, huh? Oh, Turtleboy got a video. And I got another video coming tomorrow, too, from sophomore year. And the sophomore year fight's way better than this one. He fights a black kid in the locker room, a little bit racist. So the second one's even better. So that one's coming tomorrow. But Colin says he's never been in a fight, which is just stupid. Like what is he thinking? That he's on national television. Does he not understand the internet's just gonna find this shit? Like they're gonna find it. Like so
to judge again this afternoon for his alleged interference in the Karen Reed case. NBC 10's Kirsten Glavin joining us live from outside court in Dedham with the latest on this. Kirsten.
Well, JC, it's another setback for Aidan Kearney and his attorneys hoping to get this case litigated. Kearney once again claims that he believes this is intentional. Aidan Kearney, the controversial blogger known as Turtleboy, back in court Thursday for his hearing relating to the Karen Reed murder trial. Kearney was indicted back in December, pleading not guilty on charges of intimidating and harassing witnesses.
I've been able to cover the trial as best I can, but it's difficult to walk around with the sword of Damocles over your head. Constantly feels like you're walking on thin ice when you're out on bail.
Kearney has publicly accused the Commonwealth of intentionally slowing his case down to prevent him from covering the trial. It's a case he has extensively written about.
The Commonwealth itself has been slow walking this case to keep Mr. Kearney away from the Karen Reed murder case that he's been seeking to investigate. And there's been all sorts of hurdles on that. And that's just been continuing.
The state acknowledging that they have failed to hand over all discovery by their May 8th deadline.
I regret that I can't report that discovery is complete, but I'm working on it and I've done my best.
A new attorney showing up in place of Special Prosecutor Kenneth Mello, who was not in court again due to health issues. Kearney's attorney now firing back, seeking to have Mello willingly withdraw from the case or have him dismissed for failure to prosecute.
I'm going to ask for it within 14 days, Judge, or I'm going to move for failure to prosecute, dismissal for lack of prosecution, because Mr. Kearney deserves his chance to get out from under this case.
The state asking for more time to get the information over.
I would note that I'm not convinced that all of the things listed are missing are what I would call mandatory discovery, but I will look into them all nonetheless.
Kearney's defense leaving frustrated.
I think it's becoming increasingly clear that the Commonwealth has bitten off a lot more than they can chew on this case.
The judge is now giving the state 3 weeks to hand over all pieces of discovery relating to this case, with another hearing set for July 11th. Reporting in Dedham, I'm Kirsten Glavin, NBC 10 Boston.
I'm going to do this story. I have to say it. My sole purpose in covering this story and my sole goal, my perspective, my point of view is just to find out the truth, period. I have no other agenda. I'm not on one side. I'm not on the other side. I'm on the side of truth, whatever it is. And hopefully at some point we will find out and a jury will tell us what the truth is. So I'm talking about the case of Karen Reed. Karen Reed, that's her boyfriend, John O'Keefe. He's a Boston police officer. She was a professor and a professional. They went out one night, bar hopping. She then drops him off at a house, or he gets out of the car. Prosecutors say she ran him over, murdered him on purpose after she let him out of the car. She says he went into the house and was killed in there, and she's now being framed for the murder. That's the story here. She says she's being framed by the people that are inside that house who were other police officers and family members. Prosecutors say she murdered him, ran him over on purpose, and left him to die in the cold. So this is the case where we are seeing something we've never seen before. An accused cop killer, even before the trial starts, just dozens and hundreds of protesters showing up at the courthouse supporting her. Take a look.
Free Karen Reed! Free Karen Reed! Free Karen Reed!
We're not putting up with that. We're right here today, Jim McDermott, and we're not going to be quiet. We got it.
And the man leading those demonstrations has subsequently gotten arrested and charged with witness intimidation and some other charges. And he's joining us tonight. Let's bring in our special guest, blogger, social media personality, owner of TV Daily News, and the man who organized the Karen Reed protest, joining us tonight from Worcester, Mass, Aidan Carney, AKA Turtleboy. Great to see you, Turtleboy. You were locked up for a while. How long were you locked up?
I did 60 days, Vinny, 60 days.
All right. Now you're 60. Here tonight. So I've been reporting on a lot of allegations against you and about you. So I want to talk about some of those and have you respond. And I want to begin with the relationship between you and Karen Reed, what exactly this is about. Because in an affidavit that was filed by the Commonwealth, they are alleging that Karen Reed provided to you non-public information using an intermediary, a woman named Natalie. You're using the secret text messaging app that terrorists use. You made 189 phone calls to Karen Reed, and you spoke to her in excess of 40 hours. And then a woman named Jane, who I believe is your ex, stated that you run everything by Karen Reed before you post anything, before you say anything. You run it by her, and you two are kind of in cahoots together.
Well, first of all, I laughed out loud when you said that Signal is a terrorist app. It's one of the most commonly used encrypted apps for a reason, because people don't want big brother government coming into their homes with guns, taking their devices and reading all their text messages. That's why people use Signal. And the two sources that they have that the government is using, Lindsay and Natalie, are two of the least credible people on earth. And God forbid, Vinny, that a reporter, an award-winning journalist, speak to the subject of his reporting on the phone. Karen Reed, yes, guilty as charged. I, as a journalist, interviewed several times and spoke with the subject of my reporting. She asked to remain anonymous, and I honored her anonymity because that's what I do as a journalist. If she gave me information on the record, I reported it. If she gave me information off the record, I didn't report it. Mystery solved. This is an investigation without a crime. This is a pathetic last-ditch attempt by the Commonwealth. They're going down, and they know it, and they're trying to basically smear my credibility and smear Karen Reed's credibility to try to save themselves, but it's not going to work.
Okay. So you're saying, yeah, you were having these conversations, but it's like any other journalist who's going to talk to a source who could be the person related to all of it. I get that. I believe in the First Amendment myself, being a journalist and a lawyer who believes in the Constitution. But were you together figuring out a way to go after people? Was she saying, go after this one,
No.
go after that one? I want you to confront this person.
Oh, the fantasy world these people live in, Vinny. If you're new, I've been doing Turtleboy for about 10 years. I existed long before Karen Reed. I do not work for Karen Reed. I work for Turtleboy, the brand. Karen Reed has absolutely zero control over the content on my website. When I went and I interviewed these people, when I went up to them and asked them, and this is what I'm being charged with, Vinny. I'm being charged with witness intimidation because I asked questions to people who, quite frankly, according to the evidence, appear to have murdered a Boston police officer and covered it up after the fact.
Okay, let me stop you there because I want to get into that, and I want folks to know what we're talking about for those that don't know the story here. You've been charged with 8 counts of intimidation of a witness, 5 counts of picketing a witness, 3 counts. 9 counts, 3 counts of conspiracy to intimidate a witness. I want you to take a look at this because episode 594 is one of the ones that they cite from the TB News, from your Turtleboy Live on YouTube. I want to take a look at a little clip so folks have a little bit of an idea of what they're claiming is the behavior that is
The woke left is financing Trey Wharton's campaign because Wharton let radical transgender ideology.
Jurors, we appreciate your patience. We actually made things easier for you, so it was worth the time. And Mr. Lally, if you're going to start, are you going to start right with messages?
Yeah, sure.
All right, folks, be mindful of the instruction I've given you on digital evidence, on what you have to find before you consider them. Also, I want to tell you that what you're going to hear or see is testimony about certain statements allegedly made by the defendant. You're to view those statements solely for the limited purpose of the defendant's state of mind, as it might go to the nature of the relationship with John O'Keefe and potential motive. Okay? All right, Mr. Lally, go right ahead.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Presenting for you now a separate series of documents of 118 pages in length. Page number just for your references on the side there. In general, do you recognize what those are?
Yes.
What do you recognize those to be?
Text messages between the defendant and I.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth to move to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No, not as the next exhibit. We are going to mark that 104A.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes.
103A.
103A.
That's my understanding. I think the others were marked 103. So it should be
John O'Keefe's texts were 103. So it's 104A. And jurors, you'll have both exhibit 104 with you that was a little bit difficult to read. What we've taken all this time for as counsel is great to work out a form that is much clearer for you to be able to read, and that will be attached or right with exhibit 104. Okay. Thank you. All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Higgins, first, Your Honor, may I request permission to publish the Your Honor screen?
Yes.
Starting with page number 1 still. Now, Mr. Higgins, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 104A?
Yes.
And as you just mentioned, these are text messages between yourself and Ms. Reed, is that correct?
Yes.
And on what dates did you first receive any communication from Ms. Reed?
January 12th, 2022.
And prior to that, had you had her number or did she have your number as far as you were aware?
No.
You had never communicated to her via cell phone or any other means prior to January 12th, 2022?
No, I had not.
So initially you received a text on that date from an unknown number, is that correct?
Yes.
And from the text before you and what's up on the screen, as far as there are gray bubbles on the left, blue bubbles on the right, which is you and which is Ms. Reed?
The blue bubbles would belong to myself.
So the other bubbles would be Ms. Reed, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And so that initial communication you received on January 12th, 2022, that's about 8:27 p.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And what was the content of the message that you received?
You want me to read it?
Yes, please.
Hey, Brian, it's Weed Whacker.
And how did you respond to that?
Question mark.
And if it's helpful to you, sir, if you can't see the screen sort of from where you are, you can read along in the exhibit before you.
Okay.
Now, as far as that communication is concerned, is the Weed Whacker, what, if any, meaning did that have to you? Or
So ultimately, it was based off a interaction with the defendant, kind of a nickname that she adopted.
And how did that nickname sort of come to be, or what, if anything, transpired between the two of you that led to that?
So I was leaving, I believe, my residence one day in Canton, traveling down Pleasant Street. I saw the defendant along the side of the house on the Pleasant Street side using a weed whacker. And I gave kind of a beep of the horn, and the defendant gave me the finger. So I realized that she clearly must not have recognized me possibly because of what I was driving. I was in my work vehicle. So I spun the vehicle around, and as I pulled up to roll down the window, she said something to the effect, "Get the fuck away from me. My husband's a Boston cop." And then I rolled down the window more, and she clearly recognized me, who I was in that vehicle.
And did that become sort of a recurring theme in subsequent conversations that you had with Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 6 within that exhibit before you.
They're not numbered, right, Mr. Lally?
I'm sorry?
They're not numbered. Your copy numbered?
No, Your Honor. Not that I can see.
They're not, so be cognizant of that when you ask questions.
Your Honor, I believe they are. That's why I hesitated. It's sort of in the middle of the page, facing sideways. Turn the page.
Oh, my apologies. I have it now. Very small.
So just on this page, directing your attention to the bottom, it sort of goes on to the next date of January 13th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if I could direct your attention to page 7 of those text messages. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have page 7 on the screen. And sir, if you could read from page 7, and if you could just indicate who's speaking and what is being said in this communication.
So again, I'm in the blue bubbles. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. I said, "Ha, how did you get my digits?" Defendant responded, "The Melissa and Lido show." I said, "Ha, I thought you creeped John's phone." I said, "Ha, again." Defendant responded, "No way. I was the last person in Greater Canton who didn't have your number. I think even Kerry has it." I responded, "What?" with a bunch of question marks. I said, "I just don't give my personal number out to anyone. How would Kerry have my number?" with a bunch of question mark. And the defendant responded, "Melissa had it."
As far as in those communications, the reference the defendant makes to the Melissa and Lido show, do you know what that means?
The two individuals that I also know from the hillside.
And the Kerry person that she refers to, do you know who that is?
I believe that's Kerry Curran, Chris Curran's wife.
Now, if I could direct your attention to page 9. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have page 9. And again, sir, if you could read from page 9 as far as that conversation goes and just indicate whom is speaking at different points.
Okay, so the defendant said, "I'd prefer a weed whacker." I responded, "That's the thing about nicknames." Defendant said, "We were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the Curran show. Wanted to see if you were game." I responded, "You don't have a say." And I believe I was referring to nicknames. And I said, "Vacation where?" Defendant responded, "I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in, I believe it was supposed to say Fort Lauderdale. It's abbreviated. Something quick and easy." I said, Defendant responded, "I'm the queen of vacays too. Always a good time." I responded, "I'm going to Nashville next month, 19 to 21st, for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come."
And as far as either one of those trips that you were discussing, do you recall any further discussion or any going on any of those trips?
Well, I mean, I definitely went to Nashville for that benefit for one of my coworkers. There may have been more conversation about the Florida trip, but I can't specifically recall it.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 16, and Ms. Gilman, if I could have that. And this is on that same date of January 13th, is that correct?
I believe so. The date's not at the top here, but I believe it is.
And again, sir, if you could read from that page of communication as far as who was speaking and what was said.
So there's a photograph of somebody with a weed whacker. The defendant said, "No, you're not a creep." I said, "Nope." She said, "You're kind of a loner," which I used to be. I responded, "No, not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I'm tight with. So you think you got me figured out?" And then I typed "circle of trust" in quotes.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to the next page, number 17. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have that. And again, sir, if you could read from page 17 as far as what is said and who is talking.
So the defendant said, "Yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people, PPL, people abbreviated. You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young." And I responded, "He died in March of 2020. I'm so not a loser. You won't figure me out. LOL. Defendant responded, No one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. I'm sorry that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it?" I responded, "Cancer." Defendant responded, "I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them, and you are private and observant. I'm sorry, what kind?" I responded, "Lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL."
If I could turn your attention to the next page, page 18. And again, sir, if you could read from that.
In the blue bubbles is me. I said, "You're funny." Defendant responded, "Yikes. Wow, that's rough. Jesus, I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside." I responded, "Don't be sorry. Life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out." Then I said, "Who chats?" ? Defendant responded, "Life is hard, but losing people is the hardest. So I'm sorry. We chat." I responded, "That's all you got? We chat? Sure, you're from Brockton. Spit it out." Defendant responded, "You and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting to lock the door." I said, "Oh, she has been out of play like for 3 months now." And then I believe it starts to say "out of rotation?" ?
And then, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 20. And again, sir, if you could read from that.
I'm in the blue bubbles again. I said, "I just got a Saturday invite." The defendant said, "Did you say yes?" ? I said, "Not yet," with a bunch of periods, but did respond. Defendant said, "What did you say, Mr. Elusive?" I responded, "No, I just don't want to intrude on your couple's night. Ha, I'm shy." The defendant responded, "We prefer to hang out with non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too, solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. I'm inviting you." And I said, ha.
Now, sir, is that the Saturday night that's being referenced there? Is that the same night that you had gone over to the home at some point for the Patriots game?
Yes.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, page 21.
Yes.
And again, if you could read from that page.
The defendant said, "John said Brian's being wishy-washy now," in quotes. I responded, haha, did you tell him you texted me? The defendant responded, no. And then I gave a thumbs up. Then I said, you cranky now, question mark. Defendant said, haha, no, just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other. I said, name a few. Defendant said, name a few? I don't know. All of them, question mark. They all want to hang out with single people. And then I said,
Thank you. Sir, if I could direct your attention to page 26. And sir, if I could ask you to read from that page.
In blue is going to be myself again. Foul ball. Defendant responded, you stink. I said, you suck and you're double trouble. Defendant responded, you're hot. I responded, are you serious or messing with me? Defendant responded, no, I'm serious. I responded, failing is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you thought that? Defendant responded, are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here. I responded back, I'm fine. I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer the question. And then it starts to say, defendant said, rather you stay here.
And is that, to your memory, when is that text exchange taking place? In reference to the night that you went over to the O'Keefe's house.
I believe it was that night.
Now, at Mr. O'Keefe's house on that particular evening, do you recall how you came into the house?
I believe it might have been the front door.
And if you know about how long were you at Mr. O'Keefe's house that night?
I was probably one of the last people to leave, I think.
And what, if anything, happened as you were exiting from Mr. O'Keefe's house that night?
So as I was exiting the house, it was either through the breezeway or the garage. And as we were walking out, the defendant planted a kiss on me.
Now, before you went out that way, where was Mr. O'Keefe? Did you say goodbye to him or anything like that?
I think I said goodbye to him. He might have been in the bathroom. I'm not 100% positive where he was.
And when you went to leave, which exit from the house were you headed to initially?
Well, as I said, I don't remember exactly if it was the breezeway or the garage I was starting to walk through, but whichever way I started to exit, the defendant told me to go a different way.
And which way did the defendant tell you to go?
Well, her way. I honestly can't tell you which door that was. If it was either the breezeway or the garage.
And as you were going out, again, I'm sorry, what happened?
The defendant kissed me.
And how did she kiss you?
Not like a friend.
Lip to lip, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Like a romantic kiss?
That's the way I interpreted it.
And were you still inside the house at the time that this occurred, or were you outside the house, if you know?
Not sure if we had just got to the outside or not. It might have. I'm not sure if it was close proximity to leaving.
And what was your reaction to that?
I was taken back.
Was that something that you were expecting?
No.
And about how long was it between when the defendant kissed you and when you left?
Oh, almost immediately.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention back to the exhibit before you on page number 27.
Yes.
Again, sir, if you could read from that page and who's speaking.
So I'm in the blue bubbles, and I said, I think you're messing with me. The defendant said, why do you think that? I responded, because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? Defendant responded, I just think you're like me. I said, meaning, question mark. Defendant said, do you have your own kids? I said, I have no kids. How am I like you, question mark, hello? And defendant responded, aren't we alike? I responded, I think so. So why did you get my number and reach out to me? And I think the defendant put a question mark on that bubble, I believe. Or I might have, I don't know.
Now, that conversation as far as you asking her about why she reached out to you, how often was that question asked by you through the course of these text communications?
Well, the extent of the actual communication via text between the defendant and I was between January 12th and January 29th when John passed. On the 28th and 29th, the 28th, I sent a text, as we spoke about before when we were at the waterfall. That text didn't respond. There was a text sent by the defendant to me the next day. So in that time period between the 12th and the 29th, there was 9 days that the defendant and I exchanged text messages. With that being said, those text messages, I don't believe were every day, consecutive days. There was 9 days in between the 12th and the 29th.
And so as far as that questioning, as far as posing to her, why did she reach out to you? Was that something that you asked once or more than once?
Yeah, I asked it more than once. And during the pendency of this communication, I was basically trying to suss out what the intentions were of the defendant. Was the defendant interested in me? Was she at the end of her relationship with John? Was she trying to weaponize me against John and put me in the middle? There was numerous things that were going on. And that's what I was trying to vet out or suss out, or whatever you want to call it. But I was having a hard time accepting what was happening.
And again, sir, if you could read from that page.
So I'm in the blue bubbles. Shoot straight with me. Defendant responded, I told you, I just think we're alike, right? Couple question marks. I responded, yes, agree. Now what? Defendant responded, I don't know. I said, shouldn't you know? Defendant responded, do you like me? I said, yes, from jump. Defendant said, when was jump? I said, first time I saw you. Defendant responded, when was that? I said, Hillside for your shore.
If I could direct your attention to the next page, 29. If I could ask you to read from that, sir.
So again, I'm in the blue bubbles. Hillside for sure. When were you interested? Defendant responded, I don't know, you're just my type. I responded, you think you can handle me? I thought you were happy, question mark. Defendant responded, how do you know if I'm happy? I said, I just assumed. Defendant responded, are you hard to handle? I may have put a question mark. Then I said, what do you like about me? Defendant responded, I just feel like you're from my neighborhood. I said, yes, yeah, ditto. Defendant responded, and I think you're hot.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, page 30. If I could ask you to read from that, sir.
I'm in the blue bubbles again. You really think that? I have always thought that about you. Defendant responded, what? I responded that you're hot, smart, witty, but I didn't think you were interested. Defendant responded, witty. I responded, yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Defendant responded, just thought we were the same / from the same neighborhood. I responded, are you afraid to say what's on your mind? What's in your mind? And then I said, on. Defendant responded, no, didn't I? No, didn't I? Question mark.
And sir, if I could turn your attention, to the next page, 31, and ask you to read from that.
I'm glad I'm in the blue bubble again. I'm glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Defendant responded, yeah. I was basically begging you. I responded, you don't have to beg me. I meant to say beg. Defendant responded, huh? I said, I will give you what you want. How are you texting right now? And I said, leaving me hanging. Defendant responded, no. I typed kids and then kinda. Defendant responded, how am I texting? And I began to say, is everyone asleep?
As far as the communication from the defendant indicating, yeah, I was basically begging you, what did you take that to mean?
That she wanted me to come over?
And if I could turn your attention to the next page, 32. If I could ask you to read from that page as well.
So it starts off with the defendant saying, I just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I said, I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? Question mark. Defendant said, yes, you should have. I responded, that would have been distracting. So now what? So no, what? And then I said, now. Defendant said, now what? Question mark. I responded, balls in your court. Defendant said, what do you want? I responded, loaded question. What do you want? Question mark. Defendant responded, I asked you, exclamation point. I in turn said, nope, you initiated this.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 33. If I could ask you to read from that, sir.
I said, spit it out. I'm in the blue bubbles. Defendant said, hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want. I responded, don't you have a boyfriend? Question mark. Defendant responded, where are you? Question mark. I said, Canton. Defendant said, where? Question mark. I responded, my office is at the PD. Why? Are you going to Mansfield? Question mark. Defendant responded, where is that? I said, Canton PD. Defendant said, I have a house there from before I reconnected W. John. I responded, oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 34, and ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant starts off and says, do you like me? Question mark. I responded, yes, clearly. Defendant said, come over my house. I responded, when? Question mark. Defendant said, when works for you? I said, whoever, and then whenever, when works for you? Question mark. The defendant said, I asked you first. I responded, I think you're messing with me. Defendant said, I'm glad you came over tonight, with some type of face. I responded, me too, balls in your court. What do you want, Karen? You looked great tonight.
If I could direct your attention to the next page, 35, and the last or second to last blue bubble down the bottom, starting with are you glad? Do you see that?
Page 35?
Yes.
And where is it again?
Second to last blue bubble, starting with are you glad?
Yes. I said, I'm in the blue bubble. I said, are you glad you walked me out? Question mark.
And what did she respond?
Defendant said, yes, with like semicolon and some type of a mark there. Are you? Question mark. And I said, DEF for definitely.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, 36. And if you could, please read from that.
So at the top, I'm in the blue bubbles. It says yes. And then I said, are you going home tonight or tomorrow AM? Defendant texted, we kissed, comma, right? Question mark. So then I put a question mark on her question. and said, "Is this a trick question?" Defendant said, "I don't know when I'm going home. I'm selling my house," with what I think is a smiley face. What a trick question, and a couple of question marks. I responded, "Are you moving to Canton? I'm following your lead with this." Defendant responded, "I live here, but I have property in Enfield." I'm guessing it's Medfield. Defendant said, "Why my lead? I don't want any responsibility." I responded, "You started this, right? Question mark. Why did you get my number?" And it says each out to me. It meant to say reach out to me. I then said, "Still have not told me."
And sir, if I could direct your attention to the next page 37 and ask you to read from that.
Defendant said, "Sorry, should I not have?" I responded, "I'm fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer." Defendant said, "You're mad at me?" I said, "OMG, no, not at all. You're being silly." Defendant said, "I told you, exclamation point. I just think you're like me and I'm attracted to you." And then she said, "A lot." I responded, "Feeling is mutual. I just never saw this coming." Defendant said, "Why?" Question mark. I responded, "Because I just assumed you were happy with your situation." Defendant responded, "I was, but things have deteriorated."
And if I could direct your attention to the next page 38 and ask you to read from that, sir.
I said, "Why?" Question mark. "How so?" Question mark. "What did Melissa say when you asked for my number?" Question mark. Defendant responded, "It is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died and everything got fucked up." I responded, "He seems very into you." Defendant responded, "I just told Melissa that I had your number but lost it." I said, "That's cute. She wasn't suspicious?" Question mark. Defendant responded, "No, she's great." I responded, "Does she know you like me?" Question mark. Defendant responded, "She's a sweetie. We just agreed. You are great," with another smiley type face.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to page 40 and ask you to read from that.
Defendant said, "Yeah, but where is that? I have had all my shit here for a couple of years and my house has been vacant, but I'd like to get closer to the water." I responded, "Are you breaking up or staying together?" Defendant responded, "I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I'm very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation." I responded, "When was that and how did you find out he hooked up?" Question mark. "I don't want to complicate your situation." Defendant responded, we went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel all over one of our friends. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I responded, "It does matter."
Now, as far as that indication that she made to you, either through text communications or in person, did she indicate at any point in time where that occurred?
So there was an occasion that the defendant stopped at my house. And again, the conversation that took place at my house was in relation to, again, sussing out and trying to figure out if this was everything that I stated before. Like, was this legitimate? Was she seriously interested in me? Was she at the end of her relationship with John? And during that, there was touch on that topic, and I became to realize, it was my understanding at that point that this incident took place in Aruba on New Year's Eve, based off the text messages and the conversation at my residence.
This was something that she brought up not only in the text communications with you, but in person in communication with you as well.
Yes, I mean, outside of being over there for the game, there was only one time that the defendant and I ever interacted on a one-on-one basis.
If I could direct your attention to the next page 41 and ask you to read from that.
So I'm in the blue bubbles and I said, "Did they bang?" Question mark. The defendant responded, "Does that matter?" Question mark. I said, "Sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out." Defendant responded, "It doesn't really matter." I said, "Okay, I won't ask again." Defendant said, I don't care, with a smiley face. It doesn't matter. I responded back, okay, hear you loud and clear, Karen. Defendant responded, okay. I responded, why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions? And then I typed on. Defendant responded, I'm not. I am, question mark. I responded, you're kind of getting defensive. Defendant responded, not at all, with an exclamation point.
Thank you, sir. If I could direct your attention to page 46. Ask you to read from that.
Defendant is in gray. She said, we did kiss earlier, comma, no, with an exclamation point. I responded in blue bubble, I think you initiated that, no, question mark. Defendant said, yep. Do I owe you an apology, question mark. I said, OMG, no. Why are you being sensitive? Defendant responded, I'm not. I responded, kinda. There's a P and a FFT, never, responded by the defendant. What do you want from me, question mark. I responded, what's on the table, question mark. Defendant said, what do you want ideally, question mark. I responded, the real deal. Defendant responded, it doesn't exist.
Thank you, sir. I could direct your attention to page 57, sir, and ask you to read from that.
It starts off in blue. I said, I can go to any base, but usually Hanscom and Bedford are down to the Cape. Defendant responded, which base down the Cape? Which branch? I said, Army. Defendant said, I'm not abnormally sensitive. I responded, Joint Base Cape Cod. Oh, I won't be so hard on you. Defendant responded, OMG, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad. I responded, I was just playing with you. Defendant responded, you weren't, but that's okay. I responded, stop being sensitive, please. Defendant responded, I'm not.
Now, sir, in reference, in that page of text communications, you made reference to a base down the Cape, is that right?
Yes.
And where is that in relation to where you live in Barnstable County?
So I can utilize one of the gates to get onto the base. I can get fuel. I can shop. I then can hit the Bourne Bridge, and I would use that as a cut through at the time when I was splitting my time between two different properties.
Is there also like a duty-free shop there?
There is, yes.
And at some point throughout the course of the text communications, did you offer to pick something up for the defendant from that shop?
I believe so.
If I could direct your attention to page 60. And ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, I don't know, question mark. It's an old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms, with kind of an emoji. I responded, more than you clearly need. Are you moving to Canton, question mark. Defendant said, I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into dust. Not anytime soon. I'm there most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot. I responded, a lot, why, question mark. Defendant respond. I then said, do you even know what you want, question mark, or who, question mark. Defendant responded, because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine, and I never wanted kids. I responded, I thought you were in this happy relationship. Defendant responded, everyone is happy at the hillside.
If I could direct your attention to the next page, 61, and ask you to read from that.
So it starts off with the defendant. It said, "Everyone is happy at the hillside!" Exclamation point. I responded, "Oh God, you avoid things." Defendant responded, "It's just very, very complicated dynamic with the four of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues." I responded, "I think he believes he is doing the right thing." Defendant responded, "Well, of course he is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister." I responded back, "I know how you feel, kinda. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard." Then I said, "I'm divorced since 2017 and have no kids."
If I could ask you to turn to the next page, 62, and ask you to read from that, sir.
I said, "I'm divorced since 2017 and I have no kids." Defendant responded, "I try very hard, but they are very spoiled and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel differently if they were mine or my own sisters." Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on NYE while we were away, and that has really affected me. I responded, "What did he exactly do?" Defendant responded, "I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing someone about raising kids with an emoji." I responded, "Why don't you tell me?" Defendant responded, "He was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over our friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel, and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. Not sure." I responded, "Oh God, did they bang?"
And ask you to turn to the next page, sir, page 63, if you could read from that.
I'm in the blue. I said, "Did they bang?" Defendant said, So I was the kids celebrating New Year's. I think it's without him, which shouldn't be my role. No, I doubt it. He was a mess. I said, Was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? Defendant responded, "I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They are constant, and it feels like a lose-lose." I responded, You clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside you." Defendant responded, "Yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant." I began to respond, "You can vent, babe."
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 64, ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, "Basically, I just feel like I spread myself too thin, and sometimes it's thankless." I responded, Defendant responded, "You probably felt that way too." I responded, "I did at times. It was one, not two, thankfully." Defendant responded, "Want to grab a drink?" I responded, "If you gave me some notice, I could have." Defendant responded, "You," in capital letters, said you were adaptable. I responded, "I am, but I have my work truck with me and not my personal. Do you get angry when you don't get your way?" Defendant responded, "That sounds like an excuse. I rarely get my way."
Now, as far as her invitation, is that something that occurred on one time or more than one time?
I believe it was more than one time.
And at any point in time, other than the two you've already recounted, as far as going over to Mr. O'Keefe's house for the football game, or the defendant stopping by your apartment in West Roxbury, were there any other occasions you went out over the defendant's house or out with the defendant by yourself?
No, never.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to page 74. I'll ask you to read from that.
Defendant said, "Are you single?" I responded, "Yes." Defendant said, "I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday? I responded, "You getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me? Defendant said, "And on vacay and probably a few other occasions." I responded, it should say, you didn't really beg. Defendant said, I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other? Question mark, question mark. I responded, why would I have thought you had any interest in me? Question mark. Usually do it when they do live with, usually do it when they do live with someone. And then I said, do not do it. Defendant responded, maybe, maybe not.
Thank you, sir. If I could direct you to page 77. And ask you to read from that, sir.
I said, I could go on, but I do not want to pump. It should say your shit up too much. Defendant responded, thanks for saying that, but low comps at the hillside. I responded, you know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places. The defendant responded, John has showed me about 5 times the ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly, with an emoji of somebody throwing up. I responded, what? Defendant responded, yeah.
She's a really, really important.
Jesus. Defendant said, he's like Christ. Are you guys hooking up? Question mark, question mark. And I said, OMG, great.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 78, sir.
I responded, I don't need drama, dude. Defendant said, no, it's fine. I responded, seriously? Defendant said, I'm serious, with an exclamation point. I said, you legit planted one on me. Defendant responded, I know where the cameras are anyway, duh. And then it was OMG Bruins with an emoji after that. I responded, so your slick move isn't on there, with some question marks? Defendant responded, course not. I responded, oh my God. And then I said, I almost, an emoji with somebody throwing up. Defendant responded, it was a peck anyway. I kissed Kerry and gay Jeff too. I responded, yeah, weak. I agree.
Now, as far as cameras at Mr. O'Keefe's house, is that something that you were aware was there prior to that conversation with the defendant?
No, not that I recall.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 79. And ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, LOL, funny. I responded, so now he is jealous of me, question mark. Defendant said, no, with an exclamation. I told you, he likes you a lot. I said, which makes this worse, question mark. Defendant said, you said or did something at the bar last week, and he goes, I like Brian more and more. I responded, I think he's a good dude too. Defendant responded, yeah, he is. I responded, funny. What's your end game? What do you want from me? You will just confuse it should say the shit out of yourself, because I'm a lot of fun.
Now, sir, the he that you're referring to in those text communications, who was that, just for clarity?
John O'Keefe.
And if I could direct your attention to page 84. And ask you to read from that page, sir.
I said, it was fun. Defendant said, I've complimented you today too, with a couple of exclamation points and then some type of emoji. I said, and kicked my nuts in. Defendant said, OMG, how? I responded, if I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere, so I'm all set with that's, and then I said, in quotations, that's fine, but I am not asking again. Defendant said, well, it was 7 p.m. and I'm super cool. So right now I'm asking again, with some type of I think it's a smiley face. I responded, coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. The defendant responded, now equals not. That sounds good. I responded, that's trouble. Defendant said, why, question mark.
And if I could direct your attention to page 90. Ask you to read from that, sir.
9-0.
90, yes.
The defendant said, no, I'm busting your chops. It's okay. I responded, no, you are sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have gotten carried away. Defendant said, you in capital letters said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite. And I responded, oh, okay. Defendant responded, I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone over for a drink. I responded, you're the master of avoidance. So you think I would just give it up. Defendant responded, I've been a lot in my life. I have a little bit of cop DM mindset, and then said, been through.
And if I could direct you to the next page, 91, sir.
Defendant said, what am I avoiding, question mark. I'm not afraid to be direct. I responded, some of my questions. Defendant responded, okay, which? Ask again. I said, nope, tricks are for kids. Defendant responded, I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up. I responded, okay. Defendant said, I can't say that, question mark. I said, of course you can. Defendant said, did I miss any other questions, sir, question mark. Probably, are you having a drink right now, question mark. Defendant said, yeah, on my second. I said, show me what you got.
And if I could direct your attention to page 99. And ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, none of that is true, exclamation point. I'm not talking to other guys, and I have issues with John, and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him, BC, I guess, because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married, neither are you, neither is John. I responded, was that your attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning, question mark? What do you want from me, question mark? Defendant said, that's just how I think / feel. You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple of times, I think. I responded, I'm not judging you, never have, never will. Defendant responded, you shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business.
Thank you, sir. If I could now direct you to page 102 and ask you to read from that.
Defendant said, my only, I'm assuming, point is that there's a difference between being married to someone and dating them, and we have no intention of ever getting married. The point of dating is not to get tied down. If you're not confident, you should be, in my mind anyway. The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl. I responded, okay, so he is cool with you dating other people, question mark. Defendant responded, and I'm not happy per se, just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he's seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same way, and you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. I responded, okay. Defendant said, you don't agree with me, question mark, question mark.
If I could direct your attention to page 107. Ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, at a bar, question mark. I responded, I wasn't suggesting anytime soon. I know you're with your friend. I meant my house. probably after 8. Defendant said probably after 8. I responded, okay, if you don't wanna, that's fine, no pressure. Defendant responded, I will a drink. It looks like I tabbed the bubble with a question mark. I then said, what do you drink? Question mark. Are you out now? Question mark. Defendant responded, sorry, I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having. I responded, haha, send me a pic of you two.
Now, you had testified earlier about some occasion prior to the 28th when the defendant had come over your house in West Roxbury, correct?
Yes.
In this page that you just read, as well as some of the successive pages after that, is that sort of arranging for that to occur after she goes out or leaves from a friend out in Boston?
I believe she was out with a friend that night in Boston, a female friend, yes.
And that evening when she came over your house, about how long was she there?
Not long.
And so what happened when she arrived, or what, if anything, did the two of you talk about?
It was kind of more of this. It was a kind of wasn't an interrogation. It was a face-to-face version of trying to suss out and vet, like, what is this all about? Again, I mean, you know, I'm not proud of these text messages. It is what it is. I'll take responsibility for them. But, you know, John was a friend at the same time. And I certainly wasn't, if they were at the end of the relationship, they were at the end of their relationship. But I wasn't going to have somebody utilize me and weaponize me against somebody that I liked. And it was just a weird experience. It was, I don't even think either one of us finished a drink. It was, like I said, it was this type of like, what is this all about? And then she left. I think I might have asked her to text me when she got in, so I knew she got home.
Now, that evening or at any other point, in your friendship or your relationship, whatever, however you want to term it, was there any other sort of intimate contact beyond what you've described occurring as she walked you out that night and you were over at Mr. O'Keefe's house for the patrons?
Are you asking if she ever kissed me again?
I'm asking if there was any kissing, any sexual relationship, anything at all between yourself and the defendant.
Absolutely not. In referring to at my residence when she stopped by, it was just, I was very uncomfortable, and it was just an uncomfortable situation. Just a weird vibe. That's the best I can describe it.
And lastly, sir, lastly, as it applies to this, turning your attention to the last page, number 118. And there's a couple different dates from the middle to the bottom of the page. Is that correct?
There is.
If I could ask you to start reading from, excuse me, where it says Sunday, January 23rd, 9:40 p.m.
Defendant, so Sunday, January 23rd at 9:40 p.m., defendant texted me, phone works, and then an emoji with arrows going like both ways. And I responded, thought you were all set, question mark. Defendant said, with talking, question mark? No. I said, are you sure? And she didn't respond. And I believe I said, that was it for that, the 23rd. I'm sorry.
So then the next date that any text communication was sent between the two of you would have been Friday, 11:32 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct. That would have been when we were at the waterfall.
And again, what does the text say there?
Well.
That's from you to her. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then the next text communication is the following day, or Saturday, the 29th at 11:54 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who is speaking in that communication, and what is said?
That is the defendant, and the defendant said John died.
And did you respond to that at all?
No.
And did you have any other communication with Ms. Reed following receiving that text message on January 29th?
No, I have not.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take it. Sir, if I could, a couple more questions for you, taking you back on the early morning of January 29th when you had come from Waterfall to Fairview, and then you were leaving from Fairview, if I could turn that sort of portion into your mind. When you're pulling away from the residence, the period of time that you were talking about as far as the plow being down and scraping a little bit on the ground, do you recall that?
I do.
About how much distance are we talking about with respect to that?
Distance less than a foot, I would say. I mean, it's real quick. I heard it.
And then as far as when you familiar with an area in the front of Mr. Albert's property at 34 Fairview where there is a flagpole and a fire hydrant?
I do know where that is, yes.
And as you drove by the house that evening, where were you in relation to that part of the yard?
When I drove away?
Yes.
Well, I might have been I was in the street. I pulled away, so that area would be on my passenger side.
And so what I'm asking, sir, is as you pulled away, did you pull away alongside the curb? Did you pull to the middle of the street? Or where did you direct the vehicle to go as you were pulling away?
Like any other time, I pulled away from the curb, and that's kind of it's a one-lane street, so to speak, and nobody was coming towards me, so just pulled out into the street, drove away.
I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I have no further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
I'll see you for 1 minute over here at sidebar before we begin. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Who did you come here today with, Mr. Higgins?
Who did I travel to the courthouse with?
Who did you meet here?
An attorney, my attorney.
Is there a reason that you felt compelled to bring an attorney with you for your testimony as a witness in a homicide investigation?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Trial, I should say.
Sustained.
You brought your attorney with you who's sitting right behind you, correct?
That is not my attorney.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were his attorney. My mistake. Where is your attorney?
I don't know. He might be in the courthouse.
Is he in the building?
I don't know where he physically is right now.
Okay. Without telling me anything that you said to your attorney, did you meet with him this morning before your testimony?
Yes.
Did you meet with him during the break in your, again, don't tell me what you talked about, but did you meet with him during the break when we took a break a few minutes ago?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And obviously the subject matter, again, without telling me any communication, the subject matter was your testimony here today, correct?
No.
How many conversations have you had with Mr. Lally about your testimony or your proposed testimony in anticipation of you testifying today?
One.
When was that?
That was on Monday.
How long was that conversation?
I would say under an hour and a half.
In person or over the phone?
In person.
Where was that conversation?
That was at the DA's office.
Who else was there?
My attorney, victim witness advocate, I believe her name is Kristen Collins, ADA McLaughlin, ADA Lally, and Lieutenant Brian Tully from the Mass State Police.
Anybody taking notes?
I did not. I don't know if anybody was taking notes.
Well, you were sitting there watching Lieutenant Tully. Did he take notes?
Not that I saw, no.
So you had an hour and a half long conversation with the prosecution team and a police officer witness, and you're telling me that you did not see anybody taking a single note down. Is that right?
That's correct. I did hand something to Lieutenant Tully, but he didn't take any notes in reference to what I handed him.
What'd you hand him?
I handed him a piece of mail that I got at my residence.
Anything having to do with this case?
Oh, I believe so.
Was that turned over to Mr. Lally?
No, I turned it over to State Police.
Your Honor, may we approach for a second?
Yes.
Other than that piece of mail that you handed to Lieutenant Tully, was there any other exchange of documents or anything like that? Have you shown anything in anticipation of your testimony?
The only thing I can be recalled showing was a photograph of the exterior of 34 Fairfield Road in Canton.
What about the text messages that you just went over extensively? Were you shown those?
I was shown a pile of papers, and I was advised that those text messages were going to be, they were put into another format, so they were easier to read.
And these are the screenshots that you just described on the exhibit.
Well, as I said, he showed me the stack, said they were the text messages. They were in a different format, but I'm assuming that's what they were.
What was your assignment with the ATF back in 2022?
I was assigned to the Bridgewater Field Office, but I was full-time with the United States Marshal Service doing fugitive apprehension.
And where were you physically officing out of?
Well, I continue to maintain the office at Canton PD.
Okay, but to be clear, you were a federal officer, not a Canton police officer on some sort of a task force with Canton PD, correct?
No, I was not on a task force with Canton PD.
But you did have an office at Canton PD based on a personal relationship that you had with the chief, correct? He gave you this office as a courtesy. Is that right?
So if I can explain,
Yes or no? Was it provided as a courtesy?
well, working partnership, I would say.
And you've been asked that specific question in a prior hearing, correct?
Yes.
In June of 2023, right?
Yes.
And you explained, look, there was a personal relationship that I had with Chief Berkowitz.
I did.
It was born out of
Tragedy.
a family tragedy that he was aware of.
Horrible tragedy. Yes.
And based on that personal friendship and that personal relationship, he offered you the convenience of officing out of Canton PD.
I would say that's a good summary.
This is Wild Alaskan Company. Wild caught, high quality seafood here at Wild Alaskan.
I think it's called, I think in the IT world, it's probably called a proxy card. That's what I know it to be.
So you had both a physical office and full access to Canton PD, all based on the friendship and relationship and convenience. The friendship and relationship you had with Chief Berkowitz and the convenience that he wanted to give you for having that office there, correct?
No, I wouldn't say full access. I had access to certain areas within the department.
Well, you certainly had access to and from your office.
Yes.
You had ingress and egress to the Canton Police Department.
Yes,
You could go in and out of the Sally Port.
I could.
You could go upstairs to Chief Berkowitz's office.
Yes.
You could go downstairs to the dispatch area, which is on the first floor, correct?
Yes.
And then you could go out to the Sally Port, into the Sally Port, across that garage, those 2 bay doors at your leisure.
Well, that would exclude the evidence room, the arms room, and places like that. I didn't have access to those places.
Right. But the places that I just mentioned, you did have access to.
Yes, absolutely.
You'd had that office for what? Back in January of 2022, probably had that office for more than 3 years?
I would estimate probably sometime around 2018.
2018. Okay,
Yeah.
not 18 years, 2018.
No, 2018. I'm sorry.
Okay.
My apologies.
Yeah, maybe close to 4 years.
Yes.
Okay. I want to turn your attention, Mr. Higgins, to January 28, January 29, 2022. By the way, I should ask another foundational question. Are you currently still at ATF?
Am I employed by ATF?
Correct.
Yes, I am. A special agent. Yes.
And what is your current billet or your assignment?
Objection.
Is that something you're free to discuss?
I'm assigned to division operations at this time.
Okay, what does that mean? You're taken out of the field?
Was I taken out of the field? Yes.
Are you no longer in the field?
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
Sustained, let's move on. You may be able to come back to this.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to turn your attention now to January 28, 29 of 2022. You recall those dates?
I do.
You've been living with those dates for the last couple of years.
Like a nightmare.
John O'Keefe's body was found outside your friend Brian Albert's house on the morning of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
You've previously testified that on January 28th, you had gone to New York for this memorial service, correct?
Funeral service. Yes.
The funeral service, not the memorial. You separate the two.
So, well, the wake would be the night before. Funeral, I call them the services. It wasn't a memorial. Memorial to me would be more of like an annual thing. This was the services.
Understood.
Just want to be clear.
So you went with Brian Albert, Kevin Albert, and Eddie Hernandez. Is that right?
I traveled down there myself, but I met up with them.
To go to the services?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you and Brian Albert and Kevin Albert sort of run in the same social and professional circles?
I mean, without speaking for anybody else, I think we know a lot of the same people.
Go to some of the same holiday parties, for instance?
Yes.
Go to some of the same events, whether they're law enforcement events or otherwise?
Retirement parties, yes, things like that.
Might meet up at a bar and have a social drink together?
Yes.
Might share a meal together, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that you particularly are pretty well connected to the Canton law enforcement community?
Could you qualify that, explain that?
You know quite a few cops, right?
Well, it's a small department, so I do know everybody in the building in some capacity.
Okay, so my question is, you know quite a few cops in Canton.
I do.
You're pretty good friends with, matter of fact, maybe best friends with the chief of police, former chief of police, Kenny Berkowitz, correct?
Yes.
You know Brian Albert, he's a Boston police officer.
Yes.
You know his brother and work with his brother at Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
So it's fair to say, back to my original question, you're relatively well connected in the law enforcement community, the fabric of that community in Canton. Is that right?
Well, I think that comes with working with people. Yes.
Is that yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. As a matter of fact, you've even given a personal toast at one of these events, these retirement events, et cetera, correct?
Chief Berkowitz, yes.
And during the course of that toast, you even said, if you want to hide a body, Kenny Berkowitz is your man, correct?
Objection.
Did
That was
you
a
say
joke.
that? Did you say that?
I don't recall that.
You don't remember telling that joke in front of a room full of folks?
I don't.
If you want to hide a body, Kenny Berkowitz is your man?
I don't.
You will agree that some of your closest friends are some of the more powerful people in Canton in terms of politics and law enforcement, right?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
At that same retirement dinner, there were members of the DA's office there, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, the DA, Michael Morrissey, was there.
I believe he was at one point.
All right. And that was the same event that you gave either a keynote speech or some sort of a speech for Chief Berkowitz's retirement. Is that right?
Yes.
How long have you known Brian Albert specifically?
I think I had some interaction with him when I was on the Cambridge Fire Department in my capacity in fire investigations. And then I would say pretty much through my entire career at ATF, you know, I came into contact with Brian.
Give me a number of years.
Well, I've been with ATF now for 15 years. I've probably known him at least that whole time.
You'd say that you have both a social and professional working relationship with him?
I would say yes, he's a friend.
Frequently drink together?
We have drank together. I wouldn't say frequently, but yes, we've drank together.
Break bread together, have meals together?
Absolutely, had lunch.
As a matter of fact, you were asked at a prior hearing whether or not you could put a number on the number of times that you've had drinks with Brian Albert, and you said somewhere around 50 or something like that? Or under, actually you said under 50?
Under 50, I think I might have said 30.
And that was in 2 years, correct?
Yes.
So not under 50 in the entirety of your relationship, a 15-year relationship with Brian Albert, literally in the prior 2 years when you gave your testimony in June of 2023. In those 2 years, met up with him and had drinks under 50 times.
Was that a question?
Yes.
Well, could you rephrase it?
Sure. Is it true that you testified, answer, quote, I mean, in 2 years, I mean, maybe under 50, end quote. That was your testimony to how often you socialized with Brian Albert, correct?
So we socialized more when I started working with his unit.
Okay. So my question is, well,
I don't know the exact number, but yes, we socialized. Absolutely.
that's all I was getting at.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, there's no secrets here, right? He's my friend.
Mr. Higgins, let me ask the questions. I get it.
That's fine.
I get it. You also know Brian Albert well enough to know what his relationship with, for instance, the other guy that you traveled back from New York with, Eddie Hernandez.
I do know Eddie Hernandez. I actually know Eddie the longest out of everybody.
So you knew Eddie, or Officer Hernandez.
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask the question.
You knew Officer Hernandez before you ever knew Brian Albert.
Yes.
You knew him before you even knew Kevin Albert.
Yes.
And you're aware that there was a physical altercation
Objection,
between
Your
Brian
Honor.
Albert and Eddie Hernandez that you're aware of, correct?
The objection sustained.
Are you aware that Brian Albert had gotten into a fist fight with Eddie Hernandez?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you at a Christmas party when that happened?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to that form. You can be specific.
Have you ever been at an event with Brian Albert and Eddie Hernandez and seen them fight?
Objection.
Christmas 5 years or so before 2022.
Okay, the objection sustained.
You do know that Brian Albert has a reputation for being a fighter.
Objection.
Sustained.
You were asked in a formal interview, do you recall, I want to make sure I'm clear about some of your prior statements. You had a formal interview with some folks prior to your testimony at a prior proceeding. You understand what I'm talking about?
I'm tracking.
Okay. At the formal interview, which is what I'm going to call that.
Okay.
The formal interview, you were asked about Brian Albert and his reputation, were you not? Yes or no?
Yes.
You indicated in that formal interview that even Chief Berkowitz was
Objection.
quote, a little afraid of Brian Albert.
All right, so that is the objection sustained. That's stricken. I'll see you at sidebar.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. You're also relatively close friends. In addition to being close friends with Brian Albert, you're also relatively close friends with his brother, Kevin, correct?
I am.
Kevin Albert is a detective with the Canton Police Department. Is that right?
Yes.
And you've worked in the same physical office with him for a number of years?
Physical building.
Physical building, that's a better way to put it.
It's different.
Is that right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that you've consulted with Kevin Albert on certain of his cases professionally, is that right?
I've assisted.
And you've also socialized with him, shared drinks with him,
Yes,
gone out to bars with him, is that right?
Yes, I have.
It's fair to say that you know the Albert family relatively well.
I would say that I know Brian and Kevin the best.
On January 28th, you drove your Jeep Wrangler to the Hillside Bar to meet up with Brian Albert for drinks, correct?
I did.
You said you drank 3 to 4 whiskey sodas at the Hillside, is that right?
It'd be Jameson and ginger, not whiskey soda.
My mistake. Jameson and ginger. Jameson is Irish whiskey?
It is.
And ginger is ginger ale?
Yes.
Okay. What was Brian Albert drinking?
If I was to guess, a beer.
I don't want you to guess. Do you know what he was drinking?
No, I don't.
He was drinking
He was
something.
drinking something.
Okay. Alcoholic.
Yes.
You two were probably going round for round. In other words, finish a drink, get another round for the two of you, finish it, get another round.
I don't think no, I wouldn't say we were going round for round.
So he was nursing one beer while you had 4 Jamesons?
Well, it would have say that again?
He was nursing one beer while you had 4 Jamesons when you sat there?
No, he was maybe he had more beers than I had Jamesons is more what I would say.
Okay, so maybe he had 5 or 6 beers while you had 4 Jamesons.
I'm not going to put a number on it because I don't know.
But it was more.
More than what?
More than you.
Maybe. He wasn't there that long.
Well, it doesn't take that long to drink a beer, does it? I mean, if you're sort of thirsty and in a hurry.
Is that a question?
Everything I say up here is a question.
Okay.
Just presume
Well,
that.
all right. So
Well, that wasn't. So
So let's question. Yes, Mr. Higgins, that was a question.
All right, let me put a question mark at the end of that.
Okay.
Your memory that Brian Albert had more drinks than you did when you had those 3 to 4 Jameson and Gingers.
To be honest with you, I wasn't keeping track.
He left Hillside and you stayed, correct?
For a short time, yes.
You later changed your mind and ultimately decided to go to the waterfall. You finished whatever you're eating or drinking, and decided to go over to the waterfall, right?
Yes, because I'm always saying I'm going to show up and then I kind of do the Irish exit. So I decided it was a long day. It was an emotional day and I decided to join them.
Did you drive your vehicle over there
Yes, I did.
after having as many as 4 whiskeys?
Yes.
Brian Albert, did he drive himself?
Well, I didn't see him. I dropped him off in Boston PVD district down there in Charlestown. And I'm assuming he drove back towards that way to meet me.
He wasn't with anybody else.
Not that I know of.
So he was drinking at the Hillside bar and then got in his car and drove over to the waterfall as well.
I didn't see him drive over, but I assume that's what he did. Yes.
You went to John O'Keefe's house. I'm going to shift gears for a second. You went to John O'Keefe's house at some point to watch the Patriots game on January 16th, right?
Yes.
That was the time when you indicated that when you left, Karen gave you a kiss goodbye, correct?
Yes.
It's safe to say that that was not some hot, passionate, long kiss, but you think it was more than just a friendly peck, correct?
I wouldn't describe it as a peck. I describe it as more than friends. It was a kiss.
Well, you did describe it as a peck, didn't you?
When?
When you texted Karen Reed and she said it was just a peck, and then you texted back, I agree.
Figure of speech.
Or the truth, right?
Figure of speech.
After that incident, it's safe to say, we've just gone through a number of them, you exchanged flirtatious texts with Miss Reed. Is that right?
Is the incident you're referring to when she kissed me?
No, I'm saying after that. After that incident, yes, after the Patriots game.
Okay, yep.
You exchanged flirtatious texts.
We did.
With Miss Reed.
I did.
And that was over the course of a few weeks, a couple of weeks, but just 9 days. Is that right?
So it was between the January 12th and I would say before the 28th, because the 28th, she didn't respond. And the 29th, she sent that last text that John died.
Well,
Those weren't.
You've looked at the text, right?
I have.
You just looked at the last couple of texts.
I did.
The last text that she sent of any substance was January 23rd, right? Almost a
Well,
week.
I think the text,
Almost a
I think the
week.
text on the 29th, John died, there's substance there.
Okay, I'm not suggesting, I'm talking about after you said, well,
Yeah.
28th, right? The text of substance between the two of you, talking between the two of you, not the John died text. That substance ended on the 23rd, didn't it?
I'd have to have the text in front of me to agree with you.
I think it's right here, Mr. Jackson, right in front of the exhibits right there.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, are you directing me to the 23rd?
I'm directing you to the last page. Just look at everything on it and tell me if that refreshes your recollection. This is the last substantive text about you and Karen before your well.
Yes, it'd be the 23rd at 9:40.
Okay? Yes. So it was 9 days of texting between the two of you, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And aside from the kiss goodbye, you two never had any sort of physical contact with one another.
Do you mean intimate when you say physical?
Correct.
Yes.
I'm not talking about shaking her hand, Mr. Higgins.
Well, I want to answer your question truthfully.
I would like you to too. You didn't have any physical, intimate contact with Ms. Reed, correct?
No, I did not.
There was no other hugs or kisses or certainly no sex.
No.
And when she said, "I'm glad you came over tonight," in one of those texts that you just read a few minutes ago, she was referring to the Patriots game with John there and a big crowd there, correct?
Yes.
Over the course of that week or so, Ms. Reed did explain her feelings about her relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, correct? In text messages.
During the pendency of our communication, she did express, yes.
And she indicated that there's a difference between being married to someone and dating someone, et cetera. We saw those texts. Is that right?
Yes.
She also indicated that in terms of the situation in Aruba, she was upset by that, but it's not that big a deal. Correct?
It was clear to me she was upset.
And she said, "I don't care too much about that other girl." Right?
Well, at least that's what she said in text, yes.
That's what I'm asking you. Is that what she said in text, Mr. Higgins? It's not a trick question.
That's what she said in text.
Right. She said something along the lines of, "I'm just trying to be realistic. There's cracks in the relationship. It's far from perfect." Is that right?
I think that's something she texted.
All right. And you'll agree that during the course of these texts, you were constantly asking for clarity and explanation from her. Were you not?
During our communication, I did ask for clarity.
Many times. You
Yes.
saw it, correct?
Yes.
And she pretty much wouldn't answer you, correct?
She was non-committal, I would say.
Which is why you were saying in your texts, "Why won't you answer the question?" And she would parry and not answer that one either, correct?
Well, I didn't want to be stuck in the middle of anything.
That's not my question. I'm asking you whether or not she would answer your question about clarity specifically.
She avoided questions about text.
Right. And that was frustrating because you were very interested in her romantically at that point, correct?
I was attracted to her. I don't know that I would say very interested in her.
You texted things like, "Why did you get my number and reach out?" That's a quote from the text we just read, correct?
I did ask that, yes.
You said, "Now what?" Is that right?
Yes.
You texted, "So now what?" Correct?
Yes.
You texted, "I would hang out," meaning with you.
Yes.
Correct? You were showing interest in her.
Yes.
You were showing romantic interest in her.
I wouldn't say it was romantic. I was trying to vet it out.
Well, you weren't seeing if she wanted to go see a ball game with you as a buddy, right?
Not really, no.
No, you were showing romantic interest in her, weren't you?
I was trying to vet out was her interest in me legitimate. It was very normal for me to have that question in my mind when I didn't initiate this, she did. And I think it was a fair question just to try to find out.
You were showing romantic interest in Karen Reed, weren't you?
I was interested, but I don't think I was at the romantic phase.
Okay. When I say romantic, well, what do you mean by romantic? What's the romantic phase?
Sending somebody flowers?
Dating?
Well, there's a difference between dating and hanging out. I mean, it's kind of hard to date somebody when you have a boyfriend.
Mr. Higgins, well, not if both people are dating other people, right? Happens all the time, doesn't it?
Well, I think I asked that question too.
Right. That's not my question. My question is, you seem to have a problem admitting that you had a romantic interest in my client. Is there a reason for that?
I was attracted to her.
Right. Physically attracted.
I thought she was an attractive woman.
Romantically attractive.
I'm not. Harbor Freight knows on any given day, we're all mechanics.
Wouldn't it, sir?
Objection.
Not at all.
So the objection sustained is to the form. You can ask it differently, and that answer will be stricken now.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I?
Yes.
You were sexually attracted to her.
I was physically attracted to her, yes.
Sexually attracted to her was my question.
Well, I think in the text I said, you're hot.
Okay. So my question again, Mr. Higgins, you seem to not want to answer my question. My question is, were you or were you not sexually attracted to my client?
Yes.
Okay. You were saying things like, what do you want from me? And I want the real deal. Those are your words, correct?
Yes.
And the real deal with you would be to date her, to get involved with her romantically, correct?
No.
The real deal was what? What did you mean by I want the real deal?
Like a relationship.
What kind of relationship? A buddy-buddy relationship? You just want to go like
The same thing everybody wants, a real relationship.
a romantic relationship, Mr. Higgins?
It's possible.
Right. And she was answering with things like, when you said, now what? She answered, I don't know, correct?
Yes, she did.
When you asked, so now what? She answered, I'm sorry, when you said, so now what? She answered, now what? Correct?
Well, I don't have it in front of me, so I can't agree with you. If I'd like to see what you're referring to.
Well, you just read it about 10 minutes ago. Would you quarrel if
I know, but you're giving me portions of it.
you were given portions of it by Mr. Lally as well?
Okay.
Right? Did you text something like, now what? And she responded something like, now what?
I think on one occasion she did, yes.
Okay. And you remember you just read a text where she texted, I'm sorry, you texted, what do you want from me? And her responsive text was, I don't know. Correct?
I think that was one of the texts.
Again, with this theme of her being non-committal, one way or the other. Is that right?
Well, that's not how I would interpret it as a theme, no.
Well, didn't you just say she was non-committal? That was your word, not mine.
I did, but as I told you, it's been a process of trying to suss it out and see what this was all about.
Right. So when you were sussing it out and determining whether or not you were going to advance this romantic interest, she was sort of non-committal, wasn't she?
Well, not one person advances it. I think that's a joint thing.
When you texted, you want the real deal, she responded, it doesn't exist, didn't she?
She did, yes.
And she never once in any of those texts expressed anger or hatred toward John, correct?
No, not at all.
But in fact, she indicated more of frustration with the immediate family. The kids, she didn't want to have kids.
In its totality, I would say yes.
And then on January 23rd, as you just saw, she just stopped communicating with you altogether, correct?
Until the 29th, yes.
Correct. Do you know what the term ghosted means?
I think I have a general idea, yes.
She sort of ghosted you, didn't she?
I wouldn't agree with that.
That was frustrating to you, that she just stopped communicating, wasn't it?
No, not at all.
You had been moving through this mindset of exploring a romantic interest with a beautiful woman, thought was interested in you, and just like that, it was done, right?
No.
So what communication did you have with her after January 23rd?
Well, she texted me on January 29th.
You keep saying that, but you know what I'm getting to. January 29th was her informing you that a tragedy had occurred. John had died, right? I'm not talking about that, Mr. Higgins, so I don't want to keep playing games.
All right, so that's what we talked about. No more of
Sorry.
that.
After the 23rd, or up to the 23rd, she had been texting back and forth with you pretty regularly. You just saw it, correct?
She also sent me a text with arrows saying the phone works both ways.
And as of the 23rd, she stopped, didn't she?
The texts were sporadic over those 9 days. I don't know if they would have stopped or they would have kept going.
Well, they didn't keep going, did they?
Well, John passed away.
You know they didn't keep going because from the 23rd onto the 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th, all the way to the 29th, she never texted you, right?
I believe so.
She didn't respond to any of your texts, correct?
Well, she didn't respond to the text on the 28th Friday.
All right, why don't we take our lunch and recess, folks?
What I'm going to ask the jury to do is, can we do a 45-minute lunch instead of an hour's lunch today? And also, you don't have to answer me now, but maybe we'll go to 4:30 rather than 4 o'clock if that works for you. If it doesn't work for any one of you, let the court officer know.
Chair is leaving your notebooks on your chairs. All right, follow me, jury up.
So why don't I see counsel over here at sidebar?
Be back, Miss Miss Boys Regular. I'll be back. Like, get used to this. Like, these people think I'm around, like I'm Mr. Internet guy.
All right, so what the language you use, what is the end game? Like the end game that you have in terms of going back. And I've watched a lot of the clips where you're using language and you're going to make like difficult for them. You're going to high school games and the parents are watching their kids and you're going there. What's the end game to all that?
The end game is to ask people questions, Vinny, to figure out who killed John O'Keefe and hold these people responsible for it. The end game, what I just said in that clip, this is how much the government lies about this. I was not talking about any of the quote unquote witnesses there. I was talking about a DPW employee who didn't want to do their job that day. And I made it very clear, if you're going to, they were basically giving me the runaround. And I said, I'll be back next week. I'll be back the week after that. If you don't want to give me these public records, which I'm entitled to as a journalist, I will keep coming back. I was not referring to any of the quote unquote witnesses there. That's how dishonest the government is. The Boys Regular person I was referring to is the woman behind the desk. She's a government employee. She's not a witness to anything. She has nothing to do with the Karen Reed case. And by the way, Vinny, I was there to find out who plowed Fairview Road the morning of January 29th, 2022, because they never interviewed the plow driver. And guess what? 2 months later, I found that driver. His name is Brian Lucky Loughran. He plowed Fairview Road at 2:30 in the morning. He went right by the house, and John O'Keefe's body was not on the front lawn. He also told me in an exclusive interview that he saw a Ford Edge parked directly next to where John O'Keefe's body would be discovered 3 hours later. And he had been interviewed by the FBI about that. And why didn't the state police find this guy? Why didn't they track this guy down? Because they didn't want to track him down. Because his information, his testimony proved that John O'Keefe was not killed by Karen Reed at 12:30 because he was not on that lawn at 2:30. And since breaking this story in August of 2022, the state police to this day have done zero work to find out who was driving that Ford Edge parked right next to John O'Keefe's body at 3 a.m. You know why, Vinny? Because they're too busy calling up ex-girlfriends of mine and someone named Natalie and finding out how many times I talked to Karen Reed as if that matters. Why don't they find out who's driving that Ford Edge? Don't they want to know who killed the Boston police officer? Because it sure as heck wasn't Karen Reed, because there was nobody on the lawn at 2:30. That's what I was doing in that clip. Actual journalism that no other reporter is willing to do and no police in this case are willing to do.
All right, I'm going to show folks another clip that was cited again, episode 598. Again, this is one where you're talking about Chris Albert looking for turtle riders who are your followers. Let's watch it.
this guy's got his head on a swivel everywhere now. He's like, Turtle Riders, where are they? I got bad news for you, Chris. I got really bad news for you. They're literally everywhere. You can't, like, you guys should just stop going out in public. Like, that'd be my recommendation. And it's only going to get worse from here. I did not direct this person to do this. I can't stop them. They're everywhere. They don't like you. Nobody likes you. You guys killed someone. You literally killed someone. Not you. You didn't do it. You raised someone who did it. And, your big bro did it. But and you obviously know this and you're helping to cover it up. But I guess you didn't kill anyone. So you got that going for you. So good job, Chris. You just raised the killer. Anyway, and we're going to get to that too. But he's obviously, when I saw him, this dude is ready and looking around. They insist on going out in public. Chris, I know where you guys were today. Y'all were in Agawam, weren't you? I got pictures of you on my cell phone. I got people sending me pictures. You guys were at some sort of Little League thing in Agawam. I got pictures of Courtney Proctor. I got pictures of, who was she with there? I forget. There's a whole crew here. Alberts, McCabe's, all you people were there. So just know that there will be no, life as normal is over. Okay. Life is normal. You had normal for a while there from January 29th till about April, January 29th, 2022 till April of 2023. You guys literally got away with murder. Okay.
All right, let's talk about this now. Life's not going to be normal for you. People are taking pictures. Yeah. You've got all these followers. Are you concerned that they're being doxxed? Wait. Let me finish the question. Are you concerned that it can become a dangerous situation and someone would be intimidated from coming forward and saying, listen, I got to get out of here. I don't want any part of this anymore. Because that's what they're alleging here. No, is that you're intimidating these folks to the point that they will no longer be able to be witnesses. And the concern is that the Commonwealth will not be able to either prove their case or witnesses will disappear because people are interfering with justice in this case.
Where was the elite? There was nothing illegal about what I just said there. I made a comment that you guys are famous. This story has blown up. When you go out, a precursor to what happened there, Chris Albert had gone out to a bar. Chris Albert is the brother of Brian Albert, whose house John O'Keefe's body was found on and was never searched by police, by the way, and he never came outside despite being a Boston police officer. And he sexually harassed two women, two Turtle Riders wearing free Karen Reed shirts in that bar they were at, and he got into an argument with them. And there was a video.
Let me first say that any allegations that you make, we have not independently researched or can verify. Go ahead, continue.
Well, they got in an argument, and there was a video of it, and I played the video, and I was simply making commentary on that video. I said, if you choose to go out in public, this is what's going to happen. It's just a fact. That's not intimidation. When you're famous, all right? When famous people go out in public, he's also an elected official in town, by the way. When you go out in public and you're well-known and you're provocative and you're involved in this very shady murder cover-up, what do you think is going to happen? People are going to call you out about it. People are going to, and if you engage with them, and if that were me, Brian Albert doesn't go out in public. He's I would do what Brian Albert does. I would stay home.
Let me ask you about that. Now that you've been charged, I mean, it doesn't seem like you're holding back now. Are you still going to show up at the courthouse? Are you still going to be in the courtroom? Are you permitted to as a condition of your release?
Oh, of course I am. Except now they're bringing around an individual who has a restraining order due to one of the witnesses has a restraining order. So they're bringing her to court with them in order to evict me from the courtroom. That happened at the last hearing. I leave 5 seconds after this because they bring in one of the quote unquote victims, and basically I have to leave the courtroom, even though I've been reporting on the story from day one. And that's fine. But of course I'm going to continue to report on this story. If I have to do it remotely, I'll do it remotely. You're not going to shut me up. You're not going to silence me. And we're going to keep going with this. And at the end of the day, the facts are on our side. The FBI.
Well, let me ask you about the facts. This is the one question. And every time there's a conspiracy allegation, we have other cases where people are saying that someone else is responsible and there's some level of conspiracy. When do you believe this alleged conspiracy was hatched, right? At one point, do they decide is a decision made that we are going to frame Karen Reed for what we did. And who's there?
12:30 a.m.
And who's there when all this decision is made?
12:30 a.m., January 29th, 2022. They beat up John O'Keefe, and he was bleeding out, and he was clearly on the verge of dying. And they made a decision that we're not going to go to jail for this. We're going to put him on the front lawn at right where that woman just left, and we're going to leave him there. He's going to die in the cold. And we're going to Google how long to die in cold at 2:27 a.m. to see how long we have, which Jennifer McCabe did. She did do that.
Let me ask you this, though. Isn't the first time the car striking John O'Keefe ever brought up, isn't it brought up by Karen Reed herself the next morning when she responds?
No,
isn't she the first one to say, I hit him, I hit him?
No. According to Jennifer McCabe, it is. According to the woman who Googled how long to die in cold at 2:27, it is.
Okay,
Her a reliable source.
So
yeah.
And I want to talk a little about some of the evidence. So Jennifer McCabe is going to fabricate the part of the conspiracy. She's fabricating evidence. How about the tail light fragments that are found? Are they planted?
Yeah.
When are they planted, do you believe?
Well, I'll tell you one thing, Benny. When the Canton police searched the scene at 6 a.m. that morning, they found exactly 0 pieces of taillight, and he was missing a size 12 shoe, a basketball shoe. So they found 0 pieces of taillight, and there had been about an inch of snow that had fallen at that point. Fast forward to 12 hours later, after about 1.5 feet of snow had fallen, and they found about 5 pieces of taillight. And then on 5 undocumented trips to Fairview Road over the next 3 or 4 weeks, Trooper Michael Proctor, who is best friends with the homeowners, has known them for decades. We call him the taillight whisperer. He finds taillight every single time.
Well, let me ask you this.
To Fairview Road.
So where are they getting the taillight from?
From her car that they took.
From the seized car. So the taillight is broken in this video, you believe, not from striking John O'Keefe.
Oh, it's cracked there clearly, and when you see when it pulls out, it's barely cracked. It's definitely cracked. It's like a bulb out, and then later on in Dighton, you see it. It's still, it's clearly cracked, but it's still pretty intact. Well, Vinny, they want 35 pieces of taillight are missing from this thing when it pulls out. Look at it when it pulls out. 35 pieces of taillight came from that. Are you kidding me? How dumb do they think we are? And why didn't the Canton police find any of that taillight?
They say they didn't find any on the driveway here.
Because it's barely broken, Vinny.
So you're saying it's broken after I'm just trying to understand how this is going to be argued in court. So it's broken after the fact.
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you about something else. The nature and the status of the relationship between John O'Keefe and Karen Reed. We've also learned now about, was it Brian Higgins, who Karen Reed apparently shared a kiss with at John O'Keefe's house? What? But wait. And so she was angry because John O'Keefe had done something when they went down to Aruba. What was the nature? Weren't there problems in their relationship?
I don't care if she was having sex with half of Canton. It doesn't explain why he's got dog bites on his arms. It doesn't explain why he's got no bruising from his nose down or has a gigantic
let me ask you
laceration
this.
in the back of his
You
head.
mentioned one shoe is off, one shoe is missing?
Yeah.
Well, people get in the Alec Murdaugh trial, we got to learn about another case in South Carolina, Stephen Smith, and we talked to a lot of folks who talked about pedestrians getting hit by cars, and it was common that shoes would come off in those cases. Does that concern you at all?
Where was the shoe?
I don't know.
The Canton police searched it. They took his body out of there, and he's wearing one shoe.
The other one's
Where's
gone.
the other shoe?
Okay.
I would look at, personally, if I was murder police, I would go in the house where the body was found, but that house was never searched.
They never went in.
You got a dead body on your lawn, the cops coming in your house.
Okay. We've gotten through that. We've gotten through all of this. At this point, right, the last time we spoke, I sort of told you, like, maybe pull back from the confrontations a little bit. Are there any regrets in what you've done? At any point, do you feel like maybe you took it just a little too far? You got wrapped up in the case. the emotions took over a little bit, and maybe you said some things or confronted people, maybe not from your perspective breaking the law, but maybe not doing the right thing.
My biggest regret is I wish I had better taste in women, Vinny. I mean, that's ultimately, that's why that was the 60 days. That's what that was for in jail. But quite frankly, no, I would do this over again in a heartbeat because this is all protected speech. The First Amendment is on trial here in Massachusetts, the birthplace of democracy, where the First Amendment was created. It is on, we have a statute here that says it's illegal to cause emotional harm to witnesses, not physical harm, the threat of physical harm, emotional harm. Vinny, I cause emotional harm every day for a living. So does anyone with strong opinions. Emotional harm is a subjective thing. Anybody who makes somebody else sad has caused them emotional harm. In the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, if you are a witness in a case, you are not allowed to have your feelings hurt according to the statute. Some of the things, I didn't threaten any of those. Those clips you played, where was the threats? Where were the threats? It was just me saying, personally, if I were you, I wouldn't go out in public because I don't feel like getting in arguments with people.
All right, Aiden, Turtleboy, I'm going to call you Turtleboy. We're out of time for tonight. Appreciate you coming on. I know you spent 60 days on the inside. Now you're back on the outside. We're going to continue to follow everything in your case, but obviously when this Karen Reed trial happens, we'll be covering it as well. And I just want to explain to everyone, because every time you invite Turtleboy onto the show, you know, it's a big deal. Like there's a lot of controversy, whether it's social media, walking around, people talking to you. Anyone who's accused of a crime connected to a big case that we cover, we will invite on. Very few of them, if any, come on, but you did. So I appreciate you coming on tonight and answering questions about allegations, because we've been talking about you while you've been locked up. So wanted to give you an opportunity to give your side of the story. Thanks so much, Aiden. We'll talk to you again. All right. That's Turtleboy. All right. Strong opinions, but was he intimidating the witnesses? Is it First Amendment? We'll find out.
A change in direction at the Karen Reed murder trial today. As WBZ's Penny Commit shows us, testimony briefly shifted to DNA found at the crime scene.
Some of the testimony this morning was a little bit different. It wasn't from a first responder or a family member, but this time from a forensic scientist.
In this case, we received 2 swabs.
Terry Kuhn, a veterinary forensic scientist at UC Davis, says her unit received swabs of DNA taken from John O'Keefe's shirt the night he died. The samples came back negative for dog or canine DNA.
There was absolutely no canine DNA that you observed on the 2 samples that were submitted to you from the State Police Lab, Massachusetts.
That's correct. We observed no canine DNA.
But why is this important? Remember, the defense is trying to paint the picture that John O'Keefe died inside of Brian Albert's home during a fist fight. A totally different theory than the state's belief that Karen Reed hit O'Keefe with her car outside. The defense has suggested that the Alberts family dog, Chloe, may have been involved in that fight. Chloe was rehomed shortly after O'Keefe's body was found on the Alberts' front lawn.
True, was that when you got rid of your dog?
I did not get rid of my dog. I rehomed my dog.
While Dr. Kuhn says she did not find any dog DNA on the swab sent to her lab, she admits she was not there for the collection of the DNA. The defense used this to their advantage, pointing to the red Solo cups police used to collect evidence in this case.
You'd agree that your analysis of those swabs is only as good as the starting material with which you have to work, correct?
That would be correct. I only have the swabs to test.
That testimony lasted about an hour. Then we started hearing from more friends who were there the night that John O'Keefe died, one of which said to have seen Karen Reed's SUV. We're going to have more on that coming up this evening. But for now, in Dedham, I'm Penny Commit, WBZ News.
All right, Penny, thanks. We are streaming the Karen Reed trial live on CBS News Boston. You'll find our streaming service on the CBS News app, Pluto TV, and WBZ.
And I will not be intimidated. I will not be silenced, and we will continue on our journey for justice for John O'Keefe and for Karen Reed.
Tick, tick, boom. Noise. Go, baby, we bringing our toys. Boys, chop up the singing, should be on the voice. Bang, bang, we gon' ride out. Gang, gang, we don't die out. Want it like this, ain't no timeouts. Tell me who really gon' find out.
We be disturbing the peace, working, we serving the streets.
Karen Reed has supporters who've shown up in large numbers.
Tick, tick, boom.
Hard body, and not scaring nobody. You make me resort to wildin'. You must be blind by the diamonds. I didn't want it to be this way, but y'all won't need to try this. So it's no way around it. You the loudest one, it's going quiet. We be disturbing the peace, working, we serving the streets. About to go ahead, going beast. Bang, bang, leave you sleep.
This is the first time I think I've ever seen this. An outpouring of support for someone accused of murdering a Boston police officer. Unbelievable situation. Never seen anything like it.
Tick, tick, boom. You can't stop me, so who gon' stop me? You can't stop me, so who gon' stop me? You can't stop me, so who gon' stop me? You can't stop me, so who gon' stop me?
We be disturbing the peace, working, we serving the streets. About to go ahead, going beast. Bang, bang, leave you sleep. Woo! It's go, 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 go time.
Tick, tick.
This game, you're not ready for it.
Karen Reed is completely innocent. You know that, though, right?
Why are you filming me now?
Well, I mean, you just said Karen Reed did it, right? I mean, you were walking away and you had something
I
to
know,
say.
but you gotta fucking film me.
Well, I'm just curious. You just told me Karen Reed did it.
You gotta film me.
I mean, you just told me she did it, right? All I wanted to know was why did Caitlin Albert change her story from leaving at 12:15 to 1:45?
Nobody wants you to get the fuck out, man.
I'm just asking. I mean, you confronted me. You confronted me.
I'm from here. You're not. I'm not. You can get the fuck out of here.
I mean, was Caitlin in that?
Yeah. Why is he fucking recording me?
Was Caitlin in the house when they murdered John?
Stop. What the fuck are you doing?
Was Caitlin in the house when they murdered John?
Call the cops.
All right, let's get him down here. Let's talk.
Such a fucking pussy. You really are.
How am I a pussy?
Why are you filming me, dude?
So I'm just curious. Why did she change her story? Why did Caitlin change her story from leaving from 12:15 to 1:45? I'm just curious. I mean, I was gonna walk away, and then you had to say the thing about Karen did it.
I asked you a question. That's all I asked.
No, but you walked
no
away.
cameras.
And you said,
I said no.
Well,
cameras.
then you had the smart.
I got a 5'2" man.
5'2". He's got jokes. He's got jokes. Why aren't you on the Canton? Why aren't you on the Canton PD list anymore? Nah. Probably just gonna stay anyway. But I'm just curious. Why'd you pick her up at 1:45?
Yeah, I'm at the beach.
And what'd you tell? Why'd you say Karen did it?
5'2".
How come? Why are there dog bites on John? Do you know where Chloe is by any chance? Don't you live in Easton? I thought you lived in Easton. And don't you drive? You drive a car that's very similar to a Ford Edge that was seen parked outside 34 Fairview Road at 3 a.m. No?
Yeah.
No? I mean, I'm just curious.
No, I don't. No.
You're really calling the police right now?
Yeah.
And telling them what?
And tell them there's a small, strange man harassing me.
I mean, I'm just asking you questions. You came up to me, dude. I didn't even recognize you. You had to tell me who you were. I didn't even recognize you. You were Tristan Morris.
I told you. I told you to put the cameras away.
And I said no.
I came up to you. I said no cameras.
And then I agreed to it. But then you said the smart aleck comment when you walked away about.
A smart fucking.
You said Karen Reed did. I didn't say anything. I just asked you a question. What'd you say?
You're a fucking maggot. You're a maggot.
Not really. I mean, but I mean, I'm just curious.
You're a maggot.
How am I a maggot?
You're a fucking maggot.
How so?
You're lucky you don't punch your fucking head in the
Really? Like you guys did to John? You guys like punching people. I know you like punching people.
Get the fuck away from me.
I mean, are you gonna do what? Are you gonna do what? Like what you guys did to John O'Keefe? How you murdered him?
Get the fuck away
No?
from me.
I mean, I'm just curious.
Get the fuck away from me.
Are you gonna punch me? You said you're gonna punch me. I'm just curious why. Why do you guys always resort to punching? Why does everything have to be so confrontational with the McAlberts? Now, you want to punch me? You can punch me.
Why would I do that?
I mean, you're on the phone talking to the police and you're threatening to punch me. I'm a rat? Yeah, you guys don't like it when people rat, right? When people tell the truth? That's what you call people who tell the cops the truth, right? Rat. I'm a rat. That's what you guys call people who tell the cops the truth, right? A rat?
The fuck out of here.
But seriously, I mean, you came up to me and wanted to talk to me. So
Yeah, I said off camera. And
yeah,
the
and
first
I
thing you
agree,
do
and
is
I was
run over me.
respectful to you. And then you walk away and
then
you
what
go,
did I do?
Karen
What the
Reed,
fuck
and
did
then
I
you go,
say?
Karen
The
Reed
fuck-
did it, by
the
the
fuck
way.
did I say?
Karen Reed didn't do it. Karen Reed's a completely
You're a
innocent
tough guy
woman.
with the camera on.
I'm not tough at all.
You're
I'm
a
just a
tough guy with
reporter
the
asking
camera on.
questions.
You're a tough guy
I'm
with
just
the
a
camera
reporter
on.
asking questions.
You're a fucking maggot.
I mean, so why doesn't John have
fucking
any
maggot.
injuries below
Shut
his
the camera off, you
his
fucking
nose?
pussy.
And why did Caitlin tell police she left at 12:15 if she really
camera
left
off,
at
tough guy.
1:45?
Yeah, shut
Why did she do that? I don't get it.
Shut the camera off.
I mean, are you protecting Brian? Who did it? Who killed John?
All right, dude. Come on.
You
we
know,
get it.
come
You
on. I
little
know
fucking
you know.
bit, dude.
I know you know.
You little bit.
You don't think John O'Keefe's
Get out of
family
here,
deserves
bro. Nobody
justice?
wants you over here, dude.
I mean,
Nobody wants you over
but
here.
I want to know.
Nobody
Do you
wants
think
you over
John O'Keefe's family deserves
Nobody wants
justice?
you over here. Get the fuck out of
Do
here.
you think John O'Keefe's family deserves justice? Yes or no? Do they?
Yeah.
Do you think Karen Reed should go to jail for a crime that your girlfriend's family committed? I mean, were you in the house that night? Were you in the house that night when John was murdered? Because I'm just curious. You were with them at the Waterfall bar.
You know what? This isn't the place to.
Thank you.
He started
Thank
talking to me. He started talking to me.
Thank you. Nobody wants you, man.
No, please stop.
Nobody wants you.
His family killed his girlfriend's family murdered Officer John O'Keefe, and I'm just wondering why. I mean, he came up to me. I didn't seek him out. I didn't even recognize him. But anyway, Tristan, we're gonna head out of here, buddy. Good luck with the police.
Yeah, go fuck yourself, pussy.
Okay. Real nice language.
Thank you.
Real nice language. All right. See you later.
Thank you.
I'm just.
Nobody likes you, buddy.
See you later.
Nice work.
All right.
Anyways, let's start this.
And I will not be intimidated. I will not be silenced. And we will continue on our journey for justice for John O'Keefe and for Karen Reed.
Tick, tick, boom. Noise. Go, baby, we bringing out toys. Boys, chop up the singing, should be on the voice. Bang, bang, we gon' ride out. Gang, gang, we don't die out. Want it like this, ain't no timeouts. Tell me who really gon' find out.
We be disturbing the peace. Working, we serving the streets.
Karen Reed has supporters who've shown up in large numbers.
Tick, tick, boom.
Hard body, and not scaring nobody. You make me resort to wildin'. You must be blind by the diamonds. I didn't want it to be this way, but y'all won't need to try this. So it's no way around it. You the loudest one, it's going quiet. We be disturbing the peace. Working, we serving the streets. About to go beast. Bang, bang, leave you sleep.
This is the first time I think I've ever seen this. An outpouring of support for someone accused of murdering a Boston police officer. Unbelievable situation. Never seen anything like it.
Tick, tick, boom. You can't stop me, so who gon' stop me? You can't stop me, so who gon' stop me? You can't stop me, so who gon' stop me? You can't stop me, so who gon' stop me?
We be disturbing the peace. Working, we serving the streets. About to go beast. Bang, bang, leave you sleep. Woo! It's go time.
Tick, tick.
Magnesium for constipation? This is the truth about what it will do. It's still hard to believe that I had 20 pounds of hardened poop stuck in my colon. See, I used to go days.
Boom. What's up, Turtle Riders? Oh, nice. We're moving up in the world. I got a hot spot. So I'm in the car right now. We're heading back to stream the Karen Reed case. Yeah, so we're going to have it on Long Crime there. This is moving up in the world. Let me share this. Is this the stream, the Long Crime one? This video requires payment. They want to make us pay to watch. No, we ain't doing that. Really? A boyfriend cop murder trial. Oh, okay. This one maybe? No, let's go to NBC 10. Boston. How about this one? This one does not. All right, cool. All right, we're in. So what's up, peeps? I think I'm in Dorchester right now. We're heading back to do the stream. So like, I hate like this traffic in the morning in Boston's insane. I don't know how you people do it. But now we're moving up in the world. It turns out you can stream from a car. You can get internet, Wi-Fi just with a device. It's awesome. So look at me now, all fancy schmancy. But anyway, today I just am coming from the courthouse. If you checked out the Facebook Live down there, beautiful crowd today, beautiful day today. Great people down there. Met some new Turtle Riders. And yeah, the Fox 25 stream works well. Tom CPU is live down there. Great to see. Yeah, don't forget to smash that like button. Man, what an audience we had last night, huh? What a crowd we had last night. 5,500 people, man. People love this story. People love this story, and it's outrageous what's happening. And I was saying last night on the show, two things I thought of last night. Number one, why isn't the media? Okay, so Auntie Bev is not letting these pictures into evidence. If you're a member of the media, if you're Ted Daniels, somebody like that, WCVB, whoever, and she doesn't allow these pictures into evidence, isn't it kind of like your duty as a reporter to show the world, like, this is the picture, they're not letting it to evidence? Like, that would be like, this is the like, okay, so the jury can't see it, it can't be admitted into evidence, but it can be admitted into the media. Like, they can't stop that. Isn't that interesting? Don't you want to show the viewers like what, and let them decide like whether or not this is outrageous, like whether or not this picture should be relevant, etc. Who knows? But yeah, so that's one thing. And the other thing I thought of when I was just talking about it was like when she said she didn't know who Brian Albert was. Like, the one person in your high school group who you know what their father did for work was the kid whose dad was a cop. You know, like, that's like the one, you know, everybody know who's, and usually they were like a little bit entitled, the person whose dad was a cop, because they knew they can get away with shit the other kids can't. Like, they know if like a keg party, they were actually held more responsible. Like at keg parties, I remember like the kid whose dad was a cop, they wanted to get out of there fastest if the cops came, because my dad's gonna eat bullshit about me if I'm down here, you know, like, and they're gonna know who I am, and they're gonna call him like, your kid's here, blah blah blah. So like, to their parents, they were almost more accountable, but like, everybody knew who they were. Like, everybody knows who's the dad, like, you know, the dad cops are. So anyway, I said, yeah, if your dad's a cop and can, you literally get away with murder. So anyway, I'll put this down a little. But yeah, how's everybody doing? We got a nice little crowd here this morning. We got 1,100 of you on YouTube streets, a whole bunch of you on the Twitter machine as well. More images, I think, are going to start coming around. I mean, somebody asked this morning, how grateful is Katie McLaughlin that Michael Lank is going to take the stand today? Because that's what I were told today. Paul Gallagher, who was the cop who showed up with the snow blower or the leaf blower and didn't find any taillight, who I'm told of the 5 cops that responded that day, it was kind of like the biggest straight arrow amongst them. He's going to testify, and I think his testimony is going to help the defense a lot. We're also going to see Michael Lank go today, and the cross-examination of Michael Lank will be phenomenal. So I don't know. What about Roberry? Is he another firefighter? Because I can't do it anymore. Firefighters, just no. Am I staying in my car? No, I am not staying in my car. I'm also not driving right now, so because that would be weird. Yeah, we got Mobile Turtle. So again, if anyone else wants to donate and have their messages read out loud to the class, the link is at the top for Turtle Chat. You can click on that and donate whatever amount of money you want, and I will read your message out loud to the class. Do we have any yet? No. Okay, cool. Also, I'm on Cash App at $ Uncle Turtleboy if you want to do it that way. But taking the whole internet, I should stream from the courthouse. I mean, you saw that, right? I mean, somebody said that they love the wink. Yeah, she gave me a wink on the way in. You guys saw that. I got a little pat there too, not from her, from one of the attorneys. They're still like, I'd like to be in the courtroom, but I guess that was her way of saying like, we still got you, whatever, But I get it, her life is on the line, and they're going to do what they think is best for her. And, I'd obviously love to get in that courtroom, and maybe somewhere down the line that will happen. But if not, it is what it is. He got punched again. Tom CBU got punched again by who? No. She talked more than usual today. Who's she? Man, Grant is a mess. Yeah, he smelled so bad today, dude. He probably smells bad every day, but like I said, he smells like he looks. Like he smells exactly like he looks. He's like, I smell like he goes, that's weed. I'm like, yeah, cheap weed, bro. Like you smell like Webster swag, that we called it, like that brown weed, that nasty weed that you just used to roll into a blunt because you're broke and you want to smoke a blunt and you're not going to waste that good kind bud. You're not going to waste it because you can't afford it, obviously. So you just get that cheap weed, man. That you call your buddy in Webster, obviously, and he's like, yeah, I just need can you get me like an ounce for like $200, something like that? I need to just roll a shitload of. That's what Grant smells like, that kind of weed. Like he smokes weed all the time, but it's really bad weed. It's like offensive, the kind of weed that Grant smokes. Because he's broke. He can't afford food. If you can't afford food, how are you going to afford that dank nug? You can't afford it, So, and that's the other thing. If you can't afford food, maybe you shouldn't be smoking weed because that shit makes, I don't know. All I do when I smoke is eat. It's why I don't try to smoke that much. Because you just eat way too much when you don't need to eat, But, and he had pink panties. Check out the stream this morning, dude. He's wearing the pants he was wearing. Like, oh my God. Talk about not getting dressed up. Obviously, no belt. They're falling down. And he bends over to go inside the courthouse. And his underwear was showing. He wears pink underpants. I shit you not. Now, I don't know if that's like a sign of Free Karen Reed. But the dude wears pink underpants. Should I show? I'll show you. We'll just go to it since this is taking forever to come on. Let's zoom in on Grant's underpants, shall we? Anything else? Something I never thought I'd say, but here we are, waiting for court to start. The audience, 1,500 people rolling in. Nice to see. Imagine if it was a thong, that would have been hilarious. Okay. Oh, I never set up the freaking Wretched Madness finals, did I? I have to set that up. Yeah, I'll do that today. How did I forget to? Yeah, the finals is going to be Proctor against Horseface. I think we all knew that. They're having a sidebar already? Wait, is it started? Has it started already? I don't think it started yet. No, it just hasn't started yet. I didn't think you could still get swag weed. You can if you go to Webster. I'm sure of it. All right. So let me see if I can find Grant's underpants here real quick. Again, things I never thought I'd say on a live stream. All right, let's find it. Oh, I was just on Court TV, I guess, next to Karen walking in. So there we go. Looking dapper. I mean, I'd say you should be a professional PI. I thought about that. I'm like, I would be really good at that. Probably make a shitload of money being a PI, but it is what it is. Okay. Let me know if the court comes on, and we're gonna look at message, or your shit will pop up. Let's find his underpants. Okay. Let's check here. There. Not Grant, not so much. He has pink underpants. Grant has pink underwear. Grant, is that pink underwear? Look at you. See him bending over there? Your underwear is pink, Grant. You saw that, right? You check that again. A lot of these guys get here at like 5 in the morning. Look at Ted. Ted's looking sharp, huh? Sharp fella right there. Not Grant, not so much. He has pink underpants. Grant has pink underwear. Dude, look at that. Like this is Grant right here. And you can see him bending over. And he's just got his underpants are showing. Look at him. Grant, is that pink underwear? Look at him bending over. That's pink. Your underwear is pink, Grant. It's true. Do you support Free Karen Reed? Can we juxtapose that? We like your pink underwear. I just wanted to dude, he had pink underwear. You guys saw that, right? Grant wears pink panties. Breaking news. Grant wears pink panties. Shocking development. You saw that, right? I did. Those were pink. Yeah. Those were 100% pink. Yeah, because it's what Karen Reed. So, yeah. What are we gonna do? Oh, we got more media. You guys saw that, right? I saw Grant Civelis. I had to stand next to him when Alan Jackson and them came in. He smells so bad, like exactly as he looks. Doesn't surprise me. He has not washed his clothes in forever. His pants are falling down, like he's in a rap video or something. Get a belt. He's wearing pink panties. Pink panties. You saw that. And he just, you know, they all come out here like real reporters might not be able to get in. I gotta go and let's go watch the trial. People are saying it started. Here we go.
The court that I would like to be heard prior to the start of testimony today, because since Katie McLaughlin testified on Thursday and Friday, we received a deluge of photographs that put her with Caitlin Albert on many different occasions after they graduated high school. We received information from their high school yearbook that they were more than just acquaintances in high school. They were teammates on the track team. And even after I sent that email with the photographs that I attached to it, late last night, we received another photo where Katie McLaughlin and Caitlin Albert are sitting next to each other in a photo at a baby shower in June of 2021.
Do I not set the
8 months before John O'Keefe's death?
Award-winning.
It's very clear to us that Katie McLaughlin perjured herself.
Yes.
And I wanted to discuss the issue of the admissibility of not only the photographs that we're now providing that we just received over the weekend, but I also want to resurrect the admissibility of H, I, J, and K for identification. And I think a discussion of this, Your Honor, needs to start with what court orders are currently in place. The leading case with regard to the provision of reciprocal discovery when the defense is offering.
Oh, so you want to get back to Rule 14, the Rule 14 issue?
It is a Rule 14 issue.
Okay.
That's supplemented by.
Hold on one second. So on top of that, we can discuss this later. I'd like to get the trial started.
Oh,
that's fine, Your Honor. My belief, my strong belief, is that we need to determine this today, and the reason is that Caitlin Albert is coming up as a witness for the Commonwealth. She faces the same areas of cross-examination that Katie McLaughlin faced, and these photos are relevant to her cross-examination.
Okay. All right. So aside from the Rule 14 issue, I also think this is cumulative. I don't have the email. I do have the photos, but we can address this. When do you expect the Albert? I'm sorry. What's her name?
Caitlin Albert.
Caitlin Albert.
What's her
name? I'd say midweek, probably. It depends on how far we get today.
So we'll address this either today or tomorrow.
Thank you.
Scheduling purposes. So, Sergeant Lenk, is he testifying today?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So we need a voir dire of him. I expect that might take a while. Is he testifying this morning, or can we use the lunch break for that? I need to know if it's around 11 o'clock, we'll have a voir dire. I'll just order coffee. I just need to know about that.
So I anticipate 2 witnesses prior to him. So I can't predict necessarily how long.
How long will you be with those 2 witnesses?
With those 2 witnesses, probably half hour, maybe a little more with each.
Okay. Any idea how long the cross will be with those witnesses?
Probably, I will handle one of those witnesses. Mr. Giannetti will handle the other, and I would say at least a half an hour on cross-examination, maybe a little bit more.
Okay. Would it be up to an hour on each? I'm just, again, scheduling. I'm not limiting you at all. I'm just curious.
Thank you. I don't think we'd exceed an hour. I would say safely, I know it's a big range, but between a half an hour and an hour, I think, for each of them.
Okay.
I think that's probably accurate.
All right. Can I see it?
Notice it just doesn't bother her at all. Though, like, yeah. So we just found out that this woman the other day just committed perjury like a bunch of times in your courtroom. Got a bunch of photographs proving that.
All right.
Like, so.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So we will all set to bring the jurors in?
Yep. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
So they didn't hear that. Jurors did not hear that. Whole thing.
Jim.
Oh boy. She agreed that it was cumulative. She's trying to limit him.
We also have exhibit 8.
8.
Thank you.
Yes, I did remember the hashtag. Oh, our hashtag's still in. Like, you know, you can still, if you search the name Karen Reed on social media, I mean, if you use the hashtag, it'll come up. I don't know. I don't search hashtags. I just search names. We saw the O'Keefe's on the way in. I waved the call. They went and got a cop. I'm like, dude, I'm not here to hurt you. I just want to wave. Saying hello. Relax. Relax. Jump out. Oh, we got it. Look at that spot. Oh, my goodness gracious. All right. All right, I'm gonna jump upstairs. Let me stop this. Yeah, you got it. They got a cop. Grab this. All right. Let's do it. Let's do it. I got it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Got it? All right, cool. Thank you. Oh, jury's coming in. Excellent, thanks.
He. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Kenomi, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in and for the County of Norfolk. Join here, give your attendance, you shall be heard.
God save the Queen.
Massachusetts. Court is now open. You may be seated.
Thank you.
Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same 3 questions, and I appreciate your patience. We had to work out a few things this morning. So, was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing.
Well, that worked out well.
independent research or investigation into this case. I'm going to ask you if you were able to refrain from seeing or reading or hearing anything about this case since we left the other day. So with that, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar and
All right, we're in. We're back. We're back. Okay, cool. How about that? Look at that, man. Moving up in the world. Yeah, bad hair day for Bev for sure. Talking about being who? Auntie Bev? Thank you.
We're back in session. You may be seated.
All right, can we have Mr. Higgins, please?
Mr. Higgins, please.
Oh.
And just a reminder, you're still on vote.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Higgins, before we broke for lunch, we were talking about the text exchanges and the communication that you were having with Ms. Reed in the days leading up to January 23rd. You recall that?
Yes.
It's fair to say that her text communications with you started to dwindle off in the days before the 23rd, correct?
They lagged.
As a matter of fact, you reached out to her in an effort to try to prompt the conversation to continue, did you not?
I reached out to her, but I wouldn't say that's what it was about.
Well, you texted her, stranger, didn't you? Not once, but twice.
I believe so.
Take a look, if you don't mind, at, this is a page from what you've just seen.
So he needs the.
I'm sorry. That was right in front of you. May I approach?
Please.
Thank you. Just a second. Easy to
Maybe
find.
that should just stay with Mr. Higgins.
Thank you. That's easy to find. It's literally the last page. With court's permission, may I publish?
Yes.
Does that look like a fair representation of what you're looking at, the last page of that series of texts?
Yes.
And at the very top, could you read what you write in the blue bubbles, starting at the top?
Haha, stranger.
And then what was the response from Ms. Reed?
Hey, I was at the Hilly all weekend.
And what did you respond with that point?
I have not heard from you.
And by the way, if you look at the next date down, what's the date underneath I have not heard from you?
The 23rd.
So this would have preceded the 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Then on the 23rd, and by the way, after you texted, I have not heard from you, she did not respond, correct?
She did not respond.
Then on the 23rd, she did respond with phone works, correct?
In the arrows, like both ways.
Right.
Yep.
And then what did you text after that?
I just said, thought you were all set.
And how did she respond?
She said, with talking? No.
No, that's all I have for that.
Okay.
Bring the lights back up. So clearly with that last text, her response was, in response to you saying, thought we were all set, she said, with talking, no. Correct?
Yep. Yes.
Did that indicate to you that with flirting, yes, we're all done?
No, I didn't read anything into it.
Okay. But you did read where she said, with talking, no, correct?
Yes.
And then you responded, how?
The woke left is financing Trey Wharton's campaign because Wharton let radical transgender ideology into our schools and voted for every tax increase as school board president. Weak, woke Trey Wharton. He's betrayed our conservative values.
No.
As a matter of fact, the next time you saw her or communicated with her, she was walking into the Waterfall Bar on the 29th, late night hours of the 28th, going into the early morning of the 29th, with her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Now, you had discussed your flirtations, if I can use that word, that you had with Miss Reed with your friends, at least some of them, correct?
I don't recall that, no.
Do you recall that you openly shared the details of your interest in Miss Reed with your work supervisor at the DOJ?
Well, that was after I shared what happened, that she kissed me. Yes, I did share that with her.
And that was with...
that was the first time.
That was with a person by the name of Kate Dowd, is that right?
That's correct.
And that was before January 29th?
Yes.
And that's because your interest in Karen Reed, whether you call it romantic or sexual or whatever, your interest was something that was at least occupying your mind at that point, correct?
No.
It was occupying your mind enough to share it with your boss.
No, what I shared with my boss was the fact that she kissed me. That was it.
Did you discuss your flirtatious relationship with Karen Reed with Brian Albert at any point?
No.
Never.
No.
So you were on a 4-hour drive in a snowstorm back from New York with Mr. Albert, and your interest in Karen Reed never came up.
No.
Even though he's a good friend.
Yes, just something I wouldn't talk about.
You've been drinking since about what time? What time? That's a bad way to ask it. What time did you start drinking?
When are we at, Mr.?
I'm sorry, on the 28th, when you got back from New York. When did you start drinking?
Well, it wasn't until I swapped out vehicles and I went up to the hillside.
Okay. That would have been, give me a time frame. 9-ish, 8-ish?
It was dark. It was maybe in the area of 8 o'clock.
And what time do you think you got to Waterfall?
I couldn't say. It was after the hillside.
Before Brian Albert left Hillside, did he tell you that John O'Keefe had been invited over to meet them at the Waterfall?
No.
Was there any particular reason why you changed your mind and left the Hillside to go to the Waterfall?
Well, I think, as I previously testified, that it was because I didn't always take them up on their offer, and I usually did the Irish exit, and I decided because of the weather and everything else, and it had been a long day, that I would go down there and join them.
Didn't have anything to do with you knowing that Karen Reed might be at the Waterfall?
It couldn't have, because I didn't know she or John O'Keefe would even be there. I didn't know who was going to be there other than Brian's wife.
Do you have any text messages with Brian about going to the Waterfall?
I don't recall. He told me about it at the hillside.
And once he got to the Waterfall obviously before you did.
He did, I think shortly before, yes.
Any text communications between you and Brian Albert about who was at the Waterfall or who was expected to come to the Waterfall?
No, not that I recall.
Now, you've already indicated, and I don't think we need to go into a lot of detail about this, but I want to ask you just in general, the mood at the Waterfall was good spirits, correct?
It was great. Band was playing.
You did not see any sort of tension between John and Karen?
I did not.
Nobody seemed overly intoxicated?
No.
You had several drinks before you even got to the Waterfall, right?
I think it was 3 to 4.
Did you drink additionally at the Waterfall?
I did, yes.
Did you drink whiskey or beer or what?
Whiskey.
Okay. How many do you think you had?
I couldn't put a number on it. At least a couple.
And ultimately you left from there in your personal vehicle and drove over to, that's the Jeep. Drove
The Jeep,
over to
yes.
the Waterfall, correct?
I drove over to the Waterfall.
I'm sorry.
I was at the Waterfall.
Left the Waterfall, drove over to 34 Fairview.
I did, yes.
When John walked in to the Waterfall, were you already there?
Yes.
He greeted you, you indicated, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Karen walked in with him.
Yes.
But she did not greet you, did she?
I think they kind of went like that in different directions.
Right.
Yes.
Did she greet you?
No.
Right. So she walked over toward the corner of the bar And John came over and greeted you and then walked over and joined her, correct?
Yes.
Karen didn't stop what she was doing once she was over in the corner of the bar and come over and say hi to you?
I didn't have any interaction with her that night, no.
So safe to say that throughout that evening, once she was sidled up next to John O'Keefe or friends that she was with, she never turned back around and came over and even acknowledged you, correct?
That's correct.
So she basically ignored you the entire evening.
That's not how I interpret it, no.
I didn't ask you how you interpreted it. I asked you what she did. Did she ignore you or did she pay attention to you?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that. Did she ignore you?
No.
So she paid attention to you. Came over and said hello, shook your hand, gave you a hug.
Well, just because somebody didn't come over doesn't mean they ignored you.
Did she do those three things?
Hug? What was the other
Did she
thing?
say hello, shake your hand, give you a hug?
No, she did not.
No, she didn't do any of those things, did she?
No.
It's like you didn't even exist.
I think that's dramatic. No, I don't look at it that way.
Did she ignore you or not?
No, she did not ignore me.
So what did she do to not ignore you?
She was
What her
work.
interaction with you?
Can I answer now?
Sure.
She, in my opinion, she was working the room, talking to people, saying hello, catching up.
Right. The one person she didn't come over to talk to and say hello to and catch up with is you.
Well, I don't know that I was the only person, but I was one of the people that she didn't say hello to. Yes.
Treated you sort of like a stranger.
I don't feel that way. No.
She actually positioned herself away from you at the other end of the table on the opposite side in the corner. Isn't that right?
I don't know where she was all night. No,
Did
I
that
don't know.
upset you that she ignored you or didn't pay attention to you?
I did not feel ignored and didn't upset me at all.
But it bothered you enough to send her a text, didn't it?
No, it was a flirtatious text. It was just, that was it.
It bothered you enough to send her a text that said, with 6 M's behind it.
Okay.
And, well, correct?
Well, it wasn't like that. It was, well, that's it.
Just, well, like a well in the ground.
I think you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think you do too, sir. You meant, well, when are you gonna pay attention to me?
No, that's not correct.
Well, why are you ignoring me?
It's not correct.
Well, am I chopped liver?
Objection.
All right, that's sustained. Mr. Jackson, let's move on.
At the end of the night, the group basically discussed going back to Brian Albert's house. Is that right?
There was discussion at the table of like, were we going to go to the pizza shop or were we going to go somewhere else? And ultimately it was 34 Fairview.
Before you left, just so we're clear, when you texted, well, she ignored that text too, didn't she?
Can you say that again?
When you texted her, well, at Waterfall, she ignored that text too, correct?
Well, that was the only text I sent that night to her. Yes.
Okay.
She didn't respond.
That wasn't my question.
What?
My question is, she ignored the text, correct?
Well, I don't know if she, I don't know what her mindset was. If she purposely ignored the text or she didn't see it, I don't know. I didn't read into it.
Did she ignore the text, Mr. Higgins?
I don't know.
Did she respond to the text?
She did not respond.
Got it. So when everybody was leaving, did you leave before they did, John and Karen, or did they leave before you did?
I don't know.
You said you were the first one back to Brian Albert's house, correct?
Yes.
Safe to say you were one of the first ones to leave.
I was the first one to leave
Waterfall.
the waterfall. Probably.
I mean, if you're if everybody's hurting out and you're the first one to get there, you're probably among the first to leave, correct?
Most likely.
Okay. You never personally discussed going to 34 Fairview with, certainly not with Karen Reed, did you?
No.
And you never discussed it with John O'Keefe either, did you?
No.
You didn't say goodbye or walk over and give John a big hug or anything like that? An
No.
acknowledgement, did you?
No.
You just left.
Well, that's what everybody was doing, just leaving.
Okay. You too, correct?
I did leave, yes.
And all you knew that at that point, all you knew was that you were going over to 34 Fairview. You did not know who else was invited over to 34 Fairview.
My impression was that it was an open invitation And I planned on heading over there.
But you did not know who else was coming.
I had no idea who was coming.
And you didn't say goodbye to John, correct?
I don't think I said goodbye to anybody.
And you didn't talk to him about coming over to 34 Fairview.
No.
Yet at 2:20 in the morning, you texted John O'Keefe, you coming here, correct?
At 2:20?
Sorry, 12:20.
I did.
And that had 3 question marks behind it, correct?
Yes.
Did you text Karen about coming over to 34 Fairview?
No.
So at 12:20 a.m., after you left the waterfall and made your way over to 34 Fairview, you were more interested in getting John to come to 34 Fairview than you were getting Karen to come to 34 Fairview.
No, that's not how I would describe that.
But you didn't text Karen, correct?
No, I didn't.
But you did text John.
Yes.
You've indicated that you took your Jeep, your personal vehicle with the plow on it, over to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And you were among the first to arrive because you were doing that thing with the sort of playing around by plowing his driveway.
It was a sweep of the driveway, yes.
And then you indicated that you parked in front of the house, correct?
I did.
I know you've been over this before, but I'm going to ask you one final time so that it's completely clear. Exactly where was your Jeep in front of that house?
By the mailbox.
Okay. Can we have, with the court's permission, Exhibit 66?
Okay.
This is a graphic representation of 34 Fairview, not a photograph. Just to orient you, do you see what's depicted in Exhibit 66?
Yes.
Do you recognize it?
I do.
Do you see the mailbox, which is about right there?
Yes.
Okay. Where was your Jeep in relation to that mailbox?
So the back end of Jeep, the rear, would have been around equal with the mailbox, and I was not blocking the driveway.
Okay, so you would have been about there, correct? If the right edge of that highlight is the mailbox being right there, it would have been about right there on the street, correct?
Well, that would have been the front of the Jeep. Where a laser pointer is, it would be the front.
Okay, so the front of the Jeep is facing the flagpole.
Towards Chapman Street, correct.
And the rear of the Jeep was basically even with the mailbox strut or stanchion.
It was definitely past the driveway, yes.
Okay. You indicated the plow was a 6-foot, what inch plow?
I think it was a 6'8", 6
6'8",
foot.
meaning the width.
Meaning the width, yes.
How deep is that plow?
How deep? Like
2 foot, 3 feet, 6 inches?
I mean, it's probably a few inches.
Okay.
It's light duty. It's on a Jeep.
Okay. And it's obviously curved and canted
Curved.
to the right.
No, it wasn't canted at all. It was straight down.
Okay, so it's not like I guess I'm picturing in my mind, I don't know that I've ever seen one, that the front of the Jeep is not parallel to the plow. In other words, it would plow stuff off to the right. Is that not right?
I'm not understanding what you're trying to communicate to me.
How is the plow positioned as it relates to the front end of the Jeep? Is it perfectly parallel to the front end, or is it canted one way or another?
So when you're driving straight locally, where you're not going to have to worry about overheating the Jeep, I would just have the Jeep, the plow straight. If I was on the highway for a long distance, I'd be worried about overheating. So I would canter the plow, tilt it up so that air could get through the front grille.
So in other words, you can control it.
I can, yes.
How was it that night? How was it canted that night? Was it straight or canted?
It was straight and straight on.
All right. When you walked into 34 Fairview, you indicated that there were people congregated basically in the kitchen area, correct?
There were some people in the kitchen area, yes.
How many people were at the high top table that you described?
Initially, when I walked in, I believe there was Brian Jr., and he was flanked by one, possibly two females.
And you indicated that basically you were positioned in that area with your back to the door for most of the evening, correct?
I was I would describe it as diagonally across from him, and had my back to the door that I had come in, which would be the breezeway door.
But at some point, you had moved out of that kitchen area with Brian Albert, correct?
Well, I briefly went and looked at some photos.
Right. So you moved out of that area with Brian Albert alone to go to a different room.
Yes, and I think his wife, Nicole, might have popped in the room for a second, but it was brief.
Did you have anything to drink while you were at 34 Fairview?
Well, when I got there, they didn't have any whiskey. I believe they might have put a beer or something else in front of me. And, you know, I knew it was going to be a short night there because I just wasn't going to, I'm not a beer drinker.
You've indicated in a prior testimony that you've never been upstairs in Brian's house, correct?
When you say upstairs, like you're talking like second floor?
Correct.
Yes. No.
Okay. You testified to that in a prior hearing. Is that right?
Yes.
In May of 2023.
Yes.
And you said specifically, quote, "I've never been upstairs." Is that
Yes.
right? All right. You understood when you gave that statement that you were under oath?
Yes.
You were telling the truth?
Yes.
Same oath that you took here today, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that the photos that you saw were on the first floor living room area. Is that right?
I believe that's where they were. Yes.
So the only floor downstairs from the first floor would be what?
The basement.
And the only floor upstairs from the basement would be what?
The first floor.
So if someone were to describe going upstairs to look at the photos that you've described on the first floor, where would they have to be to go upstairs to look at those photos?
Are you saying on the first floor?
Correct. If the photos are on the first floor,
Yeah.
and someone said, we went upstairs to look at those photos, where would they have to be?
I guess upstairs.
The people would have to be upstairs?
Well, the photos would be upstairs. Is that what you're saying?
Where are the people? Where would the people have to be to go upstairs to the living room to look at the photos?
I'm not understanding the question.
If the photos are on the first floor, Mr. Higgins,
Yes.
the only floor beneath it is the basement,
Okay.
and someone says, we went upstairs to look at the photos, where would they have to be?
Well, who said they went upstairs?
All right, so Mr. Jackson, you can save this for argument. Next question, please.
If Brian Albert said you went upstairs to look at the photos, where would you have to be?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, Brian Albert had a weight room someplace in the house, right?
Yes.
And a gym.
I guess he called it a home gym.
Where was that?
In the basement.
Had you ever been down to that basement before?
Yes, one time.
When was that?
That was during the twins' graduation party. Summertime.
Summertime before?
Summertime before, yes.
Summer of 2021?
Maybe.
So if Brian Albert testified that you've never been in the basement, that would not be accurate.
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, you do recall giving testimony at another proceeding on June 1st, 2023, correct?
Yes.
And of course, the same thing applied. You were under oath. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that it was a crime to lie under oath?
Yes.
In that proceeding? During the course of that proceeding, you were asked who was in the house and who you saw come into the house, correct?
Yes.
And during the course of that testimony, you admitted that you observed a tall, dark-haired male enter the Albert house that night, correct?
I believe that was in reference to ask to somebody's brother in a pickup. I don't know if that was during.
All I'm asking you, Mr. Higgins, is did you say that? Did you say a tall, dark-haired male entered the house while you were there?
I said they might have.
Did you say they might have?
Yes. And that was in reference to somebody's brother.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Isn't it true that you indicated that a male showed up who may have been Julie Nagel's brother, correct?
I said might have, yes.
Right. But there was no question in your mind that a male did in fact show up, and you described him as tall and dark-haired, right?
Yes.
You were asked, a male showed up where? And you answered, quote, showed up at the house that I didn't know. I think he was there very briefly. I was half paying attention to it. Question, did that male come inside the house? Answer, I believe he did. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So a male did come in the house that night, correct?
No, I said I believe he did. I wasn't sure.
Well, when you testified at the prior hearing, you were asked, so you saw someone else come? Question. Answer, somebody else. Yes. End quote. That's what you testified to under oath, wasn't it?
Is that in reference to that?
What page are you on, Mr. Jackson?
Page 485, 486, I believe. Yes. If I may, Coach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Look at the top part that's been highlighted. Mr. Higgins, do you have that in mind?
I do.
May I approach?
Yes.
You were asked the question, quote, did that male come inside the house? You answered, I believe he did. Question, so you saw someone else come? Answer, somebody else. Yes, correct?
Yes, but I also said that I wasn't paying
Mr. Higgins,
attention.
I realize that you want to explain your answer. I've asked you a very simple question. Was that your testimony in front of another proceeding?
Yes, it was.
At another proceeding, which you were under oath?
Yes, it was.
Okay. You also said that you only remember seeing that person come in briefly. And it looked like he was having a conversation with the two girls briefly, correct?
Yes.
You were asked how long was the person in there roughly, and you said it was quick. Less than a couple of minutes. I mean, it was quick, correct?
Yes.
And then you were asked what he looked like, and you said, I feel like they were a little bit taller, and you had dark hair, correct?
Yes.
So you testified that a tall, dark-haired male came.
There.
When you gave your statement to the Massachusetts State Police, you didn't tell them about a tall, dark-haired male coming into the residence at 34 Fairview, did you, on February 3rd?
I don't recall.
You were specifically asked by ADA Lally when you testified before the state court grand jury on April 28th, 2022, who else was present, correct?
Yes.
And you never mentioned a tall, dark-haired male coming into the house, did you?
No.
However, on June 1st, 2023, at this other proceeding, you were specifically instructed at the start of your testimony that it was a crime to give materially false statements in that proceeding, correct?
Yes.
And that's the proceeding in which you admitted that there was a tall, dark-haired male who came in the house.
I
Yes
said
or no? Yes or no? Is
Can,
that proceeding?
can you answer that, yes or no?
No, I can't, Your Honor.
Next question, Mr. Jackson.
The quotations that the quotes that I just read you and that you just looked at?
Yes.
That was from the June 1, 2023 hearing, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Mayor Pro Tem? Yes. That's what was just read, and that's another page. Just take a look at that page and see if you see a date on it, the first page.
I see it, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
What's the date, sir?
June 1st?
2023?
Yes.
How long did you stay at the Albert residence in total? From the time you got there till the time you left?
Maybe like a half hour, less than an hour.
And what time did you leave? Say 12:30, you said?
I think I said between 12:30 and 1 a.m.
And you indicated that you pretty much didn't say goodbye to anybody, right?
At the house?
Correct.
I just kind of left. I said, see you later, turn around, left.
As a matter of fact, at that same hearing that we just looked at, your statement was, I made a beeline out of there, correct?
I don't know if that's the verbiage I used, but I left.
Why the rush? Why did you leave so quick?
Because it was a long day and I just wanted to go home.
Except you didn't go home, did you?
No, I went back to Canton PD.
Right. So it wasn't such a long day that you actually drove home. You went back to the Canton Police Department at 1 or 1:30 in the morning, correct?
To move vehicles, correct.
Well, let's talk about you leaving. You walked out the side breezeway door, correct?
Yes.
You walked down the driveway.
Yes.
There's nothing obstructing your view at that point of the lawn to your right, correct?
I didn't look over there, but I would not think so.
Between you and the flagpole, in other words, there wasn't some mound of dirt, something obstructing your view. You could see straight across if you wanted to, correct?
If I wanted to, yes.
It's just basically a flat, grassy lawn with a light dusting of white powder snow on it, right?
I don't know how much snow was, but there was snow there.
Yeah, you indicated that it wasn't even enough to stick to the pavement at that point.
Well, that's when I got there, yes.
Well, you only stayed less than an hour, right?
That's correct.
So I'm assuming it didn't dump 3 feet in an hour, correct?
I think we can both agree that it's not it wouldn't have been 3 feet now.
Right, so it would have been a light dusting of snow.
More snow than there was there.
How far would you say it was from the edge of the driveway over to your Jeep?
From where the back of my Jeep was parked?
Correct.
Maybe a foot or two, or it could have been even with the edge of the driveway.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's probably a bad question on my part. When you left the house, as you started to walk down the driveway toward your Jeep, how long of a walk is that? Across the yard to down the driveway to get to your Jeep?
Short.
30 feet?
Maybe.
Okay. During the course of you walking out the door, heading to your Jeep, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary in the yard, correct?
No.
You certainly didn't see a body in the yard.
Of course not.
Now, you get in your car, and it's facing directly toward the flagpole, correct?
It's facing directly up the street. The flagpole would be off to the 1 o'clock.
Right. So just a few degrees off to the right, the flagpole is, correct?
It's off to the right.
Just a few degrees.
I don't know how many degrees, but it's off to the right.
Well, you just said 1 o'clock. You're
Yes.
a former military guy, right?
I am.
Okay. 1 o'clock means 1 o'clock on a watch. 12 o'clock is due north or right in front of you. 1 o'clock is just a few degrees to the right, correct? That's what you meant.
At the 1 o'clock, yes.
Okay. So you didn't see a body when you got in your Jeep.
No, I did not.
Then you turned the engine on, correct?
And the wipers, yes.
And the lights.
Yes.
And the lights lit up everything in front of you, correct?
Yes.
Still didn't see a body, did you?
No, I did not.
Sitting in the driver's seat, you put the car in gear and you begin to roll forward, right?
Yes.
But there was a plow on the ground that scraped for a foot, right?
Yes.
So you picked it back up,
Yes.
looked out the windshield to make sure the plow was situated, and continued to roll forward, correct?
I knew it was up when I continued to drive.
And as you continue to drive, you're looking ahead of you and probably to your left to make sure that there's no oncoming cars, right?
Well, I knew there was no oncoming cars. I was just driving forward.
Right. So your focus is directly in front of you.
On the road, yes.
And everything in your peripheral vision is right in front of you as well, correct?
Yes.
Nothing obstructing your view.
I mean, other than snow on the car.
Nothing obstructing your view outside toward the lawn. Wasn't another car parked there.
No, I didn't. There was no vehicles in front of me, no.
It was the roadway was relatively empty.
There was no cars.
And you didn't see a body then either, did you?
I did not.
And as you drive past that flagpole with everything lit up and everything in your peripheral vision, you still didn't see a body on that lawn, did you?
I did not.
You're a former firefighter, is that right?
Yes.
Did that put you in a position of being a first responder?
Yes.
And you're currently a law enforcement officer.
Yes.
That puts you in the position of being a first responder, correct?
I'm also a tactical medic, yes.
Which means that you have training to be an observer. You're a trained observer, more than the average person, correct?
Yes.
You look for things out of the ordinary. You look for things that don't belong. As an investigator, former firefighter, first responder, correct?
Yes.
And you did not see a 217-pound man bleeding out on the side of the road, in the lawn, or in the yard, just to your right by that flagpole, correct?
If I did,
I didn't ask
I would
you
have
if
done
you
something
did.
to help him.
I asked you if you saw one.
No, I did not.
And that's because there was no body there, correct?
I didn't see anything.
Because if there was a body there, you certainly would have seen that.
Objection.
Where exactly did you go when you left 34 Fairview?
I went back to the Canton Police Station.
When you were asked that on direct examination, you said you weren't sure where you went when you left 34 Fairview, either home or to Canton PD.
No, that's not what I testified to.
Did something jog your memory
That
about
is-
where you went?
That is not what I testified to. That was in relation to where did I go after I left 34 Fairview the next morning.
Why did you go to Canton Police Department that night, that morning?
What's the question?
Why did you go to the Canton Police Department that morning?
The morning when I left 34 Fairview, the Friday into Saturday,
Correct.
to move 2 vehicles.
There's been quite an evolution of that story over the years, has there not?
I don't understand the question.
All right, let's talk about that for a second. You had an initial interview with Massachusetts State Police on February 3rd, 2022.
Yes.
Correct? And you indicated during the course of that interview, which was just a couple of days, 5 days after the events in question, that you left Brian Albert's house, went to Canton PD to, quote, fulfill some administrative obligations, end quote, correct? You later said, when you testified in front of the grand jury on April 28th, that you went to Canton PD to do, quote, administrative work, correct?
Yes.
You never mentioned.
I said administrative things.
You said administrative work was your testimony in your transcript.
I believe it was things, but okay.
Okay. Can we agree, Mr. Higgins, that you didn't mention anything about moving cars around, correct?
Well, that would be administrative.
So when you say I went to Canton PD to do administrative work or administrative obations, you meant moving your car, your personal vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Although you didn't say that you were going there to move your personal vehicle, right?
No, I said I didn't move my personal vehicle. I moved work vehicles.
Or either one. You just traded off vehicles, moved them out of the way, right?
I moved the purpose for going back there was to move 2 work vehicles.
And the reality is you had gotten Canton PD earlier in the afternoon and actually moved some other vehicles, traded vehicles, didn't you?
I swapped vehicles out. That's correct.
Right. And you left the vehicles that you now claim you had to go move exactly where they were, even though you knew a blizzard was coming, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So you didn't move the cars a few hours earlier, knowing that you just have to come back and move those cars a few hours later,
I was
right?
more concerned to go eat and have a drink because it had been a long day.
So wouldn't you want to move those cars early on so you wouldn't have to go all the way back to Canton and play, parking lot with these cars in the middle of the night?
Not really.
Mr. Higgins, you weren't actually at Canton PD to do administrative work at 1:30 in the morning, were you?
I was moving the vehicles. I'm sure it's on video.
We'll talk about the video in just a second.
Feeling Claritin Clear is like
You entered the Canton Police Station through which door?
I believe it was the door to the right of the Sally Port as you come in the main entrance.
And you made note of who was on duty that night, correct?
I didn't make note. I walked by, I saw somebody sitting in the control room and then just went about my business.
So you immediately knew that your friend, Officer Good, was working dispatch, right?
So do you need to hear something or? It's really hot over there. So why don't we take a 5-minute recess?
Court, all rise. We'll put everything up.
Can you just open the window? Why it's hot over the window? Nancy, are you hot over here? Is that everything?
You want to put it there?
So why don't we all stay here and just see if we can do it quickly?
May be seated.
We can do this.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
Okay, if you don't mind. You know, I'll go over there. Nancy Paul will do it.
You are muted.
Excuse me.
Need to see how she's doing.
All rise for the court, please.
Yeah.
found dead on Fairview Road yesterday morning in front of a friend's house. At this point, it's not clear how he died. O'Keefe was a 16-year veteran of the Boston Police Department.
His girlfriend is now charged.
Karen Reed led into court in handcuffs. She pleaded not guilty to second-degree murder.
Reed was in a 2-year relationship with the officer. Last Friday night, say prosecutors, the couple went to 2 bars in Canton before being invited to an after-party at this Canton home.
Prosecutors believe Reed hit him with her SUV outside the home of a Canton police officer after a night of drinking.
Reed has spent much of the past 18 months in and out of court awaiting a trial date.
I am disappointed in the rush to judgment against my client.
I have an innocent client. Period.
The defense has an alternative story about what happened here.
The defense seems to be indicating that this was a police cover-up.
I believe the evidence shows that she didn't hit him. Somebody being hit by a car does not look like they had been punched out by Mike Tyson.
One of the relatives who was inside the party Googled how long to die in cold, hours before O'Keefe's body was allegedly discovered.
We know he went in that house.
This crazy story out of Canton, Massachusetts. They immediately just went with the narrative that she did it, and they worked from there.
I've never seen that many people at a pre-trial motion hearing. It was standing room only. Her defense team displayed this photo to the judge. They say the wounds seen on John O'Keefe's arm are not from Reed hitting him with her car. They say they are dog bites.
Every single minute wasted going after Karen Reed is time that could be spent going after the actual people who killed.
Massachusetts State Police is involved. There are people that were in that house that are involved.
I tried to save his life at 6 in the morning. I was covered in his blood. I was the only one trying to save his life.
Family and my attorneys and my team have marshaled every resource to get to the truth. It just feels like no one else wants it.
An outpouring of support for someone accused of murdering a Boston police officer. There's now a movement that's been started by someone up in Massachusetts, goes by the name Turtleboy, protesters screaming to free Karen Reed from these charges. Unbelievable situation. Never seen anything like it.
I did not kill John O'Keefe.
Now, just to be clear, you didn't do it.
I didn't do it. She didn't admit to it. Karen Reed and her family will never, ever quit. Not until John O'Keefe's killers are brought to justice.
People stood out here in front of the courthouse for hours to make their point that they support her.
Not be silenced, and we will continue on our journey for justice for John O'Keefe and for Karen Reed.
Reason you're seeing all those people outside, those are well-educated people. Those are smart people. They have jobs. They are just outraged that the institutions that they have put faith in, these are people who have supported the institution of the police and the district attorney's office who feel lied to and betrayed.
I've never written a story like this that has gotten so much interest and outrage from people. Like, if I died tomorrow, this movement would go on. People would keep protesting. I'm kind of like the leader of the movement, but it's taken on a life of its own.
Something very important has come to light just yesterday. It directly bears on this issue.
What?
The U.S. Attorney confirmed that not only has there been a federal investigation of this case, but it is ongoing. Because in good conscience, they can't allow this case to go to trial.
How do you feel today?
Today went great.
Karen, how are you holding up?
Awesome.
Karen, what do you think about the supporters out here for you?
I'm very grateful, Matt.
Any comments for the supporters?
Thank you.
The genie cannot be put back in the bottle.
Yep, good. Get my email address? It's simple. Telegenix@AOL.com. Okay. Good. I'll look for it. Thank you. We make it. We'll see.
Yeah.
The presence of the jury in the case against defendant Karen Reed, the victim, Boston police officer John O'Keefe. And if you look just behind the defendant, those are the members of the victim's family, his father, his brother, his sister-in-law, devastated at what has happened to their loved one. And can you imagine how uncomfortable this is, such close proximity that she's sitting in and at the moment not looking over at them, kind of just staring off into the corner. Wouldn't you love to know what she is thinking there? Let's go in live and watch.
All right, counsel wanted to see me.
I did, Your Honor. Judge, as I indicated in an email that I sent to your clerk last night and copied to Commonwealth.
I have not seen the email.
Okay, well, I'll explain what was in it. Essentially, I was alerting the court that I would like to be heard prior to the start of testimony today. Because since Katie McLaughlin testified on Thursday and Friday, we received a deluge of photographs that put her with Caitlin Albert on many different occasions after they graduated high school. We received information from their high school yearbook that they were more than just acquaintances in high school. They were teammates on the track team. And even after I sent that email with the photographs that I attached to it, late last night, we received another photo where Katie McLaughlin and Caitlin Albert are standing next to each other in a photo at a baby shower in June of 2021, about 8 months before John O'Keefe's death. It's very clear to us that Katie McLaughlin perjured herself. And I wanted to discuss the issue of the admissibility of not only the photographs that we're now providing that we just received over the weekend, but I also want to resurrect the admissibility of H, I, J, and K for identification. And I think a discussion of this, Your Honor, needs to start with what court orders are currently in place. The leading case with regard to the provision of reciprocal discovery when the defense is offering.
Oh, so you want to get back to Rule 14, the Rule 14 issue?
It is a Rule 14 issue.
Okay.
That's
so
supplemented by.
Hold on one second. So on top of that, we can discuss this later. I'd like to get the trial started.
That's fine, Your Honor. My belief, my strong belief, is that we need to determine this today, and the reason is that Caitlin Albert is coming up as a witness for the Commonwealth. She faces the same areas of cross-examination that Katie McLaughlin faced, and these photos are relevant to her cross-examination.
Okay. All right. So aside from the Rule 14 issue, I also think this is cumulative. I don't have the email. I do have the photos, but we can address this. When do you expect Albert? I'm sorry. What's her name?
Caitlin Albert.
Caitlin Albert.
I'd say midweek, probably. It depends on how far we get today.
So we'll address this either today or tomorrow.
Thank you.
Scheduling purposes. So Sergeant Lenk, is he testifying today?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So we need a voir dire of him. I expect that might take a while. Is he testifying this morning, or can we use the lunch break for that? I need to know if it's around 11 o'clock, we'll have a voir dire. I'll just order coffee. I just need to know about that.
So I anticipate 2 witnesses prior to him. So I can't predict necessarily how long.
How long will you be with those 2 witnesses?
With those 2 witnesses, probably half hour, maybe a little more with each.
Okay. Any idea how long the cross will be with those witnesses?
Probably, I will handle one of those witnesses. Mr. Yannetti will handle the other, and I would say at least a half an hour on cross-examination, maybe a little bit more.
Okay, would it be up to an hour on each? I'm just, again, scheduling. I'm not limiting you at all. I'm just curious.
Thank you. I don't think we exceed an hour. I would say safely, I know it's a big range, but between a half an hour and an hour, I think, for each of them.
Okay.
I think that's probably accurate.
All right. Paul, can I see you for a second? All right. Thank you. So we will all set to bring the jurors in?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so while the jury is being brought to the courtroom, let's bring in our guests and talk about what we just saw. Criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Joe Tamburino standing by in the studio, and standing by remotely, our friend law enforcement expert Sonny Slaughter. Great to have you two this morning. Joe, tell me, as you were watching this, David Yannetti really put a legal conclusion on the record, and the state didn't object to it, saying that this witness perjured herself. Do you agree with that?
No, she didn't perjure herself. If I were the judge, I'd let in some of these photographs. I mean, it does show that these two people knew each other. It goes to her bias or prejudice, whatever it is. But the witness explained this, and this is very common where a witness, I mean, anyone, you, me, could say, look, there's going to be plenty of photos out there with people that I'm with, but I really don't know them, or I did know them at one time, and we just happen to be at the same place over the years. I mean, it's quite common. But actually, to call that witness a perjurer, yes, the prosecutor should have objected. But as we know, the prosecution has missed a number of objections in this case.
You're right, Joe. Yeah, they're apparently asleep again this morning, because I would have stood up, made an objection, made a motion to strike, asked the court to disregard that statement. Because, yeah, I agree with you. Let the pictures in. Let her show, let him show them to the witness and explain, yeah, this was in high school. This was how many years ago? Just because you're in a photograph with someone doesn't mean. The defense is trying to make this gigantic leap to a conspiracy here, and that's what they're trying to do. And I don't know, does it look desperate? Does it look legit? Sonny, how does this look to you?
It's a desperate attempt to connect the dots. I agree with both of you. I would let the pictures in. I mean, let people have the opportunity to explain themselves. The fact that he said that she perjured herself is problematic for me, because it gives the viewers and the jurors who didn't see this, but us, the ability to think, okay, so she's lying. We don't know if she's lying. Can you imagine how many pictures you've been in, and like you're in a picture with somebody, you don't even like them. I've been in pictures, I don't even like people. So, I mean, like you can't call that it. I mean, it's just like, yeah, we're just in the pictures. They might be the friend of somebody that I'm with, but I don't necessarily care anything for them. And I just think this is, the defense is doing what they need to do as the defense, but I do think it is problematic when you look at the criminal justice system and how it's supposed to operate with truth and justice. And he shouldn't have said that, and it should be stricken from the record.
Right, Sonny. Yeah, and as you were talking, you got me thinking how in trial there are lots of little battles, but not every battle needs to be a war. You pick the battles that are worth fighting. Here, the defense is, I mean, they're trying so hard to make this connection and make this seem sinister. When he said, Your Honor, we discovered information from the high school yearbook that they were more than just friends, they were teammates. How many people did you play on a team with in high school that you can't stand? Or people that you may have liked them and you're friendly, but then life goes on. And I mean, it's also like, she's not the only witness saying that Karen Reed said I hit him. There are other witnesses saying the exact same thing.
They want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. It's very simple. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. They want you silent. And I am the only one that can save this nation, because you know they're not coming after me, they're coming after you, and I just happen to be standing in their way, and I will never be moving. On November 5th, 2024, justice will be done. We will take back our country, and we will make America great again. Thank you. God bless you all. Thank you.
This is all the time. Great job. Right here that Jen McCabe called John O'Keefe. So she calls him at 12:14, answered. That's when they were like, where to? Like, where are we going? Give us directions. She's like, 34 Fairview Road. 12:18, he's like in the neighborhood. Where's it at again? Answered. Okay. And then at 12:29, he gets an incoming call from her. And it's answered for 8 seconds. But we know by 12:29, they had already beat the shit out of John. So that means she was probably looking for the phone. Or trying to pretend like John's still alive. And being like, well, he must have been alive because he answered the phone, right? Don't you know? And then she calls him all these times, okay? 12:41 to 12:50. Now, watch this. Listen to this interaction.
Do you recognize that document?
I do, yes.
Court is back in session. Please be seated.
Thank you. Okay, let's bring Mr. Higgins back. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. Mr. Higgins, if you went back to Canton PD at 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning, you would certainly be in a position to monitor anything that was happening at Canton PD at the time that at least you were there, correct?
No.
I mean, you would be inside the building, correct?
Yes.
With access to dispatch and anything else that was happening around that floor, that area, correct?
I did not go into dispatch.
You would have access to the interior of the police station at that time if you went back to Canton PD at 1:30 in the morning, correct?
I'd have access.
You could see if there was any activity going on, any calls, call outs, things of that nature.
I didn't have access to that and I wasn't looking for it.
Not that you were looking for it, Mr. Higgins. My question is more simple than that. If you were there, you'd know what was going on inside the building.
No.
So if you walked in, you would just be completely oblivious to anything that was happening. For instance, if troopers started amassing to go out to a call, you wouldn't see that.
Objection.
The objection sustained. Ask it differently.
If you were able to monitor, you'd be in a position to monitor what was happening at the station around 1:30 in the morning when you were over there, correct?
No.
So how long did it take you to get home from Canton PD?
A little longer from after I moved the vehicles.
Correct.
I don't know. I mean, it could have been 15 minutes. It could have been 20 minutes.
You live alone?
I do.
You did then?
Yes.
What did you do when you got home?
In Puerto Rico, we call ourselves Boricua, a unique name honoring the
bed.
Was either on the couch or in the bed watching the news.
In any of the prior testimony that you've given in this case, have you ever indicated, that you slept on the couch that night?
I don't know.
Well, you reviewed your testimony before you
Well,
testified.
those would be the two options.
Okay. I didn't ask you about your options. I asked you if you reviewed your testimony before you testified today.
Yes.
Okay. When you reviewed your testimony previous to coming in here today, did you ever testify that you slept on the couch that night?
No, I slept in my bed, but I could have started somewhere else.
Did you ever testify in the previous hearing that you started somewhere else?
Not that I know.
Did you ever mention a couch in any of your description about what you did when you went home that night?
Not that I recall.
As a matter of fact, what you did mention under questioning in a different hearing was that you may have gotten something to eat, you then went to bed, put your stuff on the nightstand next to your bed, correct?
That would be the routine, yes.
You did not make or receive any calls after returning home that night?
No.
You were clear when you went to sleep in your prior testimony that you put both your work and your personal phone. You had two at the time, correct?
Yes.
A personal and a work cell phone, right?
Yes.
You put them both on your bedside table because that's what you do every night. Is that right?
Most often, yes.
As a matter of fact, you were asked whether or not you have a charging station, and you said, yeah, it's right on my bedside.
I don't know that I don't have a charging station.
Right, you said no, bedside. In other words, you keep your phone by your bedside, on your bedside table.
Usually.
You also testified that you did not use your phone that night to go on social media, correct?
That's correct.
You indicated that you don't go on, you didn't go on social media because you don't have social media. You don't use it that much.
I don't.
You said, I don't have the gram. I'm guessing that means Instagram, correct?
That is correct.
And you don't use Snapchat and you quote, don't do those things, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so you testified that the first call you received after returning home on the 29th was a call from Chief Berkowitz just before 7 a.m., which woke you up. Is that right?
It was around 6:30-ish, I think.
Okay. Your testimony previously was at some point before 7 a.m., that call was the one that woke you up.
Yes.
And it turns out, Mr. Higgins, that was a lie, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't a lie.
When you were asked that question at a previous hearing, you didn't know that the person questioning you had your phone records, did you?
I assume they did.
And you were thereafter confronted with those phone records, correct?
I was asked about them, yes.
And those phone records established that you and Brian Albert actually exchanged not one, but two phone calls at 2:22 a.m. that morning at a time when you claimed you were in bed asleep, correct?
I have no recollection of any phone calls.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
Please. May I approach you?
Yes.
Thank you. Take a look at those two documents and tell me if you recognize at least the top one.
Do they have a page number for me to follow or no?
I was just asking Ms. Little, I don't think we've introduced them, and no, they don't have a page number, but I'm going to ask that they be marked for identification at least at this point. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
These are, you know what, I'm going to, if it's okay with the court, maybe a witness maintain those documents?
Sure.
I'd like to have those two documents marked only for identification with the court's permission.
Okay. As one exhibit?
We can do it as one exhibit, that's fine.
Okay. Could you please hand those to Madam Clerk?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sorry, what was it?
Thank you.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, you see the document on the lower right. It has a page number or there's a numeric indicator 01770. In other words, 1770.
On the lower right-hand corner?
In the right. I mean, in the red.
It says 01771.
Look at the next page. I think they're just out of order.
Why don't you come show
Am I
me?
missing something?
Oh, this has been marked over. It's right over the top. That's the protocol. It's okay. It's okay. I'll use the one with QQ and the one with 1771 because the other numbers.
When you're referencing them. When you're referencing them?
When I'm referencing them.
Okay.
Take a look at the one that's marked with the QQ.
I see it.
You've seen that document before, correct?
I think I've seen it maybe on a screen, not in my hand.
That was these were the records that were shown to you at a prior hearing?
Yes,
And you acknowledge that at least the one marked QQ is a record of your calls, correct?
it has my name, my telephone number, correct?
And it indicates that on January 29th, 2022, at 2:22 and 35 seconds, you received a call from Brian Albert, duration of 1 second, correct?
Yes,
In other words, Brian Albert called you at 2:22 and 35 seconds, but it looks like you missed the call, correct?
I see the 1 second call, yes.
There's a second call just below that on the same date at 2:22 and 52 seconds from you to Brian Albert. Do you see that one?
Yes,
And the duration of that call is 22 seconds, correct?
I see that, yes.
So 17 seconds after you missed a call, according to these records, from Brian Albert, you called him back, and there was a call lasting 22 seconds. Is that right?
That's what the records say.
May I approach?
Yes.
So the fact is, you were speaking to Brian Albert in the middle of the night, approximately 3 hours before Mr. O'Keefe's body was found in his yard, correct?
No, that's not correct.
And that was 5 minutes before 2:27 a.m. when there was a Google search for how long to die in the cold, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then, of course, you lied about that under oath in that prior proceeding by saying, I don't remember this phone call.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you, in fact, tell the truth at the prior proceeding when you said, I don't remember that phone call?
I always tell the truth.
Did you lie under oath, sir?
No, I did not.
Would you tell us if you did?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You acknowledge that there's a 22-second phone call in your phone record, correct?
That's what's reflected by the record.
And 22 seconds is quite an amount of time. Would you agree?
It's 22 seconds.
As a matter of fact, it's about this long, with the court's permission.
The court does not give permission. That's argument, Mr. Jackson.
If we were to count off 22 seconds, that's an uncomfortably long time, is it not?
No,
It's long enough to have a conversation, isn't it?
I didn't have a conversation.
Is 22 seconds long enough to have a conversation?
No,
A human being can't have a conversation in 22 seconds?
sure they could. I don't think it's anything of substance.
Okay, so that's my question. Is it 22 seconds long enough to have a conversation?
I don't agree with it, no.
Now, when you were asked about this and you were shown these records, that prior hearing, you had an explanation for what that 22-second call may have been and what the prior call may have been, correct?
Yes.
What was your explanation?
Well, I used a phrase that people commonly used as a butt dial.
So you think it's possible that you may have butt dialed Brian Albert for a 22-second call that you're not aware of?
I think it's possible that he could have been inadvertently called back, but I have no recollection of that, nor did I have any conversation with anybody.
But you admitted that you lived alone, correct, Mr. Higgins?
That's correct.
You have an iPhone at the time.
Yes,
Matter of fact, that number for reflecting those records is in fact, or was in fact, an iPhone. Is that right?
yes,
You already indicated under oath that you don't sleep with your iPhone. You keep it on your bedside table. Is that right?
most often, yes.
There's nobody else in your room. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you had your ringer on because you were awakened the next morning by a call from Chief Berkowitz, right?
Yes, the ringer was on.
When somebody calls you and you miss the call, there's a notification that shows up on that iPhone. Isn't that right?
I don't know how mine's set up at the time. I don't know.
If you open up your phone app and you go to recents, it shows all the missed calls, correct?
I think you can get to them, yes.
And you know that the iPhone does not automatically call people back. That is not a thing, right? You miss a call from someone, it's not just going to automatically re-ring them.
Yes, I think we both know that, yes.
So to call somebody back, you have to go on your iPhone open it up from a locked position, navigate to a phone application, then navigate to a contact, and then make a call, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can break it down.
Sure. In order to call somebody back, if you've missed a call, you first have to unlock your iPhone.
You would have to, yes.
You can do that either through Face ID or through a 4 or 6-digit passcode, right?
Yes.
Don't tell me the code, but did you have a 4 or a 6-digit passcode locking your iPhone at the time?
I don't know if it was a digit code or Face ID.
Well, if you have a Face ID, you have to have a digit code as well, right?
I guess so.
Okay. Did you open your phone with your Face ID or a multi-digit code?
I have no recollection of answering the phone or calling.
Who's turning up the flavor? Saucy spoon, baked beans.
To the phone app, correct?
I don't know necessarily if you unlocked it with your face, if it would be right there. I have never thought about it.
Once you unlock that phone app, you have to manipulate the phone on the screen with your finger in order to make a call, correct?
You would have to hit at least one button, I guess.
At least one, right?
Yes.
So that's 3 or 4 interactions with the phone that have to be physically undertaken to just make one call, right?
But I didn't make any calls.
So how'd you butt dial?
I didn't make any calls. I have no recollection of any calls, nor did I speak with anybody.
After you were shown these phone records at that prior hearing, in that hearing at least, you finally admitted that you did in fact call Brian Albert back, but this time you claimed the two of you just sort of sat in silence. Isn't that right?
Objection.
So I'm going to sustain it in that form. You can ask it appropriately, Mr. Jackson.
Did you ever previously testify that you did in fact make the call, but you did not have a conversation during the course of the call?
What I think I testified was something must have happened, but I didn't have any phone call.
Do you remember being asked, quote, did you call him back, end quote, and you answered yes? And then there was a question.
There was a series of questions there. That's only a fragment of what I said.
I'm not done yet, Mr. Higgins. Can you answer my question?
Yes.
To the question, did you call him back? Your answer was yes, correct?
I think it was kind of, I must have.
Then you were asked, well, the answer was yes. And then there was a colloquy back and forth where you spoke over each other's words, right?
There was dialogue back and forth about this whole thing, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
May I?
Yes.
You see the pink highlighted question and the pink highlighted answer?
Yes.
What's the question? Please read it for me.
Did you call him back?
What's the answer?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
You then said a little bit further in that same conversation, I did not have a conversation, correct?
I did not have a conversation with anybody.
And the question following that was, you just listened to the phone, what someone was telling you? Answer, it's possible that the phone picked up on the other end and nobody said anything. And then I terminated the call, end quote. That's what you said at the other hearing under oath, correct? Yes or no?
Can I see it?
Sure. May I?
Yes.
Mr. Lowen, same page.
Thank you.
The bottom portion in pink. If you could read that answer to yourself, please. You have that in mind, sir?
No, can I have a minute, please?
May I?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Does that refresh your recollection about how you answered that question?
Yes.
And your answer was, it's possible that the phone picked up on the other end and nobody said anything. And then I terminated the call. That's the only thing.
Meaning it's possible it could have happened.
It's possible it could have happened that you had a 22-second call with Brian Albert,
I
correct?
did not have a 22-second call with Brian Albert. There was no conversation.
You've had some time to think about this 2:22 a.m. call, correct? Since that last testimony.
Some time to think about it?
Yeah.
I haven't really thought about it, no.
So for over a year, you haven't even considered the fact that you were caught with a phone record lying about not having a conversation with Brian Albert at 2:22 in the morning.
Objection.
Mr. Higgins, what was so important that you and Brian Albert needed to discuss something at 2:22 in the morning?
There was no discussion. I never talked to Brian Albert.
Then why the 22-second phone call, sir?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to talk about what you did after you woke up on January 29th, 2022. That was obviously a memorable day in your mind, correct?
It was a sad day.
The very first person you spoke to after waking up was who?
Well, I believe I said I got the call from Chief Berkowitz.
That's not my question.
Say that again?
Who's the first person you spoke to on the phone that morning when you woke up?
Brian Albert.
Whose idea was it for you to drive to Brian Albert's house that morning?
It was my idea.
Was it important to you to speak with Brian Albert in person rather than over text or phone call?
No, it was important to support the people that were there.
So of course you drove over to his house, you had an opportunity to speak to him in person without any law enforcement presence, correct?
I was there with everybody, not just Brian Albert.
And Brian Albert was in the house and you were in the house, right?
That's correct.
So you had access to him and others without any law enforcement there. Is that right?
That's correct.
As soon as you got off the phone with Brian Albert that morning, who did you call? At 7:22 a.m. if you recall.
I think I might have called Chief Berkowitz back.
So as soon as you got off the phone with Brian Albert, first thing in the morning, the next call you made was to Chief Berkowitz. Is that
Yeah,
right?
yes, because he had called me first. Yes, I called him back.
Did you request from Chief Berkowitz any information that he may have had concerning the investigation surrounding John O'Keefe being found at 34 Fairview that morning?
No.
Were you trying to see how much law enforcement knew right away?
Absolutely. I didn't even know what happened.
Were you trying to gather information about what happened so that you would know what happened?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that
No.
what you were trying to do?
No, Your Honor.
What did Chief Berkowitz tell you about his knowledge of John O'Keefe's body being found just after 6 a.m.?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been with John O'Keefe and you were at the crime scene the night before?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask that differently.
Did you inform Chief Berkowitz that you had been with John O'Keefe the night before?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I believe I may have told him at some point that I saw John at the waterfall.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been at 34 Fairview?
I believe I did.
Did you tell him that your vehicle was parked just feet away from where John's body was discovered?
No, because I didn't know where he was discovered.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you and Brian Albert had had a call at 2:22 in the morning?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been flirting with John O'Keefe's girlfriend in the weeks prior to his death?
No.
Did you ever tell Chief Berkowitz about the nature of your interest in Miss Reed?
No, I don't believe so.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had seen Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed the night before and that Ms. Reed had ignored you.
Objection.
Sustain. You can break that down, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I may have just a moment. You indicated just a second ago that when I asked, did you tell Chief Berkowitz that your Jeep was parked just feet away from where John O'Keefe's body was found, you said, I have no idea where John O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
That's correct.
You just spoken with Brian Albert, right?
He said in front of the house.
All he said was John O'Keefe was found in front of the house. He didn't say right outside on my front lawn.
I believe he said he was found out in front of his house unresponsive.
Okay. If he was out in front of his house, then you would know, because your Jeep was also parked out in front of his house, your Jeep would just be feet away from him, correct?
Objection.
Sustain.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had texted John O'Keefe to have him come over to 34 Fairview just hours before he was discovered dead in the yard?
No.
Did you think any of that was important when talking to the Chief of Police of the Canton Police Department?
I'll let him have it.
No, I didn't. There was no reason to tell him.
You've been an investigator for some 15 years, and you were a firefighter for years before that, correct?
Yes.
You're very familiar with some of the tools that are used in conducting modern investigations, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree that searching electronic devices and phones is an incredibly important investigative tool that modern investigators use, correct?
Objection.
In that form, I'll sustain it.
Are you aware that searching electronic devices is an important part of investigations?
Objection.
Are you aware of that, sir? Do you agree with that?
I've utilized phone data during the course of my investigations at times, yes.
Okay, so another way to put that is obviously phone data and electronic data is an important part of investigation. Right?
Objection.
Sustain.
What time do you believe you got to Brian Albert's house that morning after you received the phone calls and woke up? What time did you make your way back over to Brian Albert's house?
Maybe around 7:15 in that area.
Was there any law enforcement presence there when you arrived?
I can't recall specifically. There could have been one police car. I'm not positive.
Did any officer ever ask you to take a look at your vehicle?
At what time?
That time. But actually at any time.
No, to my knowledge, nobody from law enforcement associated with the investigation had ever asked to take a look at my vehicle.
So they certainly didn't ask that day, correct? On the 20.
What I'm saying is, to my knowledge, nobody has ever asked me that.
Right. So that's my point. I'm just trying to break it down.
You want to tell me every instance when somebody could have asked me?
Correct.
Okay.
On the 29th, where you asked whether or not your vehicle could be searched.
Searched or inspected? What do you mean?
Either one.
Well, I would consider a search the inside of the vehicle more so than the outside. I would consider the outside more of an inspection. I would have been happy to show them it.
I'm sure you would have. I'm asking, did they ask?
No.
They didn't ask to search it. They didn't ask to inspect it.
No.
When you met with troopers, who was it that you met with on the 3rd of February?
Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan.
Did either Trooper Proctor or Trooper Buchanan ask to inspect your vehicle, otherwise search it?
Not to my recollection.
And to this day, nobody from Massachusetts State Police has ever indicated that they want to inspect your vehicle.
No.
When you entered the house that morning, Brian Albert was there, Nicole Albert, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, Brian Albert Jr., and Julie Albert were all there. I'm sorry, had Julie Albert gotten there yet?
She came after me.
Okay. So at some point, all the people that I just ticked off, they were all inside the house.
Brian
right?
Albert Jr., Nicole, Brian, Matt, and Jen.
You all discussed the incident together, correct?
I wouldn't describe it that way, no.
Did each of you discuss your own perspectives about what had happened the night before in the early morning hours?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
People were in shock at the table trying to figure out what happened,
The math didn't make sense. John and the defendant never showed up. People were in shock.
Trying to figure out what to say, right?
No,
And you were all talking within earshot of each other, right?
we were all there in the kitchen talking together.
At this meeting, and these were friends and family, correct?
Excuse me?
These were friends and family amongst themselves, and you being a friend. These were friends and family inside that house discussing this incident, correct?
Yes.
So at this meeting, you actually instructed Jennifer McCabe to call Canton PD and ask someone to come back.
Objection.
Sustained as to that form, you can ask it differently.
At some point, did an officer come back to re-interview Jen McCabe?
Yes.
Jen McCabe had told you that she had information about something that Ms. Reed had said, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Did she tell you that morning?
She didn't specifically tell me anything. She made a statement at the table to the group of people and she clearly seemed like she was in shock. She was upset. And she made a statement, something to the effect that Karen had opined that she had hit John.
What she actually said was, I hope I didn't hit him, correct?
Objection.
It's not what I heard. No.
Who did you ever tell this to?
I've reported that.
That she said, I hit him?
Yes, I've reported it.
What you reported was Karen said, I hope I didn't hit him. And you said, oh, you need to tell Canton PD that. Isn't that right?
No, I don't think that's what I said. No.
You're as sure about that as you are about that 222 call, right?
Objection.
Mr. Higgins, what time did you leave Brian Albert's house?
It would have been, I believe, when Sergeant Lank arrived, and I think Lieutenant Gallagher might have been with him.
You weren't scheduled to work that Saturday, correct?
No.
Matter of fact, you weren't on duty at all.
No, I wasn't.
But you didn't go home and get some sleep or run errands. You went directly to Canton PD from 34 Fairview yet again, didn't you?
Who could sleep after somebody just was discovered like that?
Did you go home or did you?
I don't believe I did, no. I believe there might have been a stop at Canton PD before I went home.
As a matter of fact, you didn't just stop at Canton PD. You spent the entire day at Canton PD on the 29th, didn't you?
I don't know that I spent the entire day there, no.
Well, you've got a key card, right?
I do have a key card.
And that key card logs swipes.
That's correct.
So it logs where you go, access to, and access inside the
Yes.
Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
When you got to Canton PD, and you're telling this jury, you don't know how long you spent there.
I don't know how long I spent there. I don't know if I left and I came back. I don't recall.
So if the records indicate that you were there from 9 a.m.-ish, after 5,
I don't know how the records would indicate that.
I'll show you in a second.
Okay.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak again to Brian Albert?
I don't remember.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak again to Chief Berkowitz?
Most likely.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak with Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert?
I don't believe so.
Your Honor, may I approach briefly? Yes. Yeah, there's a particular area, but I just want to see if you recognize. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
That's a 167-page document. Just take a glance through. Obviously, don't read the whole thing. Just glance through it and tell me if you recognize what that is.
So it says Canton Police, all events logged by day.
So don't read it out loud, please.
I'm sorry, Your
Just,
Honor.
do you recognize
Yes, I do.
it?
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
This appears to be a log of key swipes in and around Canton PD, correct?
Yes,
And it's in reverse chronological order, in other words.
I didn't note that, but okay.
Okay. You acknowledge that that is a record of the key swipes that everybody uses moving in and around Canton PD, going through doors, every place that needs a key swipe is logged.
I would assume that's what that is, yes.
All right. It shows that you entered Canton PD for the first time on the 29th at 1:27 a.m. Does that sound about right? When you got there, you say to move your cars.
It's possible.
All right. It shows that you were granted access to floor corridor 227. Does that mean anything to you?
No.
What about floor corridor 226 on the second floor?
Second floor would make sense because I went in the building and then to the second floor.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
By the way, did Brian Albert ever mention what time the officers cleared the scene?
No,
Without telling me the substance of the conversation, did he tell you when he talked to you at 7:20 or?
not that I recall, no.
But you remember by the time you got there, the scene had basically been cleared. There wasn't a bunch of emergency vehicles, crime scene tape, nothing like that.
I didn't see fire trucks. I might have saw a cruiser. I can't be sure. I don't recall.
You're not sure about that either.
Sorry, I'm
You're
not
not sure about even seeing a cruiser, correct?
not 100%, no.
You certainly were not contacted by a law enforcement officer who took your name and ID or anything like that.
No.
Parked and walked in the house.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach one more time?
Yes.
Same thing. I'd like to have that document marked as next in order Bates pages. It represents Bates pages 2850 to 3016.
All right, so marked for identification. Is there an agreement this is coming in, Mr. Lally?
There is not, no.
All right, so that's marked for identification, not next in order.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Mr. Higgins, if you will, I'm sorry, are we ready? Thank you. May I proceed?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, if you'll look at Bates page 3015, which actually is in order, that's not reverse chronologically. It's the second to the last page.
I have it.
One quick second. Can you take a look at the 8th entry from the bottom?
I see it.
Does that indicate that this all occurred on 1/29/22? This entry at least?
Well, I mean, I only, on that 8th entry, I see that's associated with my name. I don't know what the other ones are associated with.
Right. It would be other individuals in Canton PD. I mean, this is the entire log.
The woke left is financing Trey Wharton's campaign because Because Wharton let radical transgender ideology into our schools and voted for every tax increase as school board president. Weak, woke Trey Wharton. He's betrayed our conservative values.
I see it.
Access granted Brian Higgins, rear entry to secure corridor, rear entry to secure corridor, correct?
Yes.
All right, so that appears to be what the log entry or the key swipe entry looks like when it's logged, correct?
Yes.
If you look at page 2967, I'm sorry, I said it backwards, 2976.
Okay.
Take a look at.
So you said 2976?
That's Bates page 2976. That's the bottom right-hand.
I see it, yes.
Look at the time entry for 9:23 and 39 seconds.
$923 and what?
39.
And that's on 2976?
Should be.
Give me the time again, please.
Why don't we do it this way? May I approach?
Yes.
This is an exact copy.
Yeah, this time's all over the place. My apologies.
That's
Okay.
fine.
All right. Thank you.
At 9:23:39, I'm sorry, if you got that in mind.
I do. I see it. It's highlighted.
At 9:23:39, that shows that you were granted access to the Sally Port to front exit, front entry to Sally Port, correct?
Yes.
There's only one Sally Port at Canton PD, correct?
Yes. And there's a door on each side of the Sally Port. Yes.
2 bay doors, right?
2 bay doors on each side.
And
Yes.
then there's a
Pass through.
personal pass-through door as well.
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to try to speed this up just a bit because it's small print, reverse chronological order. On page 2976, there's also an entry, same page, should be right above that, 92350, showing that you were granted access from booking to Sally Port as well, correct?
Okay. 2976. And what was the time?
Page.
Yes.
It's about maybe 6 entries above, 6 entries up. You'll look for time 9:23 and 50 seconds.
I see. Yes.
All right. And that shows that you were granted access to the Sally Port and then from Sally Port to booking, correct?
It says booking to Sally Port to booking.
Okay, so that's a key swipe. You either entering into the Sally Port from booking or from booking into the Sally.
Yes.
Could you repeat the question? Of course, of course. May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
That indicate, I have no idea what the last question was. I'll see if I can make a new one up. At 9:23 and 50 seconds in the morning, you were granted access booking to Sally Port and Sally Port to booking, meaning swiped the key card in the door going from booking to Sally Port.
Yes.
Okay. I don't want to belabor this because we could get bogged down into it all day long. Would you have any quarrel if those logs indicated that you were moving in and around Canton PD at 9:28, 9:53, 9:53, 9:54, 9:54, 11:40, et cetera? We can look at every one of them if you want to.
Well,
that doesn't refresh your recollection.
It would not be uncommon for me to move around Canton PD at various times, the dates,
Right.
middle of the night, during the day. But just because I swiped in somewhere and then you have a swipe at the end of the day doesn't mean I was there the whole day. I could have left, I could have come back, and I truly don't have a recollection, but I'm pretty sure I wasn't there all day.
Fair enough. If we moved from 11:40 to 11:44, 11:45, 11:47, 11:51, 11:52, and then jump to 2:05, would that be an explanation where you might have gone out for lunch, 11:52?
Could have.
Okay, come back. If
Yes.
there's a 2:05 and 56 entry, then obviously you're there, right?
If the card was swiped, I was there.
I mean, you're not giving that card to anybody else.
No, I'm not.
No way, right? Let's just look at 2905 because I want you to be comfortable. Page 2905, and let's look at that 2:05 and 56 entry.
I'm at 2905. Where would you like me to look?
About right there. Basically middle of the page. May I approach? This might be a little easier. Highlighted for you.
I see it.
Okay. So that would indicate that you were back at Canton PD at least 2:05:56, and you were granted access Sally Port to front door, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. At 3:10 p.m., you called Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert, correct?
I don't know. It's possible.
Okay.
I don't remember every phone call I made that day.
Understood. Do you remember talking to Kevin Albert?
I don't.
So you don't remember what you discussed with him?
No.
Do you remember that it was a 12-minute phone call?
No, I don't remember having any phone call, but I'm sure it's possible that we spoke.
Do you remember Kevin Albert providing you any information about the ongoing investigation into John O'Keefe's death?
No.
Did you ask him about additional information concerning John O'Keefe's death?
No.
Were you providing details back to Brian Albert that you were receiving while at Canton PD?
Absolutely not, no.
Do you recall that 2 minutes after you cleared the call with Kevin Albert, you then called Brian Albert?
It's possible.
So I think the question was, do you remember? Do you remember that?
Your Honor, there was a lot of phone calls made that day. It was an upsetting day. I spoke to multiple people at multiple times. I don't have a recollection. I'm sorry.
Oh.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just to close this loop, that appears to be your phone record, correct?
Yes.
And it appears that you made a call at 3:10 for 12 minutes with Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
3:10 plus 12 was 3:22, correct?
Yes.
You had cleared the call about 3:22, is that right?
Yes.
And then it shows a 3:24 phone call to Brian. Brian Albert then calls you at 3:24, correct?
Yes.
And you two speak for 6 minutes, is that right?
6 minutes, 5 seconds. Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that you made those calls?
Based on the record, yes.
Was that just a coincidence that you were talking to Brian Albert and Kevin Albert within minutes of one another?
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot going on that day. People were upset. And I don't remember the phone calls. I don't deny making the phone calls. I just don't remember them.
Do you remember providing information that you were learning from Kevin Albert to Brian Albert?
Absolutely not.
And then may I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Same record. If you look just below those phone calls to Kevin Albert and Brian Albert, there's 2 additional phone calls that you had with Chief Berkowitz and then Brian Albert again, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, it looks an awful lot like you're gleaning information from Canton PD. Were you doing that?
Objection.
So I sustain the objection in that form. You can ask one part of that question.
Sure. Were you getting any information from Canton PD?
No, I wasn't.
Did you provide any information to Brian Albert
No, I did not.
based on any conversations or conduct at Canton PD?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
But you were, in fact, on the phone with all of those interested parties throughout the day, you'll agree.
Every year, I send money back home to my family so my sister can buy our mom's birthday gift.
They're friends, and I was on the phone with them, yes.
And sir, you were not on duty that day, correct?
No,
You are not a Canton police officer, correct?
that's correct.
You were not assigned to this investigation in any formal capacity, were you?
I was not.
As a matter of fact, you're a witness in a homicide investigation. That's your only role in this, correct?
That's correct, but they're still my friends,
And
yes.
yet you're still having conversations with Kevin Albert at Canton PD while you're at Canton PD, correct?
Not about this.
And you're having conversations with Chief Berkowitz of Canton PD while you're at Canton PD, correct?
I had conversations with them, but not about this,
And
no.
you're consistently through the day calling Brian Albert, aren't you?
I had conversations with Brian Albert. John was found on his lawn. Yes, of course I had phone conversations with him.
I want to take you back for a second to a couple of other entries, including one at 3:57, one at 3:58, and one at 4:07. I'm going to draw your attention to 2885 and 2886. Once you have the pages, I'll give you the times once again.
2885?
2885 and 2886. We'll start with 2886 and then work backward.
Okay.
First entry is at 3:57 and 54 seconds.
.357 and 54 seconds, I see it.
Brian Higgins booking to Sallyport, correct?
It says Brian Higgins, communication to pedestrian Sallyport, communication to pedestrian Sallyport.
Look at the one just above it. That's 3:58:24. Look at 3:57:54. Or the one, it probably is going to be just below it because it's reversed.
You said 3:57:54, correct?
Correct.
That's what I just read.
Got it. Look at 6 entries below at 3:57:36.
3:57:36. I see it. Access granted, Brian Higgins. Booking to Sallyport, Sallyport to booking.
Then there's one more on page 2885. Look for 4:07:47.
40747.
Correct.
I have it. Access granted. Brian Higgins, booking to Sallyport, booking to Sallyport.
And there's no record in that document of you exiting, correct? That's just booking to Sallyport.
Yes. I don't, yeah, there's no record. I don't know if it
That's all-
records you
that's all
going
that-
up.
you
That's
answered my
fine.
question. There's no record of it, correct?
Not that I can see here, no. I'm sorry.
And you're aware that that's about 90 minutes before Karen Reed's SUV was delivered to that Sallyport, correct?
No, I'm not aware of that.
You're aware that her car ended up in that Sallyport where you were at 5:36.
I'm aware her car ended up there, yes.
Are you aware that there was other evidence that was also being held in the Sallyport?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you see any other evidence in the Sallyport related to this case?
No.
Did you see a bag, grocery bag with 6 solo cups there?
Objection.
Did you see anything that seemed out of the ordinary there?
All I would do is use that as a cut through. I did not see anything.
Are you aware that at 5, well, let me see this. You and Chief Berkowitz were moving in and through, at least in some parts of the day, in and through Canton PD together, correct?
At some points we might have been together. I'm not, I mean, we weren't together all day.
Matter of fact, he was also in the Sallyport around the same time you were, correct?
I don't recall that, no.
But the records would reflect that, right? The records that are in front of you?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were in the Sallyport the last time you're logged into the Sallyport, it's 4:07. Do you remember seeing Chief Berkowitz at Sallyport at 4:14?
No, and if that says that I'm logged, that could be me cutting
Mr.
through.
Higgins, all I'm asking you, I'm not asking you what you did. I'm asking you where you were.
I don't know where I was at that specific time.
Well, you walked into the Sallyport, we know that,
If I walked in, I
correct?
cutting through, yes.
Right. Was Chief Berkowitz in the Sallyport at 4:14?
Not that I recall, no.
Was he there at 4:30?
I don't remember ever seeing him in the Sallyport, no.
Was he there at 4:33?
I don't remember ever seeing Chief Berkowitz in the Sallyport.
At 4:50?
Objection.
Sustained. Let's move through this, please.
Finally, was he there at 5:36 and 37 seconds at the same time Karen Reed's vehicle was delivered?
I don't remember.
Do you remember Chief Berkowitz, or were you with Chief Berkowitz when he made a call to the front desk?
No, I don't remember anything like that, no.
Do you remember Chief Berkowitz calling the front desk at 5:42 and saying, "Shut the barracks"?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you remember any kind of call shutting the barracks, meaning shutting the Sallyport?
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I don't remember anything like that, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
You didn't leave Canton PD until close to 6 p.m., isn't that right?
I don't know what time I left.
Could it have been 5:50, 6 o'clock?
I don't recall what time I left.
You're aware that there's video surveillance feeds in the Sallyport garage, correct?
That's correct, yes. Around the building.
Were you in the Sallyport at 5:36 when the car was delivered?
I don't have any recollection of that, no.
It's one thing to say I don't remember. It's another thing to say, no, I was not there.
I don't remember being there, no.
Is it possible that you could have been there when that car was delivered?
I don't believe I was, no.
You don't believe you were? or
I
you
don't
weren't?
believe I was, no.
You're aware that the video surveillance feed from the Sallyport garage at or around 5:36, the precise time when the car was delivered, it's just missing, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive a flurry of phone calls from Brian Albert and Chief Berkowitz indicating that some taillight pieces or a taillight piece had been recovered at 34 Fairview later that evening?
Objection.
Did you receive a call at all, without telling me what the conversation consisted of, around 6:12 p.m. from Brian Albert?
I don't know what day you're referring to.
The 29th.
No, I don't remember any phone calls like that.
Do you remember 3 minutes later getting another call from Chief Berkowitz at 6:16 p.m. that lasted about 5 minutes and 15 seconds?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
You look at the entries for 6:12, 6:16. See if that refreshes your recollection.
Are you referring to the?
6:12 and 6:16.
Okay, I see those, yes.
There was a call at 6:12 that Brian Albert made to you for a duration of 1 minute and 7 seconds, correct?
Yes.
And right after that, there was a call from Chief Berkowitz to you at 6:16 that lasted 5 minutes and 15 seconds, correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
They telling you that taillight pieces had been found at the location.
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Okay.
So may I inquire?
Yes.
Your testimony is that you don't recall the substance of those conversations at 6:12 and 6:16.
I don't know.
Isn't it true that you were asked about those phone calls at another hearing?
I might have been, I don't recall.
And did you testify at the other hearing that, in fact, what was discussed was the substance of the taillights being found at the location?
No, that's not what that was in reference to.
Were you being provided information from your friend, Chief Berkowitz, about the progress of the investigation?
No.
Were you providing your friend, Brian Albert, information about the progress of the investigation or what you perceived it to be?
No, I didn't have any information on the investigation.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
You were not interviewed about this case in any formal capacity until 5 days later, correct?
That sounds about right.
February 1st, Trooper Proctor?
I'm not exactly sure the date, but it was several days after, yes.
I'm sorry, I said February 1st, maybe it's
I don't-
February 3rd.
I don't know the date, but we were into February.
Where did that interview take place?
Sharon, Mass.
I'm sorry?
Sharon, Mass.
At what location?
Sorry?
What location?
Objection.
I'll see counsel very quickly at sidebar.
The interview was not at the police station.
It was not, no.
By the time you interviewed with Trooper Proctor, you had already had numerous conversations with Brian Albert. Is that safe to say?
Well, the interview was with both Trooper Proctor, Sergeant Buchanan, and of course I've talked to Brian Albert because of what took place.
Higgins, that was a yes or no question.
Yeah, of course I've talked to him, yes.
Okay, and the answer is yes, right? Can we agree?
The answer is yes.
Thank you. By the time you spoke with Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan, you had already had numerous conversations with Chief Berkowitz, correct?
Yes.
You had already had numerous conversations with Kevin Albert.
Yes.
You had already had this meeting with the Alberts and the McCabe's over at 34 Fairview. Is that right?
I went to the house.
And discussed this case, as you earlier described in your testimony.
I discussed what we were trying to figure out what happened.
You discussed this case, Mr. Higgins.
Well, at that point, it wasn't a case.
Okay, I'm not parsing words about what a case is versus a matter versus an issue. You understood my question, didn't you?
Yes.
Is there a reason you don't want to answer that question?
I don't have a problem.
Objection, Your Honor.
No. Is there a reason, or why don't you go ahead and explain?
Well, I feel he's trying to make it sound like something it wasn't.
I'm not trying to make it sound like anything, sir. I'm asking a question. Had you discussed this case or the issues surrounding this case with those folks?
I did discuss things when I went back to the house, yes.
And that was before you met with Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan,
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
You had already spent an enormous amount of time at Canton PD. We've just gone through those records. Is that right?
I have been at Canton PD, yes.
And you had been able to talk to, you had access at least to all the officers, correct?
What do you mean by, can you
Anybody that was coming and going at Canton PD?
Access for what purpose?
Just to walk by them, to hear what they were saying, see what they were doing.
Yeah, it's not what I was doing, no.
I'm not accusing you of doing anything. I'm saying you had access to the individuals within the Canton PD, correct?
To interact if needed, yes.
And very obviously, you had access to the Sally Port.
And access, yes, and that's a cut through I used all the time.
And anything that was in it, correct?
I wouldn't need anything in it.
It was only after all that that Michael Proctor thought that you were worthy of a conversation.
Objection.
I'll rephrase it. It was only after all of that that you were interviewed by Michael Proctor and Trooper Buchanan, correct?
I wasn't interviewed to the following days. That's correct.
At some point on February 4th, Chief Berkowitz called you to personally inform you that he had personally found taillight at 34 Fairview. Is that right?
He did tell me that, yes.
And to be clear, that's the same Ken Berkowitz that you were with in the Sally Port.
I don't recall being in the Sally Port with him, no.
What did you do with that information when you learned from Chief Berkowitz that he personally saw a taillight piece as he drove by?
I didn't do anything with the information.
Did you call Brian Albert?
No, Brian Albert called me.
You were asked a specific question in the other proceeding in June of 2023, correct?
I don't know if it was a specific question. I was asked a series of questions on how the phone calls came in. That's what I was asked.
And your answer was, it's 100% probable that I told him about that, meaning I told Brian Albert about my conversation with Ken Berkowitz, correct?
It's possible.
Was that your statement or not?
It was my statement then, but I've thought about it, yes.
And you've changed your statement somehow?
I don't know if I changed my statement, but I think the way the phone calls came in is Brian Albert told me, you're not going to believe what was found on the front lawn. And then I believe Ken Berkowitz told me he found the taillight, and I'm referring to the taillight from the both of them. I didn't provide any information to anybody.
Well,
information was provided to me.
What you actually said was, it's 100% probable that I told him about that. Yes, 100%. I'm not hiding that fact, but you're asking me if I recollect specifically. I know I called him after
Objection,
that
Your Honor.
call.
All right, so too many facts. Go slowly.
Sure. You said, yes, 100%, correct?
In that testimony, I did, yes.
And then in that testimony, you went on to say, I'm not hiding that fact, but you're asking me if I recollect specifically, correct?
I don't have it in front of me. That's what you're telling me.
You went on to say, I know I called him after that phone call, correct?
I don't know.
And you went on to say, if that's when Chief Berkowitz told me, listen, I didn't do anything wrong in this, end quote. That was your statement.
Objection.
Prior hearing, correct?
So I'm going to strike the end.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
You said you don't recall that entire testimony, right?
Not that portion, but I know I was asked about how the phone calls came in and what was said.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to see a transcript of your answer?
Is this it right here?
That's it.
I'm going to read it.
May I? Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection to what your testimony was under oath in June of 2023?
I do.
And you said, if that's what Chief Berkowitz told me, I didn't do anything wrong in this, correct?
That was the statement I made, yes.
Why did you say, listen, I didn't do anything wrong in this?
Objection.
Why'd you say that?
Because I felt they were being accusatory and I was trying to explain what was going on. And what I had said over that was, I believe what I said, something to the effect, I can't be 100% positive. And then when I went on to say, it's probable. But I felt like they were being accusatory and I was trying to explain how the phone calls came in. I've had time to reflect about it after that, since that testimony. And that information about the taillight that was found was provided by each person. I didn't provide any information to anybody.
Next question.
Thank you. You said, look, I didn't do anything wrong in this. because it looks like you and Ken Berkowitz were colluding to provide information to Brian Albert, correct?
Objection.
Is that correct?
Absolutely not correct. That's
And
wrong.
you knew that was going to look like collusion, which is why you said, look, I didn't do anything wrong in this.
Objection.
Objection sustained.
Mr. Higgins, if you wanted to get rid of, and you've dealt with cell phones and electronic devices in your career many, many times, correct?
Over my career, yes.
You've probably even written search warrants for them, things of that nature, right?
Yes.
If you wanted to destroy evidence on your cell phone, what kind of steps might you take to do that?
Objection.
If you wanted to just get rid of information on your cell phone that would be unrecoverable, what steps might you take?
Objection.
Do you know how to get rid of information on your cell phone?
Objection.
That's allowed. You can answer that.
Your phone.
Anything else?
You could wipe your phone.
Good.
Factory reset.
Factory reset might be one, wiping your phone, taking the SIM card out.
I don't know that the SIM card's going to take information that's on the phone out.
So that might be one avenue. You could break the SIM card in half or snap it.
It could, yes.
You know, the SIM card stores an enormous amount of data that the phone's just a brick, right?
No, I don't know that.
Okay. You could also, if you take the SIM card out, you just get rid of the phone somehow, right? Just destroy it.
Yes.
Might even consult with some kind of an expert to help learn how to permanently erase things from a phone, like a forensics expert, for instance.
Objection.
Sustained.
On Saturday, January 29th, you spent much of the morning rather, at Brian Albert's house, and then the rest of the day variously at Canton PD. You would agree with that, correct?
No, you said I spent much of the morning at Brian Albert's house?
Correct. In other words, you went over there at whatever it was, 7:50, 8 o'clock, something like that, and then until about 9 o'clock.
No, I got over there around 7 o'clock and I was there less than an hour. I wasn't there most of the day.
Okay,
I never
fair
went back there.
So you spent time at Brian Albert's house, then much of the rest of the day at Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
And then the very next day, that Sunday, you called a friend of yours, a guy named Matt Kelch, didn't you?
Yeah, he's my best friend. Yes.
And he's a special agent with the FBI, isn't he?
No, he's not.
Was he then?
He's never been a special agent with the FBI. He's a special agent with ATF.
My mistake. My mistake. I thought he was with the FBI. He's a federal special agent.
He's a coworker of mine, yes.
Which makes him a federal special agent, right?
An ATF agent, yes.
And does he work for or have access to the Regional Computer Forensics Lab?
Yes, he works over there.
Okay, that's the FBI Regional Computer Forensics Lab, correct?
Yes.
That's how I got my mistake. I apologize.
Well, I just want to make sure the record's reflected correctly.
You and me both. So you reflected it correctly. So Matt Kelch is an ATF agent who works at the FBI Regional Computer Forensics Lab, correct?
Yes.
And he's an expert in digital forensics, is he not?
He has a level of expertise more than myself, yes.
And he's one of your best friends.
He is my best friend.
You spoke to him about the death of John O'Keefe, did you not?
Yes.
And you asked him for a personal favor, sort of off the books, correct?
Objection.
In that form, I'll sustain it.
Did you ask him for a personal favor?
No.
Did you ask him to show you or consult with you how to pull things off of your phone that you decide to get off your phone?
I asked him how I could pull text strings off my cellular telephone for the purpose of providing them to law enforcement.
This was not in connection with any case that he was working, correct?
That's correct.
It was not in connection with any case you were working, correct?
Objection.
Objection sustained, but you already answered. I'll strike that answer. Second question you can answer. Is this in connection to any case you?
No, Your Honor.
Next question.
But you asked your friend to utilize his resources to teach you how to extract certain information off your phone. Is that what you did?
I asked him if it was possible to get this off, if there was a method to get this off my phone so I could provide it to law enforcement.
And that information was selected by you, correct?
Two particular text threads, yes.
Right. In other words, there was nobody else that was picking and choosing what to get off your phone. That was just you.
It was me, yes.
And the reason you did that, Mr. Higgins, is that you wanted to control and limit the amount of information that was pulled off your phone, right?
Objection.
Is that why you did it?
No, I did it because I wanted to provide it to law enforcement, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
But you could have just provided your phone to law enforcement and let them image the entire thing, correct?
I guess that was an option, yes.
And you knew that was an option at the time. And you're a trained ATF agent.
What's the question?
You knew it was an option to just hand your phone over. Just pick it up and give it to them.
And there was also an option to provide it to them as well.
Right. But you chose the one that you got to select the information, not the one where they would get everything, correct?
Objection.
Stand just to that form.
Did you actually go to the FBI computer forensics lab?
Yes. Let me correct that. I didn't go to the lab itself. I went to a kiosk, what they refer to as a kiosk on the first floor over at FBI.
Okay.
And all local PDs, law enforcement have access to that.
And that's obviously.
It's an unrestricted area. You can be in there, as I understand it, unaccompanied if you're local law enforcement. It's on the first floor.
That is a federal facility, however.
Yes, it is.
Did you utilize any computer or any data extraction machinery, if you will, a computer or something to extract this data?
Well, it was a machine. I don't know what it's called.
Okay, fair enough. I'll use the word machine. I don't know what it's called either. So you hooked that phone up to a machine, correct?
Yes,
And that machine belonged to the FBI. It didn't belong to you. Is that right?
that's correct.
So that was a federal resource, not for anything having to do with any official case that you were working. Isn't that right?
Objection.
So I need to see you. I know this is not concerned, but I need to see you. While we're doing that, counsel, come on back. Yes.
Hi. On to the left.
May I ask the advocate to? Thank you. I was trying to figure out how we do
I don't
that.
know. Is that in reference to the key swipes? Yeah, I don't know.
We may as well use this time with me asking counsel a question at sidebar. Counsel, why don't you come on over, please? Mr. Conley? If you just go and just stand next to your client, Mr. Jackson's going to make an offer of proof of a question he's about to ask your client, or a couple of questions he's about to ask your client. Doesn't make any sense to me that somebody has counsel and the counsel is not aware of a potential issue. So you'll hear the offer of proof. I'll let you speak to Mr. Higgins before this actually happens before the jury.
Could I just have him identify?
Yes, I was just going to ask you to identify yourself.
Sure, my name is William Connolly, spelled C-O-N-N-O-L-L-Y.
All right.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
The witness has indicated that he utilized federal resources for personal gain. The specifics of that testimony have been as follows. He indicated that he contacted Matt Kelch, a federal agent. He indicated that he utilized a federal facility. He called it an unsecure facility, but it's a federal facility notwithstanding. And that the two of them, he and Agent Kelch, utilized federal resources in the form of some kind of a machine, as the witness indicated, for his own personal gain, so that he could, as a witness, in no official capacity, work in any official case, and in Matt Kelch's capacity as an individual rather than an agent, they both work together to download certain information from the witness's phone in anticipation of turning that highly selected, highly curated information over to law enforcement so that he could later ultimately destroy his phone, which this witness in fact did.
Okay, so it's not entire. I disagree with you. I don't think it's reached that level. His testimony was that he went to a kiosk on the first floor where all local police departments can go. It's unrestricted. It's on the first floor. And we just got to the part about a machine in the kiosk when you mentioned an FBI resource. So what is your question? What questions do you intend to ask this witness now?
whether he is aware that under 5 CFR 2635.702, it is a federal offense to use his public office, to use any public office for his own private gain or for the gain of persons or organizations with which you are associated personally. In other words, an FBI agent or an ATF agent cannot use federal resources for personal gain. The fact that he contacted an ATF agent, the fact that he utilized a facility that is owned by the federal government, run by the federal government, paid for by taxpayer dollars, and the fact that he used a machine that is owned by the federal government to download certain information for his own personal gain, that personal gain being, these are the curated texts that I'm going to turn over to law enforcement, that's a federal offense.
All right, so those questions are going to be asked. I don't know, there's been an objection to them. I'm not sure I'm going to let them in, but I wanted to give you the opportunity to speak privately with your client in the back room there. Can you do it in short order? Or do you need
I
more
can
time?
do it in about 10 seconds.
Okay,
Sure.
all right.
If you feel the need.
So why don't you go back and talk to him? I'll stop bringing the jury or getting the jury lined up to come back,
Thank
okay?
you, Your Honor.
Do you need anything, Nancy?
No, I'm just gonna grab the spelling while I have time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so we're ready to proceed?
I am, Your Honor, thank you.
So let's bring the jurors in, please.
I love all your optimism, but it's going to take them about 2 minutes to get here, so, yeah.
Do you want these?
Please rise for the jury. Please be seated for the session.
All right. We have a very few minutes left, Mr. Jackson.
Understood. Mr. Higgins, you indicated that the phone was hooked up to some sort of machine at the FBI kiosk, correct?
Yes.
You're aware, sir, that under 5 CFR 2635.702, You may not use your public office for your own personal or private gain, or for the gain of persons or organizations with which you are associated personally, under pain of a federal offense, correct?
Objection.
No, Your Honor.
Are you aware that under 5 CFR 2634.704, it's a felony to quote?
Objection, Your Honor,
Sorry,
as
for,
to
quote, an
reading.
employee-
Go ahead and finish the question.
For an employee, an employee has a duty to preserve and conserve government property and shall not use such property or allow its use for other than authorized purposes. Were you aware of that federal regulation?
That objection sustained.
Sir, notwithstanding those regulations, you utilized the services of Matt Kelch as a friend and a colleague, but utilizing federal resources to pull information off your phone, correct?
Objection.
Sustained as to that form.
In fact, you were successful in getting information off your phone, which is the text that you turn over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Objection.
In that form, you're almost there, Mr. Jackson. That form was improper.
The information that was ultimately pulled off your phone was the information that you selected and you and Matt Kelch worked together to get off your phone, correct?
Objection.
Is that correct?
No, Your Honor, if I could explain.
Sure.
He walked me through on how I could pull the text string with John O'Keefe and the defendant. He walked me through the process, how to use the machine.
And then you did that.
I did do that. That's
And
correct.
that's what you turned over to the police.
That's correct.
And any other information would still be on your phone ending in 5421, correct?
Well, that information stayed on my phone. I just took those strings off and provided them to the Mass State
Okay,
Police.
so where's your phone?
I do not have that phone anymore.
You've destroyed that phone, haven't you?
No, I threw the phone away.
Well, that's destroying the phone, isn't it?
I had every right to do that.
I didn't ask you about your rights. I asked you what you did.
Objection.
Sustained.
You destroyed the phone by removing the SIM card. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you do that? Did you pull the SIM card out?
Objection.
Did you pull the SIM card out of your phone?
Your Honor, to the best of my recollection, if I did take the SIM card out, I would when I threw it away, if I was going to take it out, I would break it or cut it. But I did not wipe the phone. I did not take anything else off it. But if I was going to throw the phone away, that's what I would have done.
Okay.
You know, as an ATF agent with electronic data experience, when you pull the SIM card out and break it, and then throw the phone away and the SIM card away, you don't need to wipe the phone.
Objection.
Sustained. Mr. Jackson, that's it.
Your Honor.
One more question.
I can do this in 30 seconds, I think. You were aware that there was a court order that you not alter, delete, or destroy, or in any way manipulate your phone or the electronic data associated with it, correct?
Objection.
As to what date?
As of September 30th, 2022.
Objection. I don't believe that's what the court order was. I think it's
Your
been.
Honor, I can make a quick offer of proof. That's exactly what it was that he was notified.
Were you aware of that? Was that your understanding?
What's the question exactly, Your Honor? I'm sorry.
Ask the question again.
Sure. Were you served with a copy of a notice on September 30th, 2022, that you not alter or destroy or manipulate anything on your phone on September 30th?
I was served an order. Yes, that's correct.
And isn't it true in another hearing, you explained that on September 29th, the day before you claim you got that notice, you changed phone carriers and changed phone numbers?
And I maintained the phone.
Until you didn't, when you destroyed it a month later by pulling the SIM card out and throwing it away, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you do that in October? Did you destroy that phone?
Objection.
Cheese is my life. I take blocks of cheese and I turn them into art. People, place.
I've testified. Yes.
You testified.
It's possible that if I took it out, that it was either cut or broken.
It's not just possible.
So that.
And that would have been after the date the order was already denied.
Mr. Higgins, I have one question left. One question. Did you, Mr. Lowley's already standing. I haven't even started.
Have a seat, Mr. Lally. Go ahead. Last question, Mr. Jackson.
Quiet, please. Quiet. Mr. Higgins, very simply, and then we're done. Did you remove the SIM card for that phone, drive onto a military base, throw the SIM card in one dumpster and the phone in a different dumpster?
That is not correct.
Did you testify that?
Was your one question, Mr. Jackson? All right, folks, that's it for today. We will see you Tuesday. Have a great long weekend, please. It's very important. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. We will see you on Tuesday. Tuesday will be a full day.
Sure, please get up from the chair. All rise. Hurry up, follow me, please.
You have to come back Tuesday.
Goodbye.
You can follow them, yes. All right, so I will see counsel at sidebar. Tori, we're done with one.
My name is Aiden Carney, also known as Turtleboy.
He is a senior editor for Turtleboy Daily News.
I'm a big fan. We've broken hundreds of stories that the mainstream media won't touch.
Some blogger in Massachusetts who's getting to the bottom of this better than anybody.
Why is it Turtleboy that is covering such important issues? Where is the rest of the media?
You need to not say that you were gonna take my baby out of revenge and make him a transgender baby.
Stop it.
Don't you want to ask some questions? I know you do.
I do. I
know
you do.
People don't like the things that I say and want me to stop saying them, but I won't. I'm never going to stop. These are the kind of stories that must be told.
And I will not be intimidated. I will not be silenced. And we will continue on our journey for justice for John O'Keefe and for Karen Reed.
Tick, tick, boom. Noise. Go, baby, we bringing our toys. Boys, chop up the singing, should be on the boards. Bang, bang, we gon' ride out. Gang, gang, we don't die out. Want it like this, ain't no timeouts. Tell me who really gon' find out.
We be disturbing the peace, working, we serving the streets.
Karen Reed has supporters who've shown up in large numbers.
Tick, tick, boom.
Hard body, and not scaring nobody. You make me resort to wildin'. You must be blind by the diamonds. I didn't want it to be this way, but y'all won't need to try this. So it's no way around it. You the loudest one, it's going quiet. We be disturbing the peace, working, we serving the streets. About to go ahead, going beast. Bang, bang, leave you sleep.
This is the first time I think I've ever seen this. An outpouring of support for someone accused of murdering a Boston police officer. Unbelievable situation. Never seen anything like it.
Tick, tick, boom.
You can't stop me, so who gon' stop me? You can't stop me, so who gon' stop me? You can't stop me, so who gon' stop me? You can't stop me, so who gon' stop me?
We be disturbing the peace, working, we serving the streets. About to go ahead, going beast. Bang, bang, leave you sleep. Woo! It's go, 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 go time.
Tick, tick, boom.
Boom. What's up, Turtle Riders? How's everyone doing out there tonight? Good, good, excellent. Welcome to the live show, ladies and gentlemen. Normally we do this on Tuesdays, but Celtics this week, so we had to do it on Wednesday this week, but that's okay. Great game last night, by the way. Great game last night. A little too close for comfort, but Jaylen Brown hit that three with 5 seconds left. Brought it to overtime. You knew we got it there. Time to sweep this team. Go right to the finals. We'll be good. But anyway, welcome to the show, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Aiden Carney. My Facebook name, better known as Clarence Woods Emerson. You can follow me on there. Old school Turtle Riders call me Uncle Turtleboy. I prefer Dr. Turtleboy. It's got a cool ring to it. And if Jill Biden gets to call herself a doctor, then so do I. Some people call me daddy. I get that could be a little weird. You don't have to call me that, but I'm also not going to yell at you if you do. You can call me daddy if you want. I don't care what you call me. Just be here every Tuesday and Saturday night at 9 p.m. and make sure you smash that subscribe button. Give us a thumbs up. Leave a comment afterwards. It all helps the algorithm. So hook it up that way. We're back on YouTube today, as you guys can see. In case you didn't know, we got a 1-week suspension because I think I made a poll and I asked who is a bigger piece of shit, Julie Nagel or Katie McLaughlin, and Julie Nagel won, both in mass and in general piece of shitness. So she won that. But I guess you can't do that on YouTube. So we got suspended for a week. We got a strike, as they call it. But that's okay, because we're going to behave now. Now that we know the rules, you can't call anyone a piece of shit. We're not going to call her that anymore. We'll just come up with something else to call her that's degrading, but not piece of shit. That's on the no list. Okay. I mean, she's kind of sucks though. I mean, Julie Nagel sucks. I thought Julie Nagel was going to be a lot cooler, to be honest with you, because she's Ryan Nagel's sister and Ryan Nagel's a cool guy. Straight shooter, helped out Karen Reed a lot, tell the truth. And I just figured she would be cool too. Like maybe nope. Hung out with the McAlberts too much. You hang out with the McAlberts too much, you turn into a piece of, that thing. So, yeah. So we've been gone, but we streamed on Facebook and on Rumble. The good part about the suspension is our Rumble channel, which you guys should all give a follow. Almost is up to 10,000 followers. And I see there's 380 you Rumble rats over there right now. So that's good to see. How many YouTube we got? We got 3,600 people on YouTube. That's going to go up. And then on Twitter, probably got like close to 2,000 by now, getting up there. So it's going to be dope, man. It's going to be dope. All right, cool. So that's that. If you guys like the program, by the way, and you want to have your message read out loud to the class, you cannot do the normal way that you're used to. And that is, hold on one sec. Pull this up. You can't do super chat because we had the wrong opinion about the vaccine mandate a couple years ago. So I can't take your money on here anymore, but that's okay because we built our own platform. It's called Turtle Chat. If you click at the link at the top, that brings you to something called Turtle Chat. You can donate whatever amount of money you want. And when you do that, you get to write a message. I will get that message in my email. I'll read it out loud to the class and you do it that way. Or you can cash at me at $ Uncle Turtleboy. I'll get the notification on my phone and read it out loud to the class. Got a couple Turtle Chats ready to rock here right now. Let me read a couple of them that I haven't. There was some earlier today I didn't get the chance to read. Let's see. We had Roseanne sent $20 and said, I am new to all of this on social media, so please excuse. I am not following the correct instructions or the lack of better word. Thank you. You may know this, but people with MS have outbursts. I have MS and outbursts. Also, Karen is already stressed and sees their boyfriend lying there beaten up. Yeah, I've heard that many times, Roseanne. I've heard that from a lot of people. Karen Reed's outbursts are insignificant, quite frankly, in this whole thing. Stacy sends $5 and says, so proud of you for the exposure of the Free Karen Reed movement. Well, thank you very much, Stacy. Derek sent $25 and says, getting warm in the courtroom, 77% humidity. Turtleboy for president 2024. Well, thank you. Yeah, it was a little sweaty in there. Felt bad for the jurors today. I was in the first day, when I was in that courtroom for many hours. And I really felt bad for the jurors because they sit there and it's just, I get tired. It's tiring, man. And it's boring. I yawned so much during the Sullivan sisters. I'm like, oh, and Kerry Roberts. It's just boring. And Adam Lally's boring. And it's not always Alan Jackson against Jen McCabe. It's not always, you're not always going to get that. And I got to be honest. So let me talk the jury. You're allowed to talk about the jury. I'm not doxing anyone, nothing like that. I won't do that. We don't need to do that. People are like, you're intimidating jurors. The fuck are we going to intimidate jurors for? We know they're going to acquit her. There's no, trust me, they see what I'm not worried about the jury, and I would never do that anyway. I believe in our justice system. I believe in the jury system. And I know that this jury is going to acquit Karen Reed because I've seen them. This is an educated jury. Okay. It's 10 white women, right? And they all, there's 5 of them look older, not older. I don't want to say older. That's a bad word, but they look dignified, women of a certain age. A lot of a lot of them look like Rita Lombardi's and Kathleen Hawley's. They look educated. I counted today. 10 of the women wear glasses. So, of the 10 women, 7 wear glasses. So that's a good number. If you wear glasses, you're more likely to be smart. That's just a fact. So they seem like a really smart group. And then the younger women in the 20s and 30s, they look clean and just, they don't let themselves go. They just seem interested. I don't know. They just seem smart. They just look like a smart bunch. They're all taking notes the whole time. All of them were taking notes the whole time, man. It was really interesting to see the jury. I didn't get to see how they reacted to Jen McCabe. Jess Machado was filling us in on Twitter. They weren't buying it. It didn't seem like they were buying it. But man, I felt bad for them when they got to listen to freaking Adam Lally ask Laura Sullivan, those questions that they asked them today. I couldn't, some of them, oh my God, Karen Reed was such a bitch. She told me, what the fuck? She told me, who the fuck is that bitch? And what did you say? I told that bitch to go fuck herself. Okay. Well, this has been a productive use of time. Tell us more about your vacation to Aruba. Where'd you stay? What was the cabana like? Right? Tell us about, it was so stupid. It was just so, and David Yannetti got up there. All we need to say about the Sullivan sisters is David Yannetti got up there and asked them one simple question. So you were interviewed on February 8th, a week after by Trooper Proctor. And did you know that none of the people inside Fairview Road, Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert Jr., Colin Albert, Sarah Levinson, and Julie Nagel, not one of them was interviewed within a year. Maybe Julie Nagel was 10 months later. Within a year of them died. But, firsthand witnesses who could have possibly seen or heard something, just not interviewed. No, Proctor has no interest in them. They're only interested in the people that briefly met Karen in Aruba and thought she was a cunt. That's it. That's what they're interested in. That's what the state police are interested in. Does that not say anything? And yeah, the Marietta Sullivan one, first of all, I thought she'd be hotter. No offense. The older sister looked better than the younger one, which is rare. And I thought, because Karen thought John hooked up with her. So I thought she'd be hotter than the older sister. No. Karen, what are you thinking? No, he didn't hook up with her. Are you crazy? Anyway, and she was just still salty about it. She's still salty about the insult from 3 years ago. It's girl, get over it. Get over it. And then we had to hear the whole story. And I knew this story too. Laura Sullivan's baby daddy was John's partner, or whatever. What do they call him in the police? Partner? Whatever. Right-hand man. The guy that drives around with you, that guy. And he knocked her up, right? And John was the godfather. But he also knocked up at least 1, maybe 2 other women around the same time. It's a crazy story. When you hear the story, he ended up killing himself. And it's a sad story. And she was telling it. And then I'm thinking, that's really awful and all. But the hell does any of this have to do with Karen Reed? The hell, what are we doing here? Anyway, so that's Tristan Morris too, not even interviewed until a month later. But then he wasn't interviewed until a week ago. But Tristan struggles with time, so you got to give him a little bit of little leeway on that. So anyway, yeah, so that's one. I was just reading the turtle chat. Let me read a second one here. We also have from Deanne. Sends $10 and says, Jen told the jury everything they need to know. Karen is innocent. Yeah, she did a great job today. She was excellent. Canton, Massachusetts sends $25 and says Meg Kennedy was in court yesterday. And she was at Jen's testimony party. I recognized her gold SUV in the street. Meg Kennedy is a guidance counselor at Stoughton High School who did nothing when Sandra Birchmore was a student there and reported that she was being groomed by a bunch of police who were trying to fuck her. And then one of them got her pregnant and probably murdered her. So that's Meg Kennedy in a nutshell. She messaged me like the day I wrote this. I guess she was a fan of Turtleboy before. She's like, please don't believe them. Please don't believe them. I believe them, and you're a liar, and you're a piece of shit, Meg Kennedy. Just want to put that out there. So thank you very much. And again, all those people at Jen's house yesterday, there was like 12 cars there. They're obviously having some sort of party. She really is like, talk about a cult leader. I mean, it's a very small cult. But the fact that anybody would want to be associated with that woman that you saw on the stand today, besides just a complete degenerate like Krusty Panties or the fake victim, somebody like that, like I could understand them not minding being associated with Jen because they have no friends and they're kind of white trash. And like, oh, this woman in the suburbs has a house and a fucking, she doesn't have to work and her husband owns a company. And like, it's a step up to the world to be able to associate with people like that. But others, like if you're already up middle class or upper middle class and you live in Canton, why the fuck do you want to be friends with Jen McCabe for? Everybody knows she done killed someone. What do you think? I don't get it. Like she's going to jail. Like I hope they know that. Like of all the McAlberts, she's the most likely to go to jail of all of them. They might not ever know who killed John O'Keefe. They might not ever know that because it's going to require someone in the house going to have a talk. And because we know he went inside and he was dead when he came out. So somebody inside the house killed him. But like, was it Colin? I don't know after that fight video came out today. Was it Brian? It seems like Brian could fuck a dude up. Like Brian, I wouldn't want to fight Brian Albert. That dude will fuck you up. Most likely. And then the dog obviously helped, but we don't know. But what we do know is Jen McCabe Googled how long to die in cold at 2:27 a.m. That means she's participating in a murder. She's the only one that they can 100% get on something with John O'Keefe. So she's going to jail. So I hope they know that. And rightfully so. I hope I've been to jail before. It sucks, especially the first couple nights. It sucks. And the whole time in jail, I'm just thinking, I can't fucking wait for Jen McCabe to go to jail. Like this temporary thing that I'm experiencing right now is going to be over on February 23rd. And Jen McCabe is going to have like 10 years of this shit. And it's going to be fucking awesome. I can't wait. Every day she's in jail, I'm going to be so happy. I'm going to be like, yes, she's away from her kids. She's probably so sad and miserable. And no one's around to tell her how great she is. And Matt's going to go broke. And what the fuck is the family going to do? And that makes me so happy. It does. Because she can't have enough horrible, horrible things happen to her. Jen McCabe, just absolutely horrible. She deserves nothing but pain and misery for the rest of her miserable existence because she is a worthless, evil, soulless pile of hot, steaming garbage. That's what she is. I hope the trolls clip this. I hope they put it out there. I fucking meant every single word I said about that low-life, degenerate, sociopath piece of trash, Jennifer McCabe. I hope she rots in eternal hell where she belongs, and she will. So there's that. Okay. Chris donates $50 and says, please, we need jurors' reactions to these BS witnesses. We'll get to that. Is the McCabe's Jeep placement plan C? We'll get to that too. And please explain Higgins. If he's on the mass witness list, he hasn't flipped. Please make us feel better about the city. I wish I had some better news about Higgins for you people. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with Higgins. I don't know if he's flipped. I assume he's done something, but I don't know what he's going to testify to. Because think about it. If he gets up there and he's like, yeah, they killed him. They killed him inside the house. That makes him an accessory, no? But it is interesting. He's going to go Friday. Of course, it's the day I can't be there. Going to New Jersey for a wedding. Higgins is, going to be there. And he's like the only witness that we don't know what the hell he's going to say. We don't know what he's going to say. So there's that. Okay. Got a couple cash apps to bang out here. Let's see. Let me read a few of these, and then we'll get started with some of the shit. All right, we got Ryan sends $5 and says, loved Meredith's Twitter beatdown of Grant. Yeah, that was great. That was great. She just enough of the bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, enough of the rape shit. Like, that's uncalled for. Say whatever you want about me. Don't make shit up like that. That's not cool. That's not cool at all. But she smacked him down pretty good. It was a proud moment. Thank you. Jane Scales sends $20 and says, thank you for all that you're doing. Well, thank you, Jane. That's very kind of you. C. Nesbitt sends $5 and says, Horseface is by far the worst in this tragedy. 100%. 100%. Sean, it's great to see Sean Colburn today. Sends $25 and says, everything you have done and continue to do. Well, thank you very much, Sean. I appreciate that very much. Fat McAlbert sends $10 and says 8 years for Officer Ron Tarantino today. He died 8 years ago today. That's so sad. Ron Tarantino was a great cop out of Auburn, Massachusetts, that was killed by some complete degenerate scumbag piece of trash who, just got out of jail after assaulting a state trooper and, was in jail for like 30 days, got released early. Just everything that's wrong with our justice system. I think the scumbag's name is Jorge Zambrano. And the fact that people like him are just released by judges all the time, and fucking McCollum throws the book at me. It's like, this guy's Turtleboy's bad. I got to put him in jail. Is everything that's wrong with our system. So thank you very much for that one. Tammy sends $10. She has no comment, but thank you very much, Tammy. Okay, cool. If anybody else wants to donate and have their message read out loud to the class, you can click at the link at the top for Turtle Chat. And yeah, you can just do it that way. Oh, wait, we got a couple more here. Let me bang through some of these so I don't miss them. And then I promise we'll get started. First, we got Frank sends $50 and says, Uncle Frank is proud of you guys. Well, thank you very much, Uncle Frank. We're proud of you too. Marianne sends 25 and says, you go, Turtleboy. Thank you for saving Karen's life. These people are monsters. I can't take credit for saving Karen's life. Her lawyers had a lot to do with that, and her, quite frankly, and the FBI. And, but I think I helped her morale wise. I think bringing crowds there and, and honestly finding out evidence. Like, I found a shitload of evidence that they're going to use in court, including the Colin Albert stuff. I think that we're going to talk about momentarily. Luca from Malden sends $5 and says, no amount of Banana Bev sidebars, loser Lally filibusters, or Allie McCabe alligator tears is going to win this case for the prosecution at this point. Lally needs to get a gig as a weatherman. Bang, bang. Yeah, I mean, do they really think they're going to win this? Like, are they that delusional? I don't think they really think that. I mean, this is over. It's over. Carmen sends $5 and says, the Sullivan sisters was pointless. Carrie is a pawn and needs to think about her children and be honest. And there's a special place in hell for Jen. Yes, there is. Thank you very much. Jen is the new Karen. And Frank sends another $50 and says, Uncle Frank is proud of the work you do. Well, thank you, Uncle Frank. And Jen sends $5 and says, do we know if Higgins is the one that accepted the proffer? That's what David Yannetti says he did. So we will see. Okay, cool. Let's get started, folks. Let's do this. All right. So first thing I want to, and if anyone else wants to donate, link is at the top of the chat, or you can cash out $sign Uncle Turtleboy. Before we get started on the Jen testimony, I want to talk about Colin Albert real quick, because I found this out. All right. So we all know that Colin Albert told at the he said this under cross-examination. And I'm sorry that the video is so small, but
You ever been in a fight, sir?
Other than with my brothers, no.
You've never been in a fight?
Nope.
Your entire life?
Other than with my brothers, no.
Never hurt your knuckles before?
Not sure what you mean.
Never hurt your knuckles in a fight?
No.
No. So we knew that was a lie because, he makes videos where he's like, I'm going to fuck you dogs up. Bang, bang, KO, bang, bang. I'm toughest guy in Canton, that kind of shit. So we knew he was bullshit, but we couldn't prove it. Like, because that video, all he does is threaten. And we get idiots like his lawyer, Joe Krowski. I mean, we've seen videos like this. A person like this fights a lot.
You're a bitch, bro. Fuck you.
Yeah, fuck you, pussy.
You'll be knocked out.
Boy, you be
knocked out.
KO.
Bang, bang. Yeah. So we know that. Like, people who make videos like that get in fights, period. Unless they're complete posers. People who post pictures like this, they get in fights. People who have bloody knuckles right? They get in fights. But this is his idiot lawyer who's on TV a lot, Joe Krowski, who represented him at the grand jury. And I don't know, he's on court TV a lot. I don't really watch court TV because they have Plevin on and it's kind of a fucking joke. So, I mean, this is like a joke. It's like, moron happy hour they have up there every night now. They can't even get like actual people that know what the fuck they're talking about on there. So they bring this idiot up and he says this about Colin's antics, about those videos.
Fight before, and he said no. So as impeachment evidence that they were allowed in, I believe over objection, to show that that statement was demonstrably false, which it was not. He's never been in a fight. Turtleboy's offering $100 for anyone that can produce a video. So far, 160 people have commented with not a single person able to show that he's been in a fight. Those were sophomoric, literally. His sophomore year in high school, sophomoric videos, pretend videos. They were almost spoofs. No fight resulted from those videos. I mean, it's absolutely silly. Bang, bang, as if he's gangster and has a gun. And somehow Alan Jackson argued that that shows a propensity for violence.
Yeah, so that's what he says. But he didn't think Turtleboy couldn't get a video because it's not in the replies, huh? Oh, Turtleboy got a video. And I got another video coming tomorrow, too, from sophomore year. And the sophomore year fight's way better than this one. He fights a black kid in the locker room, a little bit racist. So the second one's even better. So that one's coming tomorrow. But Colin says he's never been in a fight, which is just stupid. Like what is he thinking? That he's on national television. Does he not understand the internet's just gonna find this shit? Like they're gonna find it. Like so many people are talking about this. This video, I offered $100 bounty. The first person who sent it, 4 people sent it. They all want the $100. I'm not doing it. It was first come, first serve. Some guy on Twitter got it. Sorry, 4 people sent it to me. I can only send it to the first person that sent it to me. So this video's out there, okay? And this video is August 22nd, 2021, which is like 5 months before John O'Keefe is killed. So, and it's so pathetic. Like, watch this fight. I was watching this on the glare earlier with the music. Just watch this. Okay, so he's fighting some ginger. And okay, so watch this. So there's Colin. Look at it. He misses. Ready? Oh, the ginger ninja. Now look, he's opened himself up here. He's fucked. He's just opened himself up. And then watch the ginger ninja. Boom! Oh! And I've heard the idiots like Plevin and them, I guess they've said that like, oh, they're just horsing around. This is just more grab ass. They love talking about grab ass. It's just more grab assing, just like Higgins and Albert at the bar. There's grab assing. No. Again, watch this. This is the only punch that connects in the entire fight was this one. Again, watch Colin. Ready? Misses, swing and a miss, opens himself up, realizes he's fucked, completely fucked, and then boom, right in the kisser. Boom, knocks back. That's the only good hit the entire fight. And then the rest is grab ass. This is grab assing. The dude's wearing sandals. Like, dude, gingers, don't mess with gingers. They're mad. They hate the fact that they were born with red hair. They hate it. They fucking hate it. And they're pissed. They always have a chip on their shoulder. You can't fight a ginger, especially one in sandals too. Like, look at that, Colin. Like, I thought Colin was tougher than this. And why is he doing like what? He's just got one hand up and the other out. Like, who taught him this one? Ghoulie? Did Ghoulie teach him this? Who taught him how to fight like this? More grab assing. Yep. Dude, Colin's not fucking with this ginger. He is not fucking. I got to get the ginger ninja on the show. Does anyone know what the ginger ninja is? I couldn't get any information on this about who this kid is, where this is, but 4 people sent it to me. And is what it is. So there's the second video is better. It happens in a locker room. It's fucking wild. It's a good fight. No, it's not roast beef Ronnie. So I guess Colin has been in a fight before. So that turned out to be a complete lie. And, this is the kind of shit where, I mean, I'm not going to lie. I went up to David United today and I told him on the way out, I got a Colin Albert fight video and I'm going to be posting it. in a couple hours. So I'm sure they've seen it by now. And because they've been waiting for something like this, I'm sure, because they can call Colin Albert back. They can call him back. And when the defense gets to go, they get to do that. So they can just bring this up and be like, dude, you just lied. Like, we caught you in an obvious lie. And watching that video, that dude ain't beating up John O'Keefe on his own. That's the kind of, like, Colin's the kind of fighter that might think he could beat up John O'Keefe, but he'll feel a lot better if, you know, his big Uncle Brian and the dog are there to help out. So I'm just saying. Okay, let's listen. So now we're going to go to Jen McCabe's testimony. We're not going to get into much besides that. Although I do want to go to one thing real quick before, because I'm not going to waste much time on Carrie, because she is what she is at this point. But I want to play here. What the timestamp on this? All right. Nope, wrong one. The other one. This one? Yeah, okay. 524. Okay. So look at Carl DeGaulle, and, you know, some of his ultra sensitive friends, they often point out, why did Karen leave? Like, they think it, like, they're mad at Karen and they think that Karen Reed is guilty. By the way, nice to see 6,500 people over on YouTube so far. That's great to see. Give us a like. Yeah, give us a thumbs up. I think that's the biggest crowd we've had since I got out of jail. I think we hit 6,500 on my return from jail night, but I think we can hit above that. So keep it coming. Keep it coming. So on around noon, Karen Reed comes back from the hospital. She's been institutionalized against her will and comes back to One Meadows Ave. And she got her shit and left. And if you ask Paul O'Keefe or Carl DeGaulle or some of these other ultra sensitive dudes, they think that's suspicious. Like, why did she just leave? Why did she pack her stuff and leave? Well, it's because Peggy O'Keefe was making things very awkward. And she was basically making statements kind of accusing Karen of killing John before she had ever been charged or anything like that. So, like, Karen had just got back from the hospital, and Jen McCabe has been putting that work in, getting those rumors spreading, infecting Peggy O'Keefe's mind, and Karen feels uncomfortable there. And Carrie Roberts kind of confirmed this today. Just listen to this part.
Karen called me repeatedly from the ambulance asking if I was going to come to the hospital. Then she called when the O'Keefes were in the car and said she dropped him off at a party. And Mrs. O'Keefe said, "You just left him." And Mr. O'Keefe said, "Leave her alone. She's been through enough." She called a few times while we were on the ride.
You got that? You just left him? So Karen's on the ambulance. Like, you know, she's already within minutes. Peggy O'Keefe was blaming Karen Reed for this. You just left him? Yeah, I dropped him off. I didn't kill him. But immediately she's like being like, you just left him? And yeah, he's a 46-year-old man. A 46-year-old man. You just left him? Yeah, Peggy. She just left him because he wanted to go he wanted to go there. She didn't want to go, so she dropped him off there. He's a grown-ass man. Okay? And then he was murdered inside the house, which I would be more concerned about if I was Peggy O'Keefe. But I digress. This is why, and it proves the point to me. Like, this is why Karen Reed left that morning. Peggy O'Keefe was making her feel uncomfortable. And his dad seems like a really nice guy. He's like Carrie just said. About like, the dad's like, leave her alone. She's going through trauma, whatever, you know? Much more chill. And I got to be honest, like, I have a much higher opinion of Carrie Roberts today than I did 2 days ago. I did not have a high opinion of Carrie Roberts at all. I still don't. But she actually gives a shit about John O'Keefe. And I want to show you an example why. I wrote down the timestamps. I got timestamps all over the place here. So check this out. Where'd it go? Hold on. Where's the saw his body? Look at the jury. Nicole didn't answer phone. Listens to 911. Okay. I want to show you Carrie 354. Okay, watch this. I'll start right there. So listen to how Kerry Roberts reacts. Because Kerry Roberts went to high school with John, Braintree High School, known him for a long time, clearly a good friend of him. All right. And I'm going to compare her reaction to Jennifer McCabe's reaction of this, basically the same thing. I'm going to play Jen McCabe's reaction to the 911 call versus Kerry Roberts' reaction to the dash cams, which happened at the same time as the 911 call. Just watch. You could hear her crying in the microphone. I mean, look at those are real tears, man. You can't fake that shit. Look at her, man. She's like quivering. So you get the point there. She did this for a bit, and it's genuine. You know what I mean? You know when somebody's crying for real, right? And then you got Jen McCabe, okay? And is this today's or yesterday's? I forget what suit she had on each day. Today, May 22nd or 21st. Okay, yeah, the other one. So let me see. This one I've got. Okay, 236. I'm gonna go with this. Just watch this. So here's Jen listening to the same shit, and just watch her compared to Kerry Roberts. Look at her. No emotion. Look at her. Oh, look at her closing her eyes. Look at her closing her eyes like, oh, I'm deep in thought. Oh, I'm so sad. Look at her. Look at her. Look at her. Look at her. She's kind of sick. Look at her. Look at the evil. Look at the evil in the eyes. Look at those eyes. She's not even like, she's trying to fake that she's like, oh, this is so hard for me. Kerry Roberts just could not hold it in. She's genuinely crying because she liked John. She loved, dare I say she loved John. Jen McCabe is incapable of that. She's incapable of love. Look at her. She's sitting there. It's the same shit that they're both being subjected to. And Kerry Roberts has a natural, visceral reaction to it that Jen McCabe simply does not. Okay. All right. So I'm going to go to some timestamps here because obviously we can't listen to the whole thing. We got a shitload to get through here. All right. And I'll pause periodically to do some turtle chats. But right now we're going to start with this part. The Allie McCabe Life 360 data. Listen to this.
Unspoken as much as the vicious harassment.
Oh, wait. Oh, no.
About.
Actually, no, this is, hold on.
Night.
Correct.
And they told you their observations of the night, correct?
Correct.
So y'all have compared and contrasted your perspectives of what happened that night, correct?
We've tried to figure out what happened to John, our friend.
And you've talked to them extensively about your observations and what your story or your version is.
Notice how she always has to be like, our friend. Like, he's my friend too. She really wants to make that known. He's my friend. Kerry Roberts didn't have to do that. Even like Laura Sullivan didn't do that. Nobody does that. She's trying so hard to be like, I'm his friend. I would never hurt my friend. My friend. She's angry. She's angry about this. Like, no, this is somebody, like, this is a woman possessed.
All right.
To be honest, not extensively. Speaking about it is very painful and difficult.
What does extensively mean? More than twice?
Well, you tell me.
I'm asking the questions, Ms. McCabe. That's how this works.
I understand, but extensively would mean almost every day.
You talk to them almost every day?
I do, but not about the case.
Subjects about this case come up every day?
The harassment of the case does, yes.
What about the specific facts of the case?
No, it's the facts aren't spoken as much as the vicious harassment is spoken about.
Like that, like look at that. The vicious harassment I'm talking about. First of all, there's no harassment. There's literally no harassment. Like vicious harassment. This woman loves it. She stands in her driveway. Remember that video of her standing there filming people back? She loves it. Remember when I confronted her at the lacrosse game? She's smiling. She thinks it's funny. She walked into court with a fake victim. Remember that on February 26th? Like she's bringing my exes to court with her. Like that's how much of a joke she thinks is it. Smiling like a psychopath. And she thought that was funny. And she's like, this is harassment. No one's harassing her. No one's harassing her. We peacefully protested at our house. Like, and I've shown the tapes. Like, again, I stood outside our house with the bullhorn just because there's a lot of people that that I'm trying to speak to. And, you know, I'll show you. Like, if you haven't seen this tape, let me show you, Rick. If you're new here, if you don't know why I was arrested and charged with a whole shitload of felonies, I'll show you real quick what I did. Like, this is what they considered the felony. Hold on. Where'd it go? Did I lose it? Where'd the rolling rally video go? I had a rolling rally video. The vicious harassment. Calm down, Jen. Can't seem to find it. Hold on. All right, I'll bring it up over here. I got it. Give me 1 sec. Here it is. Then this is if you're new here, I'm playing this. So on July 22nd, we did a rolling rally in Canton. About a couple hundred people. We met in the Shaw's parking lot in Norwood, and we went to the homes of Brian Albert, the McCabe's, Julie Nagel, and the Proctors. And we peacefully protested outside of their homes, which is legal, on public streets for about 7 minutes. And the police just let us do it because it's all legal. No one got hurt. There's no threats made, no vandalism made. We just were protesting what happened inside this house behind me. Okay. And then this is the highlights. What you're about to witness right here is the highlights of a felony-filled day that I was charged with. Oh, look at these felons. Felons. Oh, hugs. Thumbs up.
So proud about having to be scrounging your next meal. How does it feel?
Look at this. Look at these felons. Look at these felons. Look at these dangerous people. I got it. All right. This is outside Jen McCabe's house. It's like literally women and children and elderly. Like this is what she says. She's like, when she says she's scared for her life, this is what was outside of her house. These people. Okay. Like, look at these look at these people. We're so scary. Like that guy's going to get you. Yeah, we caused some traffic. Oh, there's Carol. Yeah, she's gonna get. Well, watch out for her and Gail. All right, so you guys get the point. That is when you hear her talk about the vicious harassment. That's what it was, new people. That's the vicious harassment she's talking about. July 22nd, we held a peaceful rolling rally in town. The police let us do it. Nobody got hurt. Nothing was vandalized. It was a nice little day. Police weren't called. Nothing bad happened. 3 months later, fugitive unit shows up at my house, arrests me in front of my kids at their bus stop, and charges me with like 10 felonies. Okay? That's where we're at now. That's why I couldn't be in the courtroom today with Jennifer McCabe, because she's pretending to be scared of me. The same woman, Jennifer McCabe, attempted to get a restraining order on me in last June and was denied by the judge on First Amendment grounds. So there's that. There's that. I was right. All right. So anyway, back to Jen McCabe. The vicious harassment. Yeah, she has so much harassment. Every time she wants to talk about the harassment, that Alan Jackson's asking her, do you guys talk about the case a lot? And she's like, no, we just talk about the harassment. That doesn't surprise me, because it's got to be a little bit awkward to talk about the case because y'all killed someone. You know what I mean? And not everyone in your circle there has come to terms with that. So, of course, you can't talk about that. So you talk about the fake harassment because it's a better alternative for you. It's a good way to deflect and turn yourselves into the victims, because that's all these people do. They're the biggest fake victims. Look at that face. Look at that face.
So you've told them your version of the events, correct? And they've told you their version of the events.
Correct.
And
By the way,
Chris and Julie Albert are.
Make sure we're screenshotting people. There's a new record crowd. We have over 7,000 people watching right now. Make sure we get screenshots of how many watchers we got for the archives.
In fact, Colin's parents.
Correct.
Correct.
At some point, you became aware that your daughter, Allie, was involved in this matter to some extent.
Here we
correct?
go.
Yes.
You became aware that there was an extraction of your phone that revealed some data about her whereabouts.
That's not how I became aware now.
Like 360?
Yes, I know what that is.
That's what I'm asking about.
Mhm.
You became aware that you know your phone was extracted, correct?
I willingly handed over my phone.
Oh, we'll get to that.
Oh, okay.
Oh, well, we'll get to
You
that.
know that your phone was extracted.
Yes, I handed it over.
Ooh.
And you know that your daughter's whereabouts were revealed based on data on that phone, correct?
So this is where they get her. Look at that face. Okay? That's her thinking face. These people constantly get confronted with forensic data, and they don't know how to handle it because the forensic data makes them look bad, makes them look real guilty. And the Life 360 data shows that Allie McCabe, Alibi McCabe, as we call her, who claimed to be home at 12:30 a.m. after dropping Colin off at 12:20 and never went out again after that. The Life 360 data shows that she was out until 1:30 in the morning, driving around in a blizzard while she was 17, which is also illegal, and her parents were just letting it happen. Now, Life 360 data tracks down where you're at, and she had previously testified in front of the grand jury that that's the whole purpose of Life 360 is to keep an eye on your kids and where they're at and stuff like that. And, you know, it's pretty reliable, which is pretty close to a synonym for accurate. You know, pretty accurate. Or if it's not accurate, then what the fuck's the point of using it? And so she doesn't like this data, though, because this data, no bueno. This data shows that her daughter's a liar. She can't. So she has to be like, how am I going to say this data is fake? This is how.
That is not how I became aware of my daughter's whereabouts.
You testified at the state grand jury, questioned by Mr. Lally, correct?
Yes.
You were asked about the Life 360.
Yes.
You answered those questions very fluidly.
Yes.
Yes, I know what the Life 360 is. I use it all the time. It's an app, etc.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's go over that for a second. You admitted that it works as a, quote, GPS as far as where people go and everywhere that you go, correct?
Correct.
You indicated that it works as a reliable, quote, unquote, tracking device, is your testimony.
Correct.
You indicated that you rely on it, quote, so you know where your kids are at all times. Is that right?
Correct.
And you even said that it's a, quote, unquote, good parenting tool. Is that right?
Correct.
And the reason you said that is because it's accurate in your experience and it's reliable. Is that right?
It's a good tool, but it is not always accurate.
But you said, when you testified in front of the great grand jury, that it's accurate and it works as a GPS as far as where you go and everywhere you go, correct?
Objection.
Did you say that? Can I see it?
Sure.
Oh, you did. You did. So it's accurate, right? It's pretty accurate, isn't it, Miss McCabe? She knows, but this is a delay tactic. She knows what she said. She knows exactly what she said. She's just like, maybe they didn't bring it. That's her next hope. Is like, maybe they didn't bring it with them. Maybe they left their homework at home like Mello. Maybe. We'll see. So she's like, can you bring it forward? He's like, bitch, it's right there. What you think about them apples, huh?
You said 13 through 15?
Yeah. Oh, is it? This is where she plays dumb. Wait, what part am I reading? She does this a lot when she's caught. Wait, what part? What page are we on? This is all very confusing to me. I don't get it. I don't like. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Let me just stare at it a little longer.
Does that refresh your recollection?
It does, yes.
Question and answer?
Well, I just don't see the word accurate on there. I don't know if I missed it.
Oh,
Okay, does that refresh your recollection? It's the question and answer about whether you said it works as sort of a GPS as far as where you go and everywhere you go.
Correct.
And your answer was, yeah. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So where did Allie go after she supposedly dropped off Colin Albert?
She went nowhere.
What do you mean she went
You checked the
nowhere?
Life 360 app to
What
verify
about
that
the
she
Life
went nowhere?
360?
At that point, I had no reason to check her.
So the answer is no, you didn't.
No.
Okay.
But she did.
Did you ever verify through the Life 360 app that in fact Allie did not go home, but rather was out driving until after 1:30 a.m.? Go check the app and see that?
Did I ever check like 360 app for that?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. But you believed her when she said she came home.
Yes.
And just like you believed her when she said she picked up Colin, dropped him off, and then came home.
Yes.
The Alberts have a dog. Had a dog.
Okay, now they're getting to the dog part.
Yes.
What's the dog's name?
Chloe.
You indicated that on the morning of January 29th, after 6 a.m., it was still relatively dark out, you burst into the bedroom of Brian and Nicole Albert's home, correct?
Yes.
You did that specifically to wake up, according to you, Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, correct?
Yes.
What was Chloe?
I don't know.
So you'll agree that, at least from their perspective, you walked in the front door unexpectedly, correct?
Yes.
You walked upstairs unexpectedly, correct?
Yes.
Still dark outside, right?
Yes.
You walked through their door, and you said you burst into the door
Burst
a dark
into it.
room where they were sleeping, correct?
Burst.
Yes.
What about Chloe?
Mr. Albert said that you were somewhat hysterical. Do you agree with that?
Okay, crying.
Yes.
You
Yeah.
were loud, right?
Yeah.
I was trying to wake them up.
You were somewhat chaotic.
John's dead. John's dead.
Yes.
And you don't remember a 70-pound German Shepherd having any reaction.
Oh yeah.
No.
Bitch, you
And I don't remember
lying.
the dog being there at all.
Like, bitch, you lying. Look at that face. I mean, what are they thinking? What is the jury thinking when they hear this shit? The dog that bites people and sends them to the hospital and shit. Somehow when Jen burst into the room and starts yelling, shit, just this dog sleeps through everything. Except when other dogs come near her, then she just kills. Oh, stop it. Oh, stop it. Okay. So that's a lie. And this is how she's coming across. We're going to skip to the part about Ryan Nagel here. Because the Ryan Nagel testimony is also no bueno. Because, you know, Ryan Nagel says that John O'Keefe is basically in the house because he wasn't inside the truck, inside the Lexus, or outside the Lexus. So where the hell else could he be? And he sent Julie Nagel a text message saying, I'm outside. Because Julie Nagel texted him and said, get your ass over here. You know, I need to get home and come pick my ass up because I'm not trying to Uber. And so they get over there. His buddy Richie drives him over there and get your ass in the truck, but she doesn't come out. So he texts her at 12:23. And how do we know this happened? And this timeline matters a lot. So let me play this part.
You were asked, do we know what time the brother came? Meaning Ryan Nagel.
Okay.
Correct?
Correct.
And the question from Mr. Lally was, that was from a grand juror, the question from Mr. Lally was, if you know, correct?
Correct.
And your answer was, I believe he was out front at 12:23. Is that right?
Correct.
And the reason you could be so precise with that time, Mr. McCabe, is because you had asked Julie Nagel to give you her text messages with Ryan for that night, and you'd refresh your recollection about the time, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you've also testified.
I'm gonna pause it right there. So this matters a lot. This is the most underrated piece of testimony I think that happened in the last 2 days. Is the 12:23 Ryan Nagel text. This because minutes matter in this. What time, people out there, does the pop quiz for you diehards? Okay. What time does the defense contend that John O'Keefe was ascending and descending stairs inside of 34 Fairview Road? What time does the defense contend that this was happening? Let's find out. It's not 12:25. A lot of people saying 12:25. No. There it is. No, I missed it. Passed. That's the one. 12:21, right? They say that John, this is his Apple Health data, right? Where's the one where he's ascending and descending stairs? Is this John's phone? This is John O'Keefe's phone. This is, no, okay. What's this one? Oh, here it is. This is the one. This is his Apple Health data. It shows him ascending and descending 3 flights of stairs between 12:22, I guess, and 12:24. All right. So that matters a lot because Karen Reed doesn't have stairs in her car. So, but the house behind me does. So that would, whenever they go, there's no, I laugh when they say this, there's no evidence that John was in the house. Bitch, what the fuck do you think this is? What does this thing look like to you? He said his Apple Health data shows him ascending and descending stairs. There's no stairs in Karen Reed's car. Oh, but there could be speed bumps along the way, turtle fucker. Or there could. So if Ryan Nagel, now when this came out, this whole 1221 thing, how is the Commonwealth going to lie their way out of this one? Because they just make up excuses and they lie their way out of everything. Well, we saw that last summer when they filed this thing with the SJC that I'll show you here. Okay. And this is something that the Commonwealth filed. So according to Nicholas Garino, Westfield State graduate Nicholas Garino, who is the same state trooper who could not find deleted text messages between Sandra Birchmore and Matthew Farwell because he doesn't know how to do that, and also didn't find all of Jen McCabe's deleted phone calls and Google searches, didn't find any of that shit. He's put in charge of figuring out John's GPS, and he determines the following: that the native locations then depicts Mr. O'Keefe's phone traveling to Dedham Street and arriving at the residence at 12:24 and 34 seconds. Therefore, O'Keefe's phone would have ascending and descending within the Fairview residence prior to his arrival at the residence. So, like, basically they're saying that Apple Health data is fake because we have GPS. But I got bad news for you. The Apple Health is much more reliable than GPS. And more importantly, and they also say here that they suggest he gets hit at 12:25 with this GPS. That's what they're saying, that he gets hit at 12:25. Well, now we got something contradicting that, don't we? We got this one. You got her saying that Ryan Nagel's text, if Ryan Nagel texted at 12:23 and said, "I'm outside," that means that John had to be there by then. That John did not get there at 12:24 or 12:25. Because how do we know this? Because John and Karen pulled up first. They pulled up before Ryan Nagel. If Ryan Nagel is able to text from outside the house at 12:23 and say, "I'm outside the house," that means that John O'Keefe had already gotten there. So it's done. This whole bullshit about, oh, the GPS, Nicholas Garino, Westfield State graduate Nicholas Garino says that he got there at 12:25 because of the freaking GPS. Bullshit. We got Apple Health data showing him inside the house. More importantly, we got a text message now from Ryan Nagel at 12:23, and Ryan Nagel and he's outside the house, and Ryan Nagel got there after John O'Keefe. So he's inside the house, motherfucker. Got him. Got him. Thank you, Jen McCabe, for confirming that.
that as soon as you saw Miss Reed's SUV, you texted John. Is that right?
Correct.
Here, exclamation point, question mark. That was the first text, right?
Correct.
But your text to John was at 12:27. You recall that?
Yes.
That's 4 minutes after you know Ryan Nagel arrived at the scene, correct?
Correct.
Since Karen Reed arrived before Ryan Nagel, she and John had to have been there 4 to 5 minutes before you ever saw them.
Objection.
Got him. Is that right?
Got him.
Ryan Nagel texted his sister at 12:23 here. And then he texted again that he was going to leave. Then Julie Nagel went outside and
Okay, that's not my question.
I'm explaining what happened in the 4 minutes.
Explain at another question. My question is very specific.
Got him.
Given the fact that Karen Reed, by definition, arrived at the location before Ryan Nagel, and Ryan Nagel arrived at 12:23, that means, and you didn't notice the SUV until 12:27, that means her car was there for at least 4 minutes before you ever noticed it, correct?
Judgment. Got him. So anyway, so that's one. Now we got the V-shaped tire tracks thing. This whole thing. Let me get to this. Got a lot to get through here tonight, folks. Buckle up. I see like there's a whole bunch new record crowd tonight, by the way. I see how many people over here? 7,450 people watching on YouTube. Again, keep screenshotting that, folks. We're trying to get our highest number so far. We never 6,500 was our biggest ever. This is our biggest show ever, and it's going to get bigger. Wait till the acquittal. 10,000 that night. All right.
12 to 12:30, 12:45, something like that.
It was starting to accumulate.
And accumulate means stick to the ground, not just fall and melt, right?
Yes.
So it was starting to turn like a very thin blanket of white.
Yes.
You indicate that, or you indicated on Friday that you saw some sort of tire tracks. Is that right?
On Friday? I don't believe.
I thought in your testimony, Mr. Wiley, on Friday, you indicated that you saw some tire tracks. I could be wrong.
Yes, I don't remember that.
Okay, well, let me ask you, did you see any tire tracks?
At one point, yes.
Oh, so she saw tire track.
Not sure.
Was it before Ms. Reed's vehicle got there? Was it after? Let's use that as the barometer first.
I believe it was after Miss Reed's vehicle was there because that's why I was drawn to look outside.
And what did those tire tracks look like? How would you describe them?
Almost like as a wave like this. So
Okay. Yeah.
Like
Okay,
a
so
half J?
half J.
to my recollection, it was almost like started if Miss Reed's vehicle's here, let's pretend it was kind of like that. Like a bit of a wave. So if you started on coming towards her, it'd be more of a wave, like this in the road.
What it sounds like is perhaps, I wouldn't know now, but perhaps what you're describing is tracks in the middle of the road. If someone is pulling off parallel, they would pull to the right and then stop. And those are the tracks that you saw. That's the wave that you saw.
It wasn't up to her car. It doesn't look like your description.
Okay, fair enough. I was trying here. So it didn't go up to her car. Those tracks belong to somebody else.
But when I saw her car, it had already moved up.
Well, wait a minute, you already said that when you saw her car, it was directly in front of you.
And then it moved at one point.
Right, that's what I'm asking about. Let's just take the point at which you first saw the car. Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. When you first saw the car, that's when you saw the tire tracks. You just said that.
No, I did not say when I first saw the car, I saw the tire tracks.
I thought you just said a couple of questions ago
Oh my gosh.
that you saw the tire
Who's
tracks
on first? Who's on
because
first?
your attention was drawn to her car. That would be the first. My attention was drawn to her car. I saw the tire tracks. That would be the first time you looked at her car, correct?
It's not, doesn't have to be the first time I looked at her car.
She's
I
getting
looked
so
at
mad.
multiple times.
She's getting
Did you
so
see the tire
mad.
tracks at the same time?
Well, I'm not exactly sure.
Did you see the third time?
Again, I'm not sure.
Okay, yeah. So it could have been the first time. Let me have just one more. Yes.
So she gets her on this, right? Hold on one sec. So let me talk about the Jeep part here. Hold
In
on.
addition,
Hold on.
I did, yes.
as you went through those videos, my question is relatively simple one. I wonder if you have an opportunity. At no point, when you were describing the vehicles that were out front in front of 34th Fairview on that night, at no point, under oath in front of that grand jury, did you ever mention a Jeep? Did you?
I was not asked about any other vehicles out front.
Oh my gosh. Can we talk about the Jeep for a minute? The fuck's going on with the Jeep? And I can't figure this one out. What are they doing here? So now all of a sudden they're saying there's that Higgins Jeep was parked right by the mailbox, like right over here, which means that Ryan Nagel and all the people in his truck didn't see it somehow. Karen Reed didn't see it, but of course she's a dastardly liar, so she can't believe anything Karen Reed says. But, you know, Ryan Nagel, for all they know, is not. So why would he lie about not seeing this white Jeep? And she didn't say anything about it. And the only person who had ever said that there was a Jeep parked there previously was Brian Higgins himself in a police report. So might I ask you guys, because I can't figure this one out, Why are they suddenly doing this Jeep thing? Anybody know what is the plan here? Because there's always a plan with these shysters. They're lying about something. There's a reason they're just, I mean, I've thought about that one. Are they trying to, but they're not only trying to discredit his testimony, they're trying to like discredit Heather Maxon's testimony. Like, what the heck's not to like about Heather Maxon? She seemed lovely, like, and a nice girl. Like, and they're saying that she's, like, stop it. Like, what is their plan? I don't get it. Are they going to say that he ran John over? I don't get it. I don't know, but rest assured, they're up to something. They didn't just come up with this for nothing. They're like, yeah, let's go with the plow. Let's go with Brian, whatever.
So when you were talking about the vehicles that you saw in front and some painstaking detail, talking about the black SUV and Ryan Nagel's truck, you just left out the Jeep because nobody asked you about it.
I didn't read anything in that about Ryan Nagel's vehicle.
Did you miss it?
I must have.
Okay.
Is it in there?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, what?
In fact, asked about Ryan Nagel's Jeep, weren't you?
Do you want to show me?
Well, I don't want to sit here and did you review your
I just read it all. I didn't see it.
Okay.
Objection.
Can't interrupt when I'm talking. Okay. I will do the same for you.
Yeah.
As you review the
She's getting so flustered by all this. All right. We're going to skip ahead here to the line of vision thing. And they got Matt McCabe, Chubbs McCabe about this one too. Again, these people claim they saw, guess who's at the McCabe's right now? People keep talking about, I keep seeing the McCabe's. What's going on in the McCabe's right now? What's going on over there? Who wants to fill me in? What I miss? Should I be looking at something now? It's hard for me to read the comments during the show, but people keep telling me about something in the McCabe's house right now. Should I see the justice page? Oh man, look at this picture of Karen and Jen. This is a great picture. Who took this picture? What a great picture this is, huh? Look at that. Wow. That's a great picture. Where is this even from? Wow. Who took that? That's a great picture. But anyway, can anybody fill me in on what's going on? Oh, they're watching Turtleboy together. Is that what they're doing? There's a whole bunch of cars. There is a viewing party. I don't know. People keep messaging me about shit. I'm getting videos sent to me. Let me see what I got in the videos. Hold on. Oh, so I'm going to go. This is now. This video is taking place right now. Oh, many men. Many men. Look at all these guys. Oh my gosh. It's an ode to the exes right there. Like, look at, that's a lot of cars. Look at these cars. What do we got there? We got a black truck. There's a white Jeep. Who are all these people? Like, who has this many people over their house? All right. So I guess they're having a party. I guess. I mean, talk about brazen, these people, huh? Talk about brazen. That is just wild, man. That is just wild. I guess that's like right now. So shout out to the McAlberts over there. I know you all watching. I know you guys are on your little Discords or whatever, because you think you're not going to give me the views. Like, oh, we can't give him the views. He's only going to have 7,500 people watching, not 7,501. We're not going to give him that one. You guys really showed me. You really showed me. But anyway, shout out to them over there. I know they're watching right now. And I know this is on TV, and I know they're like, fuck that little fucker. You know, they're making shit up now about kiddie porn too. Like, this is weird. Like, what is with these people and using their own kids in like porn shit? Like, it's bizarre. They're claiming, she claims that like somebody, me or whoever, sent her a picture of her daughter with semen on her face. Like, what? That never happened, obviously. And they're making shit up. And it's just weird that when they make shit up, it involves their children and sex. Like, it's fucking weird. I will never use my children as a pawn like that to like score points on my enemies and be like, you're a bad person. You're sexualizing my kid. What? We're not going to talk about my kid. And you're not. Why are you talking about your kids? Why are you bringing your kids into this? Nobody's sending pictures of your kids with semen on. Stop it. These are weird thoughts you have in your head because you're thinking it's going to make us look bad, but it really makes you look bad. Why are you talking about semen and your kid in the same sentence, you goddamn degenerates? Oh, just when you thought these people have no bottom. But shout out to the McAlberts. No, we got a lot of people watching, baby. It's not going well. Look at the cover of the Boston Herald today. Did you guys see the cover of the Boston Herald? I'm going to start collecting these. If you haven't seen it yet, the picture of Jen McCabe on top of it. Does anybody have a picture of that they can send me? Send me if you can, if you got a picture of it. Because there was the one with Colin last week where he's just like the knuckles and stuff like that. And then the one today, it just says grilled, and it's got like 3 horrible pictures of Jen McCabe. Maybe I have one. Do I have one? Let's see. Oh, yeah, I got it right here. Hold on. Even better. Even better. We got it right here. I don't even need to do it. I got a copy of it. Look at this. Look at this. It just says grill. Look at that. Is that not awesome? Look at that. That's the Boston Herald. The Boston Herald. Look at those faces. Look at this one. Look at it. She's so mad. Just cheer up, Jen. It'll only feel like an eternity in prison. You'll be okay. I'll throw some money on the commissary for you. You'll love it in there. I'll teach you how it works. Every Tuesday, fill the commissary up. You'll have a great time. Trust me. No matter how this turns out, this is gonna be forever. These covers on the Boston Herald, that these people, everybody knows what they did. Everybody knows that Jen McCabe is a lying, stinking, murdering piece of shit. That's what she's always going to be. Always. And it's for like, this isn't me doing it anymore. This is the Boston Herald. This is Howie Carr writing like daily columns now, roasting you people. Howie Carr didn't get into this till late. He's fully on our side because he's not stupid. Emily D. Baker, the YouTube lawyer, you guys were all hoping, oh man, maybe we'll get her. Nope. She joined our side too. The lawyer, they all joined our side. They all did because they looked at the fact. You guys got Julie, you got Botox Grant. You got Botox Betty there. You got her. So that you got that going for you. And a guy named Plevin and something called Krusty Panties. So congratulations on that. But we got everyone else because we got the facts on our side. Oh, you got some people on Discord too. Some people on Discord. So you got that going for you. But, other than that, you lose. It's not going too well. It's not going too well in the public opinion side of things. So anyway, let's get back to the testimony. There's so much to talk about here. Oh, the DUI guy fully on our side too. I mean, I could go on and on. Every major influencer in the legal community is on our side. Like, who matters? Because they're looking at the facts and it's just wild. Real quick, let me read some Cash Apps. I haven't had a chance. Let me bang through some before we get too far behind. All right, I'm just going to read through these as quick as I can. Ready? First one is from Sean Kelly. Sends $5. And again, the Cash Apps, if you send a $5 one, it's got to be like a sentence. I ain't reading the whole thing because we got to get a lot to get through here. So Sean Kelly sends $5. Says Tristan and Caitlin are getting married to avoid testifying against each other about the silent, aggressive canine school dropout dog that's gone missing. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Sean Kelly. Renee sends $10 and says, literally need to meet you. You are the best human being ever. That's subjective, but I don't disagree. And I would love to meet you too, Renee. It would be I meet a lot of people at the courthouse every day. We take a lot of pictures together, hugs. We have a good time. So thank you very much. Oh, and Brandy Churchwell, another one. Melanie Little. I mean, I could go on and on and on. Like everybody joined. And they got Kofendafer. They got Kofendafer, at least and Wendy Murphy. You get all the really stable menopausal women. All right. $10 for Sam. Says Jen McCabe is a demon possessed. Legitimately, thank you for warning the public about a person and whole extended network family who would literally do anything to fuck someone else over, whether for own nefarious or self-serving purposes or for sport. The case would not be where it is without you, and we wouldn't know what we know. She is a real death threat to society, period. Thank you very much, Sam. I agree wholeheartedly. Bob sends $10, says, Turtleboy, how long before you return to Canton? Oh, I'm trying to avoid there. I'm trying to get my charges to go away. Once I'll feel a lot more free because I don't want to go back to jail. That shit sucked, man. The weather's getting nice. I don't want to go to jail. I'm too pretty for jail. So I don't want to go back there. And especially in medical, like they stick me down there and by myself, it's boring as shit. Smells like piss. Oh, the young jerks. How can I forget the young jerks? The glare. Sorry, I'm missing everybody. They're all on our side. Ashley Banfeld, she's on our side. Everyone's on our side. STS is not on our side. So much damn. Joel from STS says he's going to have me on. Oh, maybe we had Turtleboy on one time. Maybe we'll let him on. Yeah, I'll let him on. I'll let him on sometime. Let me just invite all these fucking assholes up here instead who will just talk shit about him and we won't give him a chance to defend himself. Come on, Joel. Have me on. I dare you. I dare you. You're not ready for me, Joel. So have me on sometime. Lane is great. She's great. There's so many great people on our side. All right. Anyway, I saw one on there. Stop it, Bob Bergman. Stop it. So tomorrow, guys, there's no Karen Reed trial tomorrow because of little old me. I'm being charged with felony witness intimidation, and we are going to go into court tomorrow, and we're trying to get a Rule 17 motion for the fake victim's phone records. We got most of it. And by the way, they want them back. Remember they gave us all her phone records? They gave us her entire phone extraction. They want them back now. They gave us a digital file of them all, so we got them all. And now they're like, we want them back. How can you give digital files back, bro? Like, do you even internet? Like, you already gave them to us. We can't. You can't unring the bell. You can't unring the bell. Yeah. Sean in the golf. How can I forget? Defense diaries, Anyway. So, yeah. I'll be there. My hearing is at 2 p.m. You're all welcome to come. You can protest for this one. You can be outside. You can have your free Karen Reed signs, whatever signs you want. All right. It's in the Karen Reed courtroom. And yeah, it's going to be cool. So appreciate all the support. If anyone wants to join me. All right. Back to this turtle chats here. Suzanne sends $25 says, please tell me you're getting the audio from Jess and Grant's hearing on Monday. Yes. I've been told that is a wild one. I can't wait to hear that. I'm just so glad Grant's gone. Can I just say that and Grant, I know Grant's watching right now. Grant, everybody hates you. And it's not just me. It's not just Jess. And it's not just Ted Daniel. Literally everyone in the press group who are my colleagues now, not yours. Okay. They're my colleagues. You don't get to go anymore. I get to go. You can't go, Grant, because you got an order on your ass because you assaulted a woman and you finna catch a misdemeanor for that one. And, now you caught an order. So you can't be anywhere near her. And Grant tried to get the order thrown out. It was like, okay, they got the temporary one. And then May 29th was supposed to be the hearing to extend it for a full year. But Grant files this motion to have the temporary one vacated. So they have the hearing for it the other day, Monday. And Grant goes in there with all this lawyer shit. And he thinks he's like a real lawyer. And the judge is like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's do the hearing we're going to have a week from now, right now. Let's do it right now. We're not vacating shit. We're going to have a hearing right now. And he's like, brings up all this shit. And she's just like, bro, you assaulted a woman. You're done. Order granted, full year. Grant cannot come within like 100 yards of Jessica Machado. So that sucks. And he can't get it amended like I did to go to a courthouse because Grant's harassment took place at the courthouse. It's like the site of the harassment. So Grant can't come, and I can't wait to get that audio. Thank you, Suzanne. Karen sends $10, says, it's amazing how Jen didn't need to see anything when the prosecution asks, but can't answer anything the defense asks without proof. Not a good look. I know she always had to do that. Always had to be like, can I look at that? Bitch, you know what it says. Stop it. Stop it. Thank you. Michael sends $50 and says, thanks for what you do. Michael, my pleasure, sir. My pleasure. I serve the people. Stacy sends $5 and says, hello, Mom. Indy Cindy. Love watching trials and recaps with you. Hi, Indy Cindy. Hope you're having a good night. Kim sends $15 and says, the way Paul stares down Karen all day long in her peripheral vision just shows how badass Karen is. He needs to start directing his stares to other people. And as always, love you, Turtleboy, and thank you. I mean, he's getting cucked. He got cucked by Jen McCabe, and he's got too much pride to admit it, and he just can't do it. I saw Paul in the hallway today. I gave him a little smile, a friendly smile. How you doing, Paul? Nice to see you again. Kind of weird that you're inviting my exes with you to your brother's murder hearings, but whatevs. You know, just I hope Paul is watching this shit and he realizes that, like, bro, it ain't going too good. Like, she ain't going, like, she acquitted. Like, this bitch, everybody knows she did it. Everyone. And you go with her to court. That's embarrassing, dude. Shameful. But anyway, Tiffany sends $5 and says, due to Jen, Karen couldn't remember things. Is it possible they drugged her? Oh, for fuck's sake. No, we're not doing that. Thank you, Tiffany. Michelle sends $10. No comment. Thank you, Michelle. Scott sends $10. Says the cover of the Herald with the hideous triptych collection of Jen's worst faces on stand is a masterpiece. It makes me want to send the photo editor a country ham or a fruit basket. Instant classic. You're right about that, Scott. Lulu sends $5. Says, from the testimony we've heard, what do you think makes the least amount of sense so far? Everything Jen McCabe said, basically. Let's see. Do we have any more turtle chats here? Jack sends $10. Says Kerry and Karen believe she left John at the waterfall. Didn't Jen say she thought Karen never came to 34 Fairview until her husband corrected her? I'm questioning whether or not it was Karen who dropped John off at Fairview. Does Karen actually believe she drove him to Fairview? Karen knows she drove him to Fairview. Like, I'm convinced that Jen made that part up. Jen lies about everything. Don't believe anything Jen says. Higgins Jeep sends $10. Says the Lexus they saw was actually a Jeep. Yeah. Also, the doorknob and bulkhead is likely removed by the FBI. Okay. Little Irish Girl sends $10. Says, amazing work, doctor. Love and admiration to you always. You've inspired a nation. Enjoy the ride. Hashtag McAlbert's Circle of Trust. Hashtag you are out. Thank you, Little Irish Girl. Jen McAlbert sends $10 and says, can you go back to the video and see if a small black Cadillac crossover is at the house? Maybe. Thank you. Dirk sends $5 and says, don't you think Jen McCabe kept asking for records so she knew what the defense knew? She didn't want to admit anything they didn't know. That's exactly it. She's going to make them work for it. That was it. Jack sends $10. Says, Kerry testified that Karen said she thought she'd left John at the waterfall. I believe Jen testified that she thought the same thing until Matt corrected her. Does Karen actually believe she drove John to Fairview? Didn't somebody ask this already? Thank you, Jack. I appreciate that. Okay. A couple cash apps here. First up, we got Jacqueline sends $5 and said, you should blow Paul a kiss. Mwah. How you doing, Paul? Jacqueline sends, we have Tiago sends $5 and said, was going to put this on a parlay, but decided to donate. Yeah, you would have lost anyway. So thank you very much, Tiago. Patricia sends 25 and says, do you worry these corrupt people will harm you? They already put me in jail for 60 days. Like, how much worse can it get? So no, they have harmed me and they're going to try to harm me in the future, but I got too many people that back me up. It's like, I'm good. I'm not alone when I'm in jail. So Jenna sends $10 and says, Jen is full of horse shit. Pun intended. Love you. Thank you, Jenna. Appreciate that. Lisa sends $10 and says, Jen McConfrontational is my new name for her. Yes. You got to chill out a little bit. Thank you, Lisa. 1025 from Kerry says, shout out to Diane, Joe, Wendy, and the Taunton crew. Excellent. Thank you very much, Kerry. Shout out to the Taunton crew. Okay, cool. And one more turtle chat here from Jill, sends $25 and says, John loves you very much, Karen. Yes, he does. And he's very disappointed. He's very disappointed in Paul, and he hates Carl Dougal. I just want to point that out there too. Colleen's Lip sends $10 and says, is there a video of them at 624 praying in the cop car? No, there's not. So thank you very much for that. Oh, we have one more cash app here from Lisa Marie Hill. Savageau said, tried sending emails, didn't go through. Thanks. Thank you very much, Lisa. I appreciate that. Okay, cool. Oh, and one more from John, sends 20 and says, I think you should just call Ratchet Madness a tie between Jen McCabe and Michael Proctor. It would be a shame for either of these two to not to win at Ratchet Madness. I have to finish that tomorrow. We'll get to that soon. I promise. It's on my list. Okay. Jess Machado's in the chat. I see. I would bet everything I have. There's at least one juror who has already made up their mind that she is innocent. Oh, at least one. I would say at least like a dozen. A dozen would say that. Okay. And Jess, if you would like to come up, I can send you a link because Jess is in the courtroom too. She was there for she was there for the Jen McCabe testimony. If she wants to come up and talk about that, I'd be interested to hear what she has to say. So I just sent her a link if she wants to join me briefly to talk about that. But in the meantime, we're going to bang through some more testimony. Okay. Next up, I can see the SUV, but not the body. Let's go to this part. Again, if anyone else wants to have their message read out, Turtle Chat is linked at the top of the chat. And, or you can Cash App $ Uncle Turtle Boy to do it that way. How many people we got watching right now? 7,400. Nice. Okay, here we go.
Was there foul language or door slam?
No.
You didn't hear any verbal argument or the revving of an engine, anything like that?
No.
Matter of fact, you didn't hear any collision or crash, did you?
No.
Matter of fact, the entire time that you looked out at that vehicle with that clear and that good view, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary, did you?
No.
What about a body?
And you would agree with me, as you looked at the SUV, you're looking over the lawn to the SUV out of the street, correct?
Correct.
There was no obstruction between you and the SUV. You've already testified to that. Is that right?
Correct.
And you could see everything in your field of view.
Correct.
And then you saw the SUV gone. It had driven away after 12:45.
Correct.
So I have a question, Mr. McCabe.
Mm-hmm.
Where was the body?
Where's the body?
I have no idea. I'm assuming the body was on the front lawn.
The body. She calls John the body. I'm assuming the body is in the front lawn. The front lawn, I was looking directly over. They have like the line of vision shit. They have no explanation for it. Like, how did you see the SUV and the tire tracks in the snow, but you didn't see the body directly in front of it? Well, I wasn't looking at it. I was looking past it. Oh, yeah. Lots of people are buying that.
Problem with that is you were looking.
I was looking at the vehicle and where it had moved.
You know what field of view is?
Would you like to explain it?
You had clear and good view across that lawn to the SUV, didn't you?
When it was straight out, I did, yes.
You had clear and good view of that SUV the entire time until it left, didn't you?
I could see the black SUV, correct.
All right, so I'm going to fast forward to this part here. This I wish stuff. They love this line. Here we go.
Yes. Okay, as you looked over that flat lawn with that good and clear view of the SUV, you could see the SUV and everything between you and the SUV, correct?
When I looked out the front window, I could see the SUV clearly. Like I'm looking at you right now, and it was further away than you are.
And you did it not once, not twice, not 3 times. You did it 5 times, and then a 6th after it was gone, correct?
Correct.
And after that SUV was gone, and you looked out that window with that clear and good view, there was no body, was there?
I never saw a body.
Thank you.
I wish I had.
There it is. Ready?
It's like that's a little rehearsed.
Not at all. It's not at all. I'll let the answers do.
I wish I had. Who said that? Oh, right. Brian Albert said that the other day. Did he come in the house? No, I wish he did. Wish he did. I wish I had. I think Matt McCabe said the same thing. They couldn't be more obvious that they're scripting this together, that they are doing this. I mean, it's like, dude, come on. The jury, again, this is an educated jury. They're seeing this shit. All right. We're going to go to the next part where she sells out Julie Nagel. Let's check this part out.
And to talk to the girls.
So you made sure that you did look out the window.
Nope, that's not it at all.
You also didn't hear anybody. You did hear some girl from the back, since they were so chatty, talking about bread and sandwiches or something, right?
Correct.
But you never heard anybody say anything about noticing anything out of the ordinary, correct?
Correct.
You didn't hear Julie Nagel say that she saw a black object in the yard.
Never heard that.
But you would turn around looking right at, according to you, correct?
Correct.
Indeed, engaging them in conversation, according to you.
Correct.
So that you can make sure that you weren't looking out the front or right windows.
Objection.
Can you answer that? Is that why you did it?
No, that's not why I did it. I was talking to the 2 girls.
All right. So she just quickly there. Remember, she basically said, do we have Jess back there? It says they will need to connect their mic cam before we can add them to stream. Okay, cool. Julie Nagel said that she told the whole car about a black blob, a 6-foot black blob on the lawn. But Matt McCabe says that never happened. And now Jen McCabe says that never happened. So what up with that? What's going on with that? So she's so quick to throw anyone under the bus, and she just doesn't care because she only thinks about herself. I don't know why these people are protecting her. All right, I got Jess Machado here, reporter Jess Machado. Hi, Jess. How you doing?
Hey, everybody. How are you?
Good, thank you. I'm good, thank you. So you were in the courtroom for the Jen McCabe testimony. I was not. And my question for you is, what was the jurors' reaction to Jennifer McCabe's testimony? What did they see? Did they seem skeptical? What were they doing?
So overall, I find that most of the jurors don't show much expression. There's only been a handful of moments where I've seen them react. Primarily at any point in time where Peggy O'Keefe seems emotional or is crying, jurors have a tendency to look at her. There are a couple that are in direct eyesight of her. So whenever there's any testimony, and I've noticed anytime the testimony revolves around the audio or the video, but they only hear the audio of Karen screaming at the 34 Fairview when they, the police pull up. That seems to provoke her to cry, and the jurors react to that. They look concerned. There's 2 jurors in particular that are right on her at all times. So in Kerry Roberts' testimony today, that happened as well. So
but what about Jen McCabe? How do they react to Jen McCabe?
So I think a lot of them were very confused. I don't know if they were putting it all together. There's some of the jurors are very specific. They write in their notebook. There's 3 men on the end. They're the furthest from where the Jen McCabe is. They never really look that way. They're either looking at Jackson in front of them or Lally or writing. The ones closest, nobody's making any facial expressions to Jen McCabe when she's testifying. They're not reacting to her at all. No matter what she says, when she's defensive, when she's pushing back, they're not reacting to it at all. I think almost everybody pulled out their notebooks and started writing when they were talking about the how long to die in the cold. Everybody was taking notes. I find that a lot of times when they're talking about times and dates, they do take notes. There is one particular juror, and I said that she did this when Chris Albert was on the stand. She did the same thing with Jen McCabe. She locked on her today. She never took her eyes off of her. So even if Lally or Andrew Jackson are speaking, her face stays turned to Jen McCabe and locks in. It's almost like she's looking for what her reactions are in the downtime when she's not responding, and when other things are going on, she was looking at her the whole time. I never saw any reaction from any of the jurors when they started talking about the Google searches. I did see a couple of eyebrows raised. There's a gentleman in the back who's usually expressionless. When Jen was on the stand, he raised his eyebrows a couple of times. But overall, honestly, they're not making any reaction. I know there's one juror who very rarely is participating. He's looking out the window, and in my mind, he's not participating because he has it in his mind that Karen is innocent.
Really?
I feel like he has checked out. There's nothing that anybody's going to say to convince him that she is. You know what I mean? So he's just, and he seems like, I don't know, I can't give too much of a description, but he seems like a really decent fellow. You know what I mean? Like he looks like he's smart. I don't know. It's just the way that he looks every day when he comes in. I just think he's completely checked out. And it doesn't make sense to me that someone that looks that way, presents that way, dresses that way would be checked out of something so important unless he already has his mind made up.
Interesting analysis. Very interesting. So anyway, I just wanted to have you on to briefly talk about that because I think, you have some firsthand because Jen is clearly speaking to them. She often turns to them. We're going to show some clips where she turns to them. And I think the reaction she's looking for from them is like the head nod. Like,
yes.
Oh, wow. Oh, totally. I totally get what you're saying. Like she looks to them for reassurance because that's all she knows how to do. She's at her house right now with like a bunch of people, but like, can you believe the defense is doing this? Oh my God. And they're like, yeah, girl, they're so bad. That Turtleboy, he's so bad. That Alan Jackson, he's so bad. And she's just so used to hearing that. And so she thinks that she can get the jury to do the same thing, but they're not exactly her typical peer group.
They are not giving her what she wants. And I can tell you for every time she's looking at the jury, there are many times where she looks like she's making eye contact. I've seen the video. They are not even looking at her. There are many times where you may see it on court TV or whatever stream you're watching and you think, wow, they're looking at her. There are many times where nobody's even looking at her at all. It's just she's staring in that direction. She's like so desperate to connect with someone and get a head nod or get some sort of like confirmation on what she's saying is true. But nobody has ever given it to her, not once.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you.
It's nice to have you in the box, by the way. It's nice to have you in there.
That's what she said.
Bye, everybody.
All right, bye. I had to do that. That's what it's nice to have you in the box. Like, come on. That's the most obvious. That's what she said setup I've ever heard. But it is nice to be in the box. It's real nice to be in the box. Okay. So that's good. Okay. That's gonna get a clip. That's a good one. All right. Come on. Yeah, I had to do it. I had to do it there. Come on. Anyway, so we're gonna skip here we're gonna go to the next part of Jen McCabe's testimony here. Where'd it go? All right. So we're going to 147. I hit him. I have here. We're gonna go to this part.
Couch. And you're aware that Karen Reed stayed on the couch that night to wait for John to come home?
I'm not aware of that, no.
You testified on Friday that my client said at the scene, when you got back to the scene, 34 Fairview, just after 6 a.m., that she said, I hit him 3 times. She declared it, correct?
Correct.
Not once, not twice, 3 times. I hit him, correct?
Correct.
You have a very
Look at the way she says correct. Again, this is important because at no point has Jen McCabe ever in any of her testimony with police and anything like that, grand jury, said that Karen Reed said, I hit him. That's new. Previously, it was like, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Now it's I hit him. Because that sounds a lot worse than could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Now it's I hit him. So how is she gonna word salad her way out of this one?
Specific memory of that event. Do you not?
I do.
Obviously, that's an incredibly impactful thing for you to remember. Is that right?
It was an impactful statement, yes.
And you remember it today as well as you remembered it the day she did it?
Yes.
So she reads the testimony. So you guys get the point there with that one. She spends a lot of time on that. All right. Next one I'm going to point out here. Next timestamp. We got a bunch of timestamps to get through here. 156. Now watch this. This is an example of what I was just talking to Jess about. Listen to her start explaining something and then look at the jury. Watch this.
Scene or leading up to getting to the scene, correct?
Correct.
Every single one of those, 12 separate times, you indicated that she asked a question, something like, could I have hit him or did I hit him, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Not one time.
12 times.
In that testimony, did you say she declared, I hit him. Did you?
Never.
The questions that were asked, when she said, I hit him, that was at the scene in response to an officer asking questions. What I just read was us when she first called me,
there it is.
Or when we were driving in the car.
Look at this. See that? See how she's looking at the jury? She does this when she's backed into a hole. She's like, wait a minute. I need to convince these people. So this story makes no sense. What 12 times you've been asked about what did she say? And never once have you said, I hit him. So what is your explanation, Jen, for why, what is it again? Like, why didn't you tell them that? Like, but she has got an answer.
The questions that were asked, when she said, I hit him, that was at the scene in response to an officer asking questions.
That was at the scene to an officer asking questions. So why didn't you mention that in your police reports?
What I just read was us when she first called me, or when we were driving in the car, or when we were at John's house. So I was answering the question that I was asked.
Oh, so she was only talking about the things Karen was saying in the car or other places. She forgot to mention the most incriminating thing that Karen said. And maybe if I look at the jury, then
So
you guys,
believe
like
if
you
were
guys
asked
believe me,
the
right?
question,
You
did
guys
she say
believe
to an
me.
officer, I hit him, I hit him,
All
I
right.
hit him. And if you're not asked the question,
Next, we're gonna go to okay. We listened to the 911 call. Now we're gonna go to the Nicole Albert phone call. So let's real quick. Let me show you again her call logs because this is important shit. Let's go over to Jennifer McCabe's call logs. No. Oh, here they are. Okay. So here's Jennifer McCabe's call log. And as you can see right here, okay, in this part, it says Coco. That's her sister. She calls Coco at 6:07 and 6:08. It says right here, answered, meaning Nicole answered them. And they spoke for 9 seconds and 7 seconds. Now, this one here to Brian says not answered, just like the ones to John O'Keefe and Tom Beatty say not answered. So when you don't answer a call, it can go to voicemail. When you answer a call, it does not go to voicemail because the person answered it. I know this is really complicated stuff. But again, forensic data shows that at 6:07 and 6:08, she called her sister Nicole, who was inside the house, and Nicole answered the phone. So that means Nicole was awake at 6:07 and 6:08 because they briefly spoke. Enough time to tell her, hey, don't come out the house. Karen's here. Don't come out. Shh. Hang up. But they claim that they slept through the whole thing. So that's why they didn't come out of the house. They claim they slept through the whole thing. So how is she going to explain her way out of this one? Let's find out. Let's go to 242. We'll listen to the 911 call. At the end of the call, you hear.
okay, that appears to be the end of the tape.
Okay.
At the end of the call, you can hear her whisper something into the phone saying, we've played this before. We've analyzed this. Again, this is not the actual 911 call. Karen was calling John on her way to Fairview Road. She sees his body. She drops the phone in the back of the car and jumps out. The phone keeps calling John. And the phone leaves a voicemail on John's because it's unanswered. So it leaves a voicemail and leaves a voicemail recording, a 4-minute recording of everything going on in the car, which is Jen calling 911. So it picks up the Jen 911 call, and then it picks up her calling Nicole and whispering, no one's coming out of the house. There's something to that effect, something about coming out of the house. You picks it up at the end. So how does she explain this one?
You called your sister at 6:07 and 42 seconds, correct?
I don't have my phone record in front of me.
Does that sound about right?
Approximately.
And you've made a second phone call at 6:08 and 17 seconds. Does that sound about right?
I did call her twice, yes.
And both of those calls show in your extraction that they were answered phone calls, correct?
I don't have my extraction in front of me.
Well, you've been asked this question a bunch of times, right? You were asked this question at the other proceeding, is that right?
Yes.
You
And
were shown phone records.
well, if you have them, I could see them here.
You were shown phone records then?
Yes.
And at that time, you were confronted with the fact the phone records show a 7-second call
Yep.
for 6:07. correct?
Objection.
Yeah, how about
We'll
those
strike the
records?
word confronted. Go ahead and ask,
I'll pick another
go
word.
ahead and ask the
You
question.
were shown evidence that the 6:07 call lasted 7 seconds.
My sister never answered the phone.
Oh, wait.
I know you want to answer your own questions.
Yeah.
I'd like if you answer my question.
She's like, she knows what he's getting at here. And she's just like, she never answered. What do you mean? It says right on it. It says answered. I don't know what's hard to understand about the word answered, but it says right there, answered. What is their plan here? What is their plan? These people keep showing, we have forensic data on our side. We have forensic data. What planet are you on? The forensic data shows the calls answered. And you're like, I don't care what it says. She didn't answer. So checkmate. That's your plan? It's just like, nope.
Were you shown records that showed the call lasted 7 seconds?
I cannot recall the exact record I was shown, but I was shown a phone record.
Okay. And you were shown the same phone record showed that the 608 call lasted 8 seconds, right?
Again, I don't have it in front of me.
That sounds about right.
About right. And there were a number of other calls that showed answered that weren't answered.
Well, we'll get to those in a minute. So the two calls,
We'll get to those.
607 and 608,
We'll get to
at least
those.
the records
Okay.
indicate about 15 seconds worth of.
All right. So that's, again, I don't know what their plan is there. Next lie. What about all those deleted calls? Because when we look at Jen McCabe's call log, this is another thing that's really suspicious. Are all these goddamn deleted ones? Right? Like all these are deleted between 5:30 a.m. and 9 o'clock. Basically, they're all deleted. Why? But these aren't. Why just these ones? And I got to be honest with you. I've deleted text messages before because they take up room in your phone sometimes. And you just want to delete some text messages. I've never deleted phone calls. Have you guys done that? Is that a thing? Like, I have no reason to ever delete. Like, I could go in and, like, I guess recent calls. Like, why would I ever delete these? Like, why? I see calls here, and I guess I could delete this if I want, but why would I do that ever? Like, can anybody explain that? Does there anyone out there that deletes phone calls? I can understand deleting. Why? Can you explain this to me? Why do you delete phone call records? Like, what is the point? I get text messages, they take up space, right? There's only so much space. What kind of psychopath deletes phone calls? That's bizarre. Like, that's bizarre. And so she is deleting these for some reason. Like, that's in and of itself freaking weird. But only the ones that happen around the time of her finding a dead body. That's it. Just those ones. For some reason. So how's she gonna explain this one? Let's find out.
Deleted any calls.
Oh, wait. What'd you
When I willingly handed my phone over.
But the calls to Nicole were deleted from your phone before you turned that phone into law enforcement.
Not by me.
By somebody else?
I never deleted any calls.
Oh.
When I willingly handed my phone over.
You claim that you didn't delete calls, but you do know that your phone was forensically analyzed and those calls were in the deleted file folder, correct?
I have seen that, but there were 20 calls all in a group that were all deleted. So cherry picking a few makes it look a different way.
What? So she was like her plan for like, so what about all these deleted calls? I didn't delete any calls. But it says deleted. I know what it says, but that's cherry picking. Yeah, we're picking the cherries, right? Yeah, like we're like, why'd you pick those ones? Why'd you do that? Yeah, we could talk about the other ones you deleted, but why'd you delete the ones to your sister? Like, why would you do that? Why'd you delete the ones? Why'd you delete all these ones? Like, this fucking, like, what is her like? Is she trying to come across as cunty? Like, is she trying to come across as cunty? Just the way she's combative, like, does she think this is a good look with the jury? Do you think there's a single juror? I've seen this jury. It's not her type. These are the kind of people that she would not sit at the lunch table with. It's not going to work, baby girl. Stop it. Your cuntiness is catching up to you. It's not happening. All right. How about this part? The dramatics. 247.
Notwithstanding those phone calls. By the way, did you leave voicemails?
No.
When did you hang up? Before it went to voicemail, or was it into voicemail before you hung up?
So it was a bit of a hysterical scene that morning, and I was in a state of shock, and I was just calling my sister and my brother-in-law. They did not answer the phone. I cannot tell you when I hung up because it was a hysterical scene. I was in a state of shock. Everyone was running around, and what seems to be forgotten is that my friend was lying there on the ground.
Look at that face. This is what she always does when she gets caught in a lie. She's like, that was my friend.
That was my friend. It was a hysterical scene. And what seems to be forgotten is that my friend was dead. You fucking piece of shit, Alan Jackson. How dare you ask me about deleted phone calls? Why aren't we asking about how sad I am about John O'Keefe? You fucking piece of shit. Alan Jackson. How dare you? Why are we talking about all these shady things I'm doing when we should be talking about John's dead? Did you know John's dead? Did you know he was my friend? Was he your friend? No, he was my friend. So who cares about all these deleted calls? We should be talking about my friend. Bitch, this whole thing is about John O'Keefe. It's the John O'Keefe murder trial. Your friend has not been forgotten. Like, what? Now watch this, Alan Jackson's response to that. He's like, what's been forgotten is my friend.
I don't think anybody's forgotten.
I don't think anyone's forgotten about that, bitch. That's what we're all here for. That's what we're all here for. We call it justice for John O'Keefe and free Karen Reed and free Turtleboy while we're at it. But okay, now the funniest part of the testimony, I think we can all agree, came around the 2:51 mark. Let's cue this up.
What you should do with your cell phone.
No,
Did he tell you that the police might want to get a hold of your cell phone at some point?
no,
Did you two discuss the calls that you made to Nicole Albert at 6:07 and 6:08 and the call that you made to Brian Albert at 6:23?
no,
Did you ever discuss the idea of potentially deleting any of those calls that were made that early morning?
absolutely not.
Would you tell us if you did?
Yes, because I'm an honest and truthful person.
Oh, what? Wait, what? What'd you say? One more time. What did you just say, girl? Wait, did you say what I think you said?
Those calls that were made that early morning.
Absolutely not.
Would you tell us if you did?
Yes, because I'm an honest and truthful person.
Oh, God. I'm an honest and truthful. Oh, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Oh, it's like she's trying to. I mean, I've never seen such a pathological liar. Like, I'm an honest. Thank you for the comedy, Jen. That was worth the price of admission right there. I'm an honest and truthful person. Oh, not a single person believes that. Literally no one. Okay. Again, here's this more 253. Let's play this part.
These are all friends and family of yours, correct?
Not Brian Higgins. I had only met a handful of times.
But you consider him a friend.
A friend of Brian Albert's is how I would reference him.
Fair enough. So these are friends and family of Brian Albert.
Correct.
And everyone was permitted to discuss the circumstances of the evening before, going into the early morning hours, with each other.
So everyone is at 34 Road. All these witnesses allowed to get their stories straight while Karen Reed's in the hospital. That seems inappropriate. What's up with that, Jen? How are you explain that one? Why all you people were allowed to just be around each other, not separated, and get your story straight? What's up with that?
With no police there, correct?
I sat with my family in shock and horror.
Horror.
Were you allowed to discuss the circumstances of the night before, going into the early morning hours, amongst yourselves without any police presence? Yes or no?
There was no reason for us to be allowed or not allowed. We did nothing wrong.
Understand my question? Did you get it?
Yes, I understand your question.
Can you answer it yes or no? Were you allowed, that group of folks, were you allowed to discuss the case without police presence?
Yes.
Okay.
I was in a state of shock and horror. Again, it's just the dramatics of it all. Like, I'm so affected by this. How dare you question me about my bizarre, strange, incriminating behavior? I was in shock and horror, don't you know? Don't you know? Okay, next time clip. This was an interesting one. I didn't know that. Again, I learned something new every day about Kevin Albert. Let's play this clip.
And correct.
Before you left, you said you were about to leave. Before you left, another Albert came over to the house, correct?
I don't recall seeing him.
Who?
Kevin Albert.
How'd you know I was talking about Kevin Albert?
Because you said another Albert came over, and I was
6 brothers.
I was told later it was Kevin.
I was told later.
So you believe that Kevin was not there when you were still there?
I was in a state of shock. He may have walked in.
I was in a state of shock. She keeps hiding behind that. I was in shock. I remember the V-shaped tie. I was in shock. Yeah, shock. Why is Kevin Albert there? That the Canton PD has been conflicted off this case. Kevin Albert's so much more involved in this than I think most people realize. So yeah, I thought that was an interesting one. How about this? The butt dial part. Let's get to the butt dials. They all butt dial.